have fun arguing with your boyfriend? Pretty sure I'm your kind of what you expect. I just find Taylor my intro for a specific prompt. Let's go. Calling people. Hey, what's going on, dog? Calling people who are not self-identified fascists by name is stochastic terrorism at this point. Is a dehumanizing tactic used in is a dehumanizing tactic used to make people that are hated that disagree with the accuser as unpalatable and ostracized as possible. That's better. Calling people who are not self-identified fascists, that name is stochastic terrorism at this point. It is a dehumanizing tactic used to make the people that disagree with the accuser as unpalatable and ostracized as possible. This tactic we see today in its extreme forms has its roots in the PR tactic of the last 25 years, and I will lay out for you how one side is forced to apologize and or condone bad actions from its own side much more often. Yeah. We're going on a show. I can pull him up in a second here. I was just getting my intro ready. Horse. Let's get him on. Oh, he's not live yet. Pentuple is. Let's see what this fucking Juiceberg's doing. He's washing his dishes on stream.
That'd be cool though. I'd just be playing it. You should have Cal Rally, dude. Get Cal Rally. Or Adley Rutschman.
Okay, this tactic we see today in its extreme form has its roots in the PR tactic of the last 25
I'm not even responding to that, Tyler. I'm not even going to listen to it. I'm not even going to acknowledge that you're here.
And tonight, I will lay out how one side is forced to apologize and or condone bad actions from its own side much more often. Going back to the basis of what the left and the right mean, violence in the form of revolution or rejection of the government generally falls on that side. The left side falls on the left side of the spectrum and state-sanctioned violence.
Trey Turner is ass, bro. Are you fucking serious? Trey Turner is the most mid player you've mentioned.
Where state-sanctioned violence, or what we call the democratic process of making law, generally is viewed as a lesser and much more acceptable. Generally is viewed to a lesser and much more acceptable degree. Generally is viewed as acceptable violence that transcends party lines. Not what we think of when someone says one side is pro-violence or violent as a movement. So let's get rid of this paragraph. Kind of seems out of place. Why I need it is because in case he tries to use, like, Trump is using the state to enact more state violence that makes the GOP more violent. I'm going to say those powers transcend party. How you use them might be up for dispute, but if they're allowed to both sides, then he's not actually doing anything more than the other side's not allowed to do as well. So it's kind of a null argument in a sense. We're talking political violence. Yet when you see political violence today, what we see generally is not politicians or government actors engaged in violence, save a few attacks on federal ICE officers, we generally think of causes that line up with the party and civilian violence that was condoned or played down from either side. And we see one side having causes that are generally associated with political violence much more often. I will demonstrate the trend of the Democrat Party downplaying violence and violent groups for the sake of political prospects at a much higher rate. This will not just be based off of particular types of political violence like political terrorism. Let's put some quotes around that so I remember to do that. And a study, and that one study with a flawed sample size, but all violence for causes both sides represent, and who was more. Let's just end it there. It's clear as day. It's clear as day, and we see that's. Okay. Next, I will also be talking about the projection tactic used by the Democratic Party, constantly saying it's actually the U.S. voter, it's parents at school board meetings, it's Christians, it's the bigoted people angry about 9/11. It's the police doing their job. It's the justice system and systemic racism, while removing bail and allowing criminals to go free. The day they are arrested for tons of crimes most would not shrug off, like armed robbery with an illegal gun. And that's where I'm going to leave it. What's up, Landon? I just prepped my opening real quick. I'll link it again here so you can have your doc, but I think you already have access to this one. Well, Pentuple's fucking shit stream is down. That dude's a train wreck. What a retard. Pentuple and I are beefing. Clip it and ship it, Landon. Pentuple and I are beefing. Nice, thank you. Alright, where's my Horseradish at? I'm gonna check his Discord real quick. I need to get some water. Oh, yep, everyone's there.
I don't even know what that means, but okay. Fuck it, let's do it live.
Hello,
pretty much, yeah. That's what that means.
Am I misspelling podcast? Oh, I am. It's podcast there. That's not good.
Yeah, when you misspelled podcast to poke ass, I think you may have other
different
problems.
kind of strain.
Yeah.
Wow. You look like you're joining us from the secret garden.
So Tyler, did you choose the debate prompt? MLK overrated? Yeah.
That's not me. No, I
Tyler, good to see you.
Substantially necessary.
Tyler, I love your background. It's so beautiful.
Thank you. My wife set it up for me. She's a
I was gonna ask if your wife's. I figured that. Good taste in design.
If
Though.
you have like some like Halloween like fairy wings you could throw on, that would be amazing.
I do.
You could do like a little cherub. Have the
do you have like a do you have a cosplay that you could do?
Take the shirt off, wings on, rosy cheeks. Make it happen.
I agree.
In a month, you get to see up my butthole. Like
Well, someone's losing their debate tonight.
How you not to see that?
How much to hold the
Yeah,
camera?
Just keep your $9.99 if you don't want it. Ain't no one shaming you.
I'll get my credit card out right now.
I could just say if you did cake sitting in a diaper, you would make a killing.
You guys are seriously
Is that
making me
it's
uncomfortable.
a wild compliment, or I'm not sure.
Just saying, just throwing it out there. You got the face for it. You can take shit, man.
I just have to take the compliment.
All right, so I figured out what the problem was. I didn't notice that on my other screen it keeps asking me to confirm that I am me. So I have now told it officially that I'm me, and it seems like it is allowing it.
Set your security question to, would you watch Lethe squat in some fucking banana cream pie? And it's yes is obviously the answer.
Whoa. It went from eating to squatting in?
Yes, that's what cake sitting is.
That's cake sitting. That's cake sitting.
Oh, that's a thing?
Yeah.
Sadly, it is a thing. And Lethe probably would. He probably would be good at it. I guess. Like, I guess I do agree with Tyler. I don't know why, but I do agree.
Horseradish, this is the internet we're talking about. If the question is that a thing? The answer is yes.
Yes,
Like,
yeah,
just
no, you're right.
without exception.
Lemon meringue. Oh my.
The objectification is real.
No. Like,
Can you like make him full screen so we can objectify him a bit more? You know.
Lethe, you knew what this was when you started. Don't give us that shit now.
I keep being told this, but I don't know it to be true.
All right. So before this gets any further in the fucking gutter, yeah.
Are you live right? Are you live right now, Horseradish?
I am indeed, yes, sir. So
okay.
So hello, everybody. Welcome in, and here we are.
Welcome.
To the most raved debates on the internet. So yeah. Again, as always, we have a few people who are running a little bit late, so we're just going to kind of bullshit for a couple of seconds. But we are going to go ahead and get started with the people we have on hand. So Confluence, last time you were here, yeah, you did dip out early. You're welcome to dip out at any time, as everybody here knows. Our regulars know. But if you stick around, the real fun generally happens after the debates. That's when people take their shirts off and start yelling at each other when they get drunk. So, or really, I yell at them.
I should have stayed around. Is there going to be cake sitting at the end? That's what I want.
I was about to say, now that we know that there is the possibility of cream pies, is that right? Am I using that correct?
No, I don't think you are. Lethe didn't sign up for that. I mean, you have to pay a lot more to Lethe for him to do that. You know,
sure he's left a few cream pies in his day, but you know.
Lethe, can you comment?
Given I know for a fact he has a child, fairly certain that's true.
Yeah.
Then there probably has
okay,
been
yeah.
Too. All right. Well, so and just like that, we went from being family friendly to hard R. And when I say hard, boys. All right. So, welcome in, Griffiths.
I want to point out, all I did was say he had a family. So if that's not family friendly, I don't know what is.
Well, no, it was the cream pieing, I believe, that actually I was the one who pushed us over the cliff.
Yeah.
So
you always take it there. Why do you got to do that?
I take full credit for it. So why do I always take it to the cream pies? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, come on. Every time.
Do you really have to?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Because he's not an edgelord.
Better question is, why wouldn't he?
Ooh.
Oh, I like the edgelord joke, right? If I'm understanding that right, you know.
That was indeed
it.
yes. So
Okay, I got that. I picked that up.
all right, so because we're doing this out of order, it unfortunately will confuse a lot of people. Anybody who has already started voting, but for those of you who are just tuning in, we are going to try to get this party started a little quicker since we do have 2 of our judges and 2 of our debaters. Poor Tyler here was supposed to go first because he's got a hard bedtime, but unfortunately his opponent is running a tidbit behind. So
he must retire back to the garden before the hour gets too late.
I need to tend to the owls.
So okay, I gotta ask, did you use that in your wedding? Like, is that what that is, man? Because that's really what it looks like. No, it looks like you guys were like, go ahead.
It looks like his wife likes plants.
The first frost happened last week, so we brought everything in. That's all. We just stacked them out.
It looks like some midsummer festival that you have going on.
Yeah, it really does.
You know,
like some
looks like he rented it out for a wedding this weekend.
Tyler, you're so pagan coded right now. It's crazy.
I'm loving it.
Kids trapped in the closet for sacrifices later.
You have to, just in case.
Yeah. That's exactly what we all
We
expected.
rejoice
Actually.
in the
So,
winter solstice.
all right. So, is anybody, Lethe? Are you going to be streaming? Is anybody else on Twitch streaming?
Fun. We're having a good
I'm
time.
currently streaming.
You are. Well, then I'm going to go ahead and send you that invite for
I
the
have
touching
not.
tips. Oh, did you? How do I let you in? Oh, right. No, that's somebody else. Lethe. It says that.
Let me know
Okay,
if any
hang on.
adjustments in audio are needed.
Notifications.
Turn my mic all the way up. Let's do this too.
Yeah, I don't know how to let you in the door, sir. Yeah, I know,
Ah,
I'm trying
there
to
we
work on it
go.
there, Brooke. Appreciate the good looking out. I'm running
There
late
we
today,
go.
now that I'm working on Saturdays. I only have like a 3-hour window, and I had to go blow some leaves. I put that pause in there intentionally. So yeah.
Did
I
fucking
had to,
driver
like,
updates,
really
and my
rush
shit
it.
always resets back to default.
That's right, exactly. And then for all the fun, I locked myself out of the house, so I had to shimmy my fat ass in through a fucking bathroom window. Wasn't pleased about that. So
Like the
here
Beatles
we
song.
are. What Beatles song
She
involves
came
shimmying
in
your
through
fat ass?
the bathroom window.
Abbey Road.
Oh, okay.
Get hit.
Yeah, no, I guess that
The
lyric.
Beatles, you heard of them?
I'm a bit of a fan. Oh my, those are some
I heard
lovely
there was this
begonias.
one person, Yoko Ono, right?
Yeah, she
Leaning
was
down-
she was
wonderful
the
artist. Leaning
she
down
was the
kinda far.
thumping
Are you
heart
sure you
and
brought him
soul
in
of the
early
band.
enough?
That's what I heard.
I don't know if those flowers were brought in early
Ooh.
enough. They look a little droopy.
Yeah, they did look a little droopy.
No, it's just the plant. Those are nice. Everything's healthy.
Judge. So, now, I also have to tell you, Encom, that Confluence, in full disclosure, was not thrilled because I did kind of fuck him over. I waited a little longer than I maybe should have. I was busy all week and did not let him know about the prompt change in a timely manner. And by that I mean like he found out 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I am
Yeah.
so sorry. Yeah, no. So when he first sent me the prompt in question, I was like, I don't agree with the wording of it, but I agree with the basic spirit of it. And so
Someone
when he gave
disagree
me
with the prompt?
right?
Right?
So
Imagine
when he
that.
gave me, when he told me about the prompt, I was like, okay, I would like to make some changes to it if I can, because I'm like, that way I can defend it more ably if I actually agree with the substance of the prompt. And he was kind enough to oblige me there, but you and I both found out fairly early or fairly late in the game of the prompt change. I was hoping that would I was hoping that the prompt would change. I did not know if that would be the case. So yeah.
Again,
sorry.
for the-
I guess.
Don't worry, we'll
It's
grade
my
it
bad.
on a curve.
Yeah, it's 100% my bad.
Yeah, everyone keep that in mind. Keep it in mind.
Yep. And for those of you who do not know, I was out of town for a full week. That's why I didn't stream it all last week. I was supposed to be doing my debates last week, but instead I was in Vegas. So that said, I'm still trying to play catch up on everything now. Trying to get back into the swing of real world. So yeah. So that said, it was definitely me who dropped the ball. I was like literally at a poker table when I was texting you, Ancom. So, like I said, it slipped my mind and I fucked up.
Speaking of Horse, do you mind checking your audio devices and making sure that you're using the proper mic and everything? Because you sound different.
Do I?
That's what
Maybe
happens.
it's
You
not-
have catch up on
Maybe
everything.
just not super close, or I don't know, something's different.
Nope. So what it is you guys are probably. I'm guessing that my what do you call it? Discord has decided to change its microphone. Yep. There we go. Thank you. Good call.
That's why I make the medium bucks.
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there you
there
go.
we go.
Ah, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, so much
Now we got
better.
the sex.
I'm
now we got the
hard.
Sexy horseradish voice.
All the blood rushed from one head to the other so fast, I got dizzy.
This flower is wilted.
Y'all were getting me through the microphone and the camera. So that was the low guy special. Do you say Logi? How do you spell that, or how do you pronounce that? Logi. We all use the same fucking brand, I'm sure.
Logitech.
You talking about Logitech? Yeah, I've never said just the Logi part of it. I always say the whole word.
On the actual camera, it just says Logi. It didn't even occur to me it was Logitech. So yeah.
Are you using that 822 or whatever it's called? You know.
CN20.
You probably are.
92. I don't know.
Or 922.
Yeah. Not made for its audio, for sure. So.
No, bad audio.
No, it is not Odd Rook. The after party is going to be starting at about 8 o'clock. However, we had a couple of late arrivals, and so I'm just kind of getting everything situated and set up now. So, that said, now that we're actually going to go ahead and get this, I think everything's dialed in. I think everything's working, except Leafy's walking off. But you know what? He's not in this debate. Our first debate is not. Yeah, and you guys aren't even set up in the right placement. This is so goddamn janky, people.
Guffed.
All right. It's okay. Logic like logic. Got it. All right. So, normally the way this would work is there's going to be 9 people, and all the A's are going to be on the top, and all the N's are going to be on the bottom, and the J's and M's are going to be in the middle, and it's all fine. So, people are probably going to trickle in as they see fit, hopefully. Also, you know what? I'll bet you that's the new guy right there. Nope. That's okay. Nope, it was Ancom calling out my wife. She's going to love that. All right, so, as I was saying, we're going to go ahead and get this fucking party started, gents. So, for those of you who are just now tuning in, tonight is debate night. We have a whole slew of 3 1v1 debates tonight, and they're kind of going to be going out of order. So, for those of you who are tuning in from the Discord channel, the voting is going to be out of order. We're going to be doing 2, 1, then 3, I believe. So with that said, I have put the debate vote in the chat. Nope, that's not it. I'm going to do that one more time for everybody, just so that we can get those votes secured. For those of you who do not know, the way that this is going to work is we do not go based on popularity. We go based on persuasion. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a vote at the beginning of the debate, and we're going to have a vote at the end of the debate, and we are going to award the audience participation vote to whichever debater swayed the audience more, which side changed the most. So that's why your votes are very, very important, especially if you voted before. Make sure you vote after. Otherwise, why are you even here? Now, the way that this is going to work, our format, this is going to be a modified Lincoln Douglas format. We're going to do a 3-minute open followed by a 2-minute cross from the negative. Then negative is going to have a 3-minute open followed by a 2-minute cross from the affirmative, which is going to roll straight into a 10 to 15-minute open conversation period, which can go up or down based on the judges and, frankly, my own whimsical decision, based on whether or not I feel like the conversation is productive and moving forward. Following that with a 3-minute close from each side, starting with the affirmative. Then after that, we will go to questions from the judges. If the judges during the course of the debate feel like there are some questions that should have been answered that they want to kind of get some clarification on, or they're still on the fence about where they're going to put their vote, sometimes they will offer us questions. I will actually be the one who reads the question to you, so that way you guys aren't
are made to be
persuaded by the
broken,
reactions
chat.
of the judges. After that, we're going to go to the 2 judges. We have Doomer down there on the bottom, and we have Let's Chief in the top right. Both of them are the most unbiased debate judges I think I've been able to find yet. Yes, Lethy, you're on the top 5, my friend, but the 2 of them really do have a tendency to have a record of voting based on your actual skill and not their opinion on the problem. So that is super. Oh, there's your. Yes, I accept you. I accept you. Nope. Okay, so it's still not working. All right, I'm going to try and send you that invite now, Lethy. Shit, can you... I forgot that we weren't actually fucking streaming together yet. Yuck. So if you would be so kind as to, when you do get in...
Yeah.
Send the invite... Or, I'm sorry, send the vote. There you go. I sent you an invite. For some reason, it wouldn't let me direct click yes to yours. It said no, so... All right, there we go. Cool. And we're in.
Look at Confluence sitting there like a little
and
bitch.
I guess, you know what, now that we're sharing, I will go ahead and just do it myself in case. There we go. All right, so our first prompt of the night, everybody. Once again, this is going to be ANCOM in the top left versus Confluence in the bottom right. Well, at least there's that sort of balance there. And our prompt today is going to be about sex work. Voluntary sex work should be legalized in the U.S. and regulated for health and safety. Now, once again, for those of you just tuning in, you may have missed the fact that I kind of changed the prompt on the two debaters last minute. Originally, it was just sex work should be legalized and regulated in the U.S. But we did want to put a little bit more specificity in it so that we didn't get too far into the weeds. So I'm going to read that one more time. It's written above their heads. Voluntary sex work should be legalized in the U.S. and regulated for health and safety. I don't feel like there's any terms in there that I need to help clarify. So
I bet he's
further
warm.
ado, if everybody is ready, judges, are y'all ready?
Their fire's pretty close and big.
Yeah, I am.
Cool. Debaters, are y'all ready? ANCOM Confluence? I will take that as a yes. So we got 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah,
my
there you
camera
are. I heard
working?
you
I
there.
just-
Yep, we see your beautiful ginger beard, sir.
It's not going on my side, so I was.
That's
Right. Now it's time to criticize
I'm
them.
judging you for that.
That's it. Yeah. Points
All
gone.
right, well, as
bro.
long as
Points
y'all
gone.
can see me, it's. Oh, it's gone. Okay, let me just.
No.
I said your points were gone.
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay.
All
there we go.
right. So, without further ado, let's go. ANCOM, 3 minutes on the clock for your opening. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead when you're ready.
All right. So, I believe that sex work in the United States, voluntary sex work in particular, should be legalized throughout the country. There are a number of countries which already do this in some form or another, varying the legality of it. The prime example I'm looking at is New Zealand, which has decriminalized its sex work industry since 2003. In that time, they have seen significant improvements in the safety and health of their sex workers within the industry. They have seen a massive decrease in STIs and violence against sex workers, and generally seen a better standard of living among sex workers in that country, as well as a reduction in the number of people that are in sex work for coercive or other, otherwise involuntary reasons.
This is an
such as
obvious
poverty,
argument. We knew this was coming. I want to see where Confluence
no matter
goes.
what
That's
you
the interesting
do
one.
with the law about sex work. it's still
ANCOM,
going
like, this
to
is
occur.
straight
There's a
off
reason it's
of
called the oldest
Reddit
profession,
here.
and while it may not strictly speak
Straight out of
to that
Reddit.
definition, it has been around for
A crazy
as long
motherfucker named
as
ANCOM.
exchange for products or services, or as long as sex has been considered a suitable payment for any sort of other product or service, going back as far as you care to go within human history. There, no law banning it will be likely to actually stop it. Most likely, all such laws are going to do is make it more dangerous and harder for people who use sex work to survive to do exactly that, and it's going to end up with greater amounts of violence and disease among the community, rather than simply decriminalizing it and making sure that safety measures are put in place to allow sex workers to have the sort of freedom and protection they need to be able to do that work safely. So I think it's pretty clear from my perspective that legalizing it or decriminalizing it more particularly would be the best way to go in the way that New Zealand has done, and that's my opener.
With plenty of time left on the clock.
All
right, so I'm
cookie
gonna go ahead
cutter
and put 2 minutes
arguments,
on the
and
clock
he
now
should know
for
we're
you.
coming.
Confluence. 2. I'm going to try to put 2 minutes on the clock for you now, Confluence. Why is the 2 not typing? Why am I not able to change the goddamn time?
Believe in yourself. It starts in here. I'm pointing at my heart right now.
You're a fake time lord. We could just bullshit for a minute till it gets down to 2.
Yeah, we could just give you shit for a whole minute about.
Look at this Luddite retard.
This is so annoying.
We could talk about like cake sitting or like what's good if you want. You know.
There we go. No,
We have like 60 seconds.
I fingered it out. Thank you. All right, 2 minutes on the clock.
Legalize cake sitting in the United States.
That's the new debate.
Arguably that is the debate. All right, 2 minutes on the clock for a confluence for you to use as you want for cross-examination. The floor is yours, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So first of all, just to understand your position, you brought up New Zealand, and I don't know if you misspoke or if you because I don't know New Zealand. You said New Zealand decriminalized. That's not the same as legalization. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. So we agree. So we agree on that. So I guess what I would say, if it's decriminalized, do you think that adds kind of the same safety as a country like Germany or the Netherlands that have actually legalized sex work? Like, what is your preference?
I believe it adds
Legalize?
more safety to decriminalize rather than to legalize, because legalize puts certain levels of regulation that tend to be detrimental to sex workers. So we can.
Well, I would agree, but the prompt is about legalization. The prompt is not should sex work be decriminalized. That's an entirely different topic. So I feel like the New Zealand argument.
They're related topics.
They're related, but you just said legalization has like more problems, right? So do you think sex work should be legalized, or do you think it should be decriminalized?
I believe it should be decriminalized, which is a step beyond legalization in my view.
It's definitionally not. It's not. You can decriminalize drugs. It doesn't mean I can go and buy cocaine at a store. It just means that if I'm caught with cocaine, then I don't go to prison. That's very different than like legalization. Legalization is a step beyond that. But okay, but moving beyond that,
that entirely depends how you want to define the terms.
Sure, but okay, I only have 2 minutes. I want to move past that a little bit. Just how do you judge? How does New Zealand judge coercion? I only have like 20 seconds left. But like, what do you have any idea what metric they use to say that they're not going into it because of poverty? Like, how would you possibly judge that? Like, what's the stats on that?
Through various surveys, which they have done multiples of over the years, to determine why. Basically, you ask sex workers, why are you doing sex work? Is it because you're in poverty? Is it because you are being coerced or forced by someone else? Or is it because
do you think people
trying to get some racks?
That's actually time. I was going to let him finish his answer. Oh, God. But yeah, no, that
went so fast. That went so fast.
It does go fast, but it's now 3 minutes on the clock for you to go ahead and do your opening, good sir. So, are you ready for that?
Okay.
I'm trying to get high, baby.
Okay, the Webster's Dictionary defines sex work as degenerate behavior that no sane person would ever want normalized. I agree with that very real dictionary definition. I will expand upon it. My argument will be three-pronged. Prong A, that legalizing sex work makes it more socially acceptable, which leads to bad outcomes. Ooh. B, that countries that fully legalize sex work often see more sex trafficking, not less, which leads to more exploitation. And C, that legalization does not get rid of black market prostitution anyway. Argument the first, legalizing literally anything makes it more socially acceptable. This is almost a truism. And I can't think of a counterexample. I'm going to ask my opponent if he can think of any counterexample. If you decriminalize opioids and other drugs, like they did in British Columbia, it emphatically did not lead to less drug use. Even the off-cited Portugal model didn't reduce drug use. And so, again, I would, that's just an example, but the point of that is that, like, anything that we make legal, it happens more often. Okay, that's just like, I think that's, and if you want to argue against that, I would love to hear it. Now, briefly, the bad outcomes I speak of are less pair bonding, less impetus to actually go and get married, leading to negative marital outcomes and fewer children. In Western countries where we're already screwing ourselves with record-breaking, horrific birth rates far below replacement level. Argument the second, countries that fully legalize sex work often see more sex trafficking. So while it sounds compassionate to sex workers to make it legal, it can actually make the problem much worse. Germany, after legalizing sex work in 2002, saw an increase in sex trafficking, not a decrease. And this was analyzed by the German Institute of Economic Research using 20 years of German data, because this was a long time ago where it became legal. This is because it provides cover to bad actors who want to force women into an industry under the guise of it being legal. We also see this in the Netherlands. Argument the third, legalizing sex work solves very little problems as it doesn't get rid of the black market prostitution anyway. Not everyone will want to submit to be registered as a sex worker, which would have to be done if it's legalized, which is what the prompt is. Again, we're not arguing about decriminalization, we're arguing about legalization. Not everyone will want to be subjected to mandatory STI checks, not everyone will want to pay taxes on their hard-earned cum dollars, etc. In summary, I would like my opponent to explain how legalizing prostitution doesn't increase harm to society by socially normalizing it, which happens with literally every illegal behavior we legalize. We see more of it. I would like him to contend with the data that shows legalizing prostitution leads to a paradoxical effect where sex trafficking actually goes up, and I'd like him to refute the claim that black market prostitution will nevertheless still exist even in a society where sex work is fully legal. The end.
Yeah, I hope you all left 20 seconds on the clock. That's really interesting. So, 2 minutes is on the clock now for you, ANCOM, to control a cross-examination. Go ahead when you're ready.
Does legalization require registration by definition?
Yes, in any country that's legalized prostitution, in any country, it has.
You can argue perhaps.
Find me a country where it hasn't.
Well, I mean, if you look at the countries that follow the Nordic model, where it's legal to sell sex but not to buy sex, sex workers have not been forced to register with the government.
That's not legalizing sex work. With all due respect, that's not legalizing sex work. The Nordic model is about penalizing Johns. It's not about legalizing sex work. Entirely different situation.
And I don't think that is a good way to go about it. But legalization does not necessitate a registration only because, or like just because the two countries that have, by your definition, legalize it have done so does not mean that it's a requirement. And if I said
I'm saying every country that's legalized it has done it.
If I said the U.S. should legalize it, that does not necessarily mean that we should be registering sex workers in that process.
If you're saying
that's me.
So, but if you're saying it's, I mean, this is your cross-examination time. But if you're saying it's legal, right, then like it would have to follow like OSHA protocols. Like it would be a job, right? If you're saying it's like, and how it is in Nevada, we have an example in the U.S. where certain brothels are illegal. They do have to do STI checks. There has to be, they are legal workers. They have to pay taxes. All that stuff happens. So we already have an example in this own country, and you're saying that somehow legalizing it would somehow fundamentally change that.
Do they have to register with the government as sex workers in Nevada?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Okay, fair enough. I will yield the rest of my cross-exam time.
All right, sounds good. Then in that case, we're just going to go ahead and put 10 minutes on the clock, and y'all just roll right on in. Go ahead.
All right, cool.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh shit. Okay, we're both being polite. Okay, I'll go ahead. Okay, so how do you contend with countries that legalize sex work see more sex work? Do you agree that's at least like on its face true? That if you legalize anything, again, the cannabis example, you make something legal, it's obviously going to happen more. Do you think sex work is a positive thing on society or a negative thing?
Neither. I think it's morally neutral.
You think it's neutral, so you don't think there's any like harm? That's an impossible position to defend, in my opinion. Because there's going to be some amount of women, obviously, like you can ask people on a self-reported study. There obviously is some women that will turn to sex work out of like desperation, out of poverty, out of all of the things that presumably we don't want them to do. We don't want people to be desperate. Just as people will turn to Lyft and Uber and DoorDash and all of these other forms of work out of desperation. And you think those things have morally the same consequences, both on the human psyche and on society at large? You think like a woman choosing to drive Uber or Lyft, does that have the same personal consequences in her own life and also the same consequences on society writ large?
Given the rates of violence that we see against female drivers for those sorts of services,
do you think is that comparable at all to the violence that like sex workers see, even in Nevada, right? Like you know, there even if you add all the safety stuff, and to go to the Netherlands, right? Netherlands has had many instances where there's been like I don't know if I can say TOS stuff, but like child prostitution, right? That has been caught, right, where some brothel comes in and they find out like the girl was like 14, 15, and it's like a legal thing, and they're adding that. It's that like that doesn't happen with like Uber and Lyft. That doesn't happen with like any other job. It feels like an impossible position to maintain that that's not causing more harm than Uber.
I would have just said those get regulated eventually too.
Happens in any other industry in the U.S.?
I think it does, but I think it is almost like it's almost on its face, and I think you would agree. Illegal child labor is worse if in a sexual way than in a non-sexual way. I agree they're both bad, but there's like different degrees of bad, right? Like forcing a child into sex trafficking, far worse than like, I don't know, making some like 16-year-old like work at your like, little family shop that you have, right? Whether or not that's allowed or not.
As we saw a few years ago, various meatpacking plants in Arkansas wherein they were exposed to various forms of disease and unsafe working conditions. I'm not saying that
immaterial
that forcing children into sex
objection, Your Honor,
equivalent to
immaterial,
this, but you have
irrelevance,
to accept that, like,
relevancy,
there
Your
are
Honor.
many industries in which illegal child labor occurs and puts them in danger.
I fully accept that.
Yep.
I don't think you would want to commit that the same level of like child labor is at all even remotely morally comparable to like forcing a child into like sex trafficking. Like that's not, if we're talking levels of harm. I know, so then we agree. Yes, you have like a small amount of harm in the industry because you could have child labor. But that's so we agree.
Regular labor is legal in these other industries, and yet illegal child labor happens. So saying illegal child labor happens in the sex industry in a country where it is legalized is not a good point, because you're effectively saying that bad things happen in legalized industries.
No, because I'm not saying
they do. That's not an argument against legalizing them.
It is, because all harm is not equal. So yes, you could bring up industries where like
equal, but the point is,
so if the harm is so severe,
it's legalizing.
I find this is like off.
Okay, if you don't accept that, I mean that's fine. I think
guess
that's
they're
crazy
arguing a
because I think obviously
specific
there's different levels of harm and stuff. But okay, I want to move to a different point if you're willing, because we have limited time and stuff. But like, okay, so do you not think like this is has a deleterious effect on society with marriages, with childbirth, with all that stuff? Like, I'm just trying to get because I haven't talked to you before. Do you not think that's a problem?
No, I think sex work occurs whether or not it's legalized, and while you may be correct in that it may increase the rate of sex work, I don't believe the existence of sex work in a country reduces, successful marriage rates, reduces childbirth rates, reduces any of the things that you are suggesting are good for a country to have in this implication.
Well, I guess that's because, I mean, as you said that you think it's morally neutral, which again, yes. I think is I'm unsure. Actually, yeah, I want to go back to that. How do you think it's morally neutral given all the stuff we talked about? Given if you trust me on the German thing about how sex trafficking has actually increased after they legalized it in 2002, and if you admitted that yes, a certain amount of people, like in the Netherlands, right, and other countries, right, that minors get involved and that sex trafficking happens, then in what sense is it morally neutral? Like, I could see if you're arguing from like a harm reduction point of view, and then like maybe I could grant that, but you're arguing that it's morally neutral. I don't see an argument how it's morally neutral. I feel like I've given many vectors of harm.
Here's the question. You're talking about sex trafficking going up in Germany after they legalized it. What is the comparative rate of sex trafficking in Germany versus other nearby countries that still have sex work as legally prohibited?
Yeah, it hasn't gone up in the same amount.
Okay, so you're saying that the rate of sex trafficking in Germany and the Netherlands is still lower than surrounding countries where sex work is illegal, yes?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite.
That's okay. I think you need to clarify because you said it's not as high.
Okay, I don't know if I misspoke. I don't know if I misspoke, but
how? Okay, then let me re-ask the question. What is the comparative rate of sex trafficking in Germany and the Netherlands as compared to rates of the same in nearby countries such as Belgium, France, Italy, Switzerland, Poland, etc.
Yes, if you compare it to developed countries, it is higher. The countries that have legalized it is higher because it provides an avenue for people to do sex trafficking under the guise of the law. Whereas like otherwise you're like trying to sex traffic people, and that happens in the States, right? But like we can see like it's hard to do because you can't launder women in the same capacity. That's why if you look at a country like Romania or like Thailand, you see a ton of sex trafficking. But if you look at developed nations, there's laws in place, there's people watching out. It's a lot more of a difficult thing to do. So when you make something legal, then all of a sudden it's like you have a legal avenue that you can kind of, and that's how underage people in the Netherlands ended up in legal brothels, right? How do you think that happens? That happens because it's legal. And so you have these people, and if you lie about their age and you get them into the country, then now all of a sudden you have like a bigger problem than you did otherwise.
So then what you're saying is that the regulation should be tighter and the checks should be more frequent, but that is not an argument against the basic concept of legalization. You're saying that the regulations surrounding that legalization should be better.
No, I'm saying it should be fully banned because I don't think, despite you saying it's morally neutral, I think I've given you a bunch of moral vectors where it's bad, and I think you've agreed to a lot of those. And so I want to know what the argument is on why it should be legal. Like what good does that do for society? Like even if you think it's morally neutral, which again I think I've given a lot of reasons why it's not, why do you think it should be legal? Given that it doesn't actually like help anything, it makes people turn to prostitution more often. So like what's the benefit? Like it leads in all those countries like Netherlands and Germany and stuff, there are more prostitutes doing it, right?
I don't think you've demonstrated that the prostitution rate is actually higher in those countries, mainly because in those countries, yes, while sex workers have to register in those countries, they don't have to register in other countries where it's not legalized. In fact, doing so would probably put them in both legal and physical danger to do so. So I don't think you've actually demonstrated that the rates of it are actually
first
higher.
Of all, I quoted a study. I understand that we don't have time to look it up. I understand that.
Yeah.
But do you not just think on its face, just like logically, right? Like in Nevada, obviously you have like you have a legal route for people to do this, right? If we go to the rest of the U.S. where it's illegal, right? If someone is like trying to pay their way through college, are they going to become a prostitute and stand on the corner of a street? They're probably not going to do that, right? There's a lot of safety risks, so that will go down. So that option becomes more available. I think you would agree with that at least, right? And you probably should because you think it's morally neutral. You don't think there's anything bad if some young girl decides at 18 to go prostitute herself. Because you said it's morally neutral.
Morally neutral is not demonstrating that like it happens more under these legalized things. I think that it's likely that it does, but like I say, I.
But you know it does. Can you again? This is what I asked in my opening. Yeah. Can you name anything that has ever been made legal and then the incidence goes down? Anything? Like literally, you could punt to any topic.
Yes, I could. In Portugal, various forms of drug use were made legal, wherein if you were caught, you were not sent to jail. You were sent to a board of doctors who
that's decriminalization.
Would, argue against drug abuse and
yes,
give
and in
resources
Portugal
for detoxing. And we've actually seen rates of illicit drug use go down.
No,
decade in Portugal.
No, we haven't. We've seen, from a harm reduction point of view, we've seen things like overdoses go down. We've seen things like hepatitis B go down. The drug incidence in Portugal has actually gone up. It hasn't gone down. So from a harm reduction point, I agree with you, but you're not arguing from a harm reduction point. You're arguing
wide open.
This stuff should be legalized.
He broke his mic!
Point, because I do think that there are many harms associated with sex work, just as there are many harms associated with many forms of work in any country. But
sure, I asked you for an example where it goes up, and you brought up or where it goes down when something's legalized. And first of all, Portugal didn't legalize drugs; they decriminalized them. So again, That's a thing we keep coming back to. Legalization, not the same. But even in Portugal, incidents of drug use did go up, even though other metrics, which I agree are good, things, again, people dying, people contracting, needle-borne stuff, right, has gone down. But can you think of any example if you legalize something where it does not go up? Because any example, I tried. I was writing these notes. I can't think of anything. If you make something legal, if you made burglary legal, if you make gambling legal, if you make anything legal, in all the places where it happens, it goes up. That's human nature. Humans want to do what they can't do. And so if you make something legal, it's gonna rise. And I don't think you can come up with a single unless you're more creative than me, because I can't come up with a single example.
Well, it's interesting because the example you gave just there, where when humans want to do things that they're not allowed to do. So you will find in a lot of cases that, yes, immediately after legalizing a lot of things, the use rates do spike, but then they come back down. And they plateau, usually, at or near the same level of use.
Can you name a single example where that's happened? Any example where something has been legalized?
Let's check that.
Literally any.
Cannabis in the various states.
Cannabis use in all those states has gone up. Canada, the whole country legalized it. It's gone up. It has not gone down.
Decriminalized.
No, Canada legalized it.
No, Canada decriminalized it.
No, Canada legalized it.
Not really.
You can go to any. There's like 1 million pot shops in Canada. You can just go and buy it. You don't need any license. And I'm saying pot use has gone up. Again, you can look at the stats on this, especially amongst Zoomers, right? Pot use has gone skyrocketed. 50%. It's not showing any signs of stopping. Maybe I agree. There could be some slight rebound, not to the point where it's going below legalization, which is what I'm asking you for. I'm asking you for any example. If you legalize something where the use actually goes down.
He is blowing them out.
I think we both know that just never happens.
Fair enough. I don't have any. I don't have any points where that I can think of where use has gone down. I don't necessarily think in all cases it's gone up. But the point, or my point here, is that just because we might see sex work rise, again, I think it's morally neutral. That voluntary adult sex work is overall morally neutral. All of the other shit that you're associating with legalization, the underage shit, the sex trafficking, I agree with you that those are all bad, and I think that we should be taking steps to end those while protecting sex workers through legalization, or my preference would be decriminalization, but since that was not the prompt, I got to go with what I'm given.
Right. So I just want. I need to point out. This is the one thing that Horseradish already covered. Voluntary was not in the prompt to begin with. So like that, that is a bit of a separate argument. I know, but that I was given like 5 minutes ago. But I just want to point out that I feel like that's taking a lot of stuff off the table, and it's almost in some ways begging the question, because I feel like confluence. If a woman is fully agentic and the guy's fully agentic, then maybe. But that's not the case in reality. Even if it's the case in the prompt, you can't figure out if someone is doing voluntary sex work. Sex work is so tied to people in desperation, people in bad economic positions.
That's true of all forms of work, though.
I know, but with the harm that you agreed happens, then it's not the same as all kinds of work. And if there was equal levels of harm with a woman driving Uber, then I would say we should probably stop that. But there's just not. If you look up the violence sex workers face, even when it's legal, it doesn't matter. The violence, the STD rates, just the harm in general, right? The psychological damage that these women go through after, it's not comparable to any other
rates. I know for a fact STI rates in Germany and Netherlands are down after legalization.
I'm saying a prostitute has a higher STI rate than an Uber driver. That was my point with that.
Okay. I actually gave y'all an extra 5 minutes already. That was great, 15 minutes, but we are going over. So that said, I do have a couple of questions coming in from the judges. I'm going to give you guys those after your closing arguments, because it's possible you guys are going to touch on them in that time. I have an unrelated question because this has happened before, and I'm a fucking idiot. Can somebody remind me? My Discord window, for some reason, I've got it so that the bar to be able to move it around is currently behind my taskbar. How can I make it so that goes full screen or something so that I can move it around? Does anybody know?
Yes, if you hover over the Discord icon on your taskbar and then you see the little preview, you should be able to right-click on that or on the little bar above it, and you get an option to move the window.
Ancom, you're a fucking god, dude. All right, thank you. Now, we're going to go ahead and put it to 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to go back to the affirmative, which would be Ancom. And we're going to go ahead and do our 3-minute closings right now. Ancom, are you ready for that?
Yes.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
So unfortunately tonight has been a confluence of, some mistaken understandings of the prompt, which, they are what they are, and, some disagreements between the prompt in my position, possibly the prompt, almost certainly the prompt, and my opponent's position, and so that has kind of muddied the waters a little bit, which is unfortunate. That said, I do think tonight that though my opponent has brought up some interesting points about the flaws of the legalization implementation in some countries and the fact that they haven't achieved the goals that they sought to, and that the fact that decriminalization seems to have done a better job in achieving these goals in New Zealand, where it has been done. Yes, legalization does have flaws. I won't, I won't discount that. But that's true of any form of legalization for any form of activity, because laws are imperfect. They're written by imperfect humans. Still, I think the point that sex work is morally neutral when it is between consenting adults, that you can't really argue against, because sex work is just another form of work. The fact that it happens to involve certain parts of the body that other forms of work don't include isn't really material here, and I think a lot of people just see that as a morally icky thing rather than looking at it from a more objective point of view. It seems clear to me that when we're talking about legalizing sex work, we're talking about legalizing something that has happened throughout human history, and the goal of it is to try and reduce the amount of harm that's going to occur, while this particular action was always going to occur. Like, the fact that the use might go up, okay, so what? Like, I don't really see a problem with that. So my opponent's argument doesn't make a lot of sense. Yes, he's pointed out that there are imperfections in the legalization process. I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that's an argument against the concept of legalization as a way to reduce the amount of harm that currently exists under the system. It needs revisions, it needs refinements, but overall it is a solid answer to the question. Maybe not the best. Like I said, I prefer decriminalization over legalization, but I think both have their place and, can potentially be, be used to solve the problems that we're looking at today.
All right, and we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Confluence. Same thing, 3 minutes. You don't have to use it all, but go ahead and put a cherry on it for us, sir. You're muted, just so you know. You're still muted in case you didn't know. I know I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, sorry, I was typing. I didn't want. Thank you for not starting my timer. That would have been bad if I just talk for 3 minutes into silence. Okay.
No, sir.
I'm ready.
You're not the first. Go ahead.
Okay. So my 3 arguments. The first one was that legalizing sex work makes it more socially acceptable, which leads to bad outcomes. I don't think. I think my opponent, I think he did a good job, but I think he actually agrees with me that it does lead to more bad outcomes. And my second point is that countries that fully legalize sex work see more sex trafficking. And I want to hit on what he said in his closing, if I'm allowed to do that, I think, right? He said sex work, it happens, no, sorry, wrong note. Sorry, I was typing. So he says the use has gone up in countries that have legalized it. No, that is not what I'm saying. It has gone up, but I'm saying with the German study, sex trafficking has gone up. That's what we see in these countries. When they legalize it, it's not just that use goes up. That is bad, and I think that's the first point, is that it leads to bad outcomes in pair bonding and all that stuff, which wasn't addressed by my opponent. But the actual issue is sex trafficking goes up when it's legalized. Okay, he he's again, I think we're conflating decriminalization with legalization, and he wants to be more on the decriminalized side, which like that's a separate debate, and maybe I would agree with him on that, but that's emphatically just not the debate topic. And he admitted that legalization has a bunch of problems, which, yeah, so, I mean, we agree on that. He thinks sex work is morally neutral between consenting adults. And again, that's the crux. Just because you make sex work legal, you can't make it so that it's between consenting adults. My opponent is acting that all sex workers, if you make it legal, they are all of a sudden magically transformed into agentic beings that aren't possibly coerced in any way, that aren't sex trafficked in any way, that aren't doing it from some fiscal need, that aren't like damaged from childhood and are now doing it. Like none of those things have been addressed at all. And I think that, yes, it's to imply that they're consenting. Sure, if I was to grant that, if they're all consenting, sure, I'm not saying moral yuck, although I also am saying that, but that's not my argument. My argument is that you can't say consenting adult and just assume that they're all going to be consenting. And my last point was that legalization does not get rid of black market prostitution anyway, which again, that point was also not touched on. There will be people, and we've agreed on this when we talked about Nevada, that yes, you do have to register, you do have to do mandatory STI testings. There's a lot of red tape to jump through. There's going to be a certain amount of people that will still do black market prostitution anyway. So we're trying to fix for a problem that we're not actually fixing for. Yes, it's the oldest profession and whatever, but we're not actually legalizing does nothing to actually do anything from any harm reduction point of view. The stats bear this out, and it increases the prevalence of it. And even again, looking at the German study and in the Netherlands, it actually leads to worse outcomes when it comes to sex trafficking and other things. The end.
That is time. So we do still have one question from Judge. If the other judge would like to ask any questions, go ahead and shoot those to me. I'm just going to read this exactly as it is said, and I'm going to give you guys each 1 minute on the clock. Each of you have given specific examples when bringing up the issues of safety. Could each of you please go into some detail about one of the specific examples you found during your research? So as an example, how the rates of violence or crimes have been affected after legalization, or any specific examples of underage people in brothels. What
do you want to start?
I was about to say I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for each of y'all. I'll start with the affirmative here, and ANCOM. Go ahead.
Okay, before you start the clock, can you just read the question one more time for me?
I certainly can. So let me stop the clock and restart.
Sorry.
So, no worries. Please give a detail or go into detail about one of the specific examples you found regarding the issues of safety during your research. So, in other words, examples of how the rates of violence or crimes have been affected by the legalization, or any specific examples of underage people in brothels. Like, there were generalizations thrown around, but there was no actual specific cited cases or anything of that nature. So, again, just looking for any sort of pro or con effect to the safety based on your research. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will, just because it's where most of my research was based, in New Zealand we have seen a decrease in overall violence against sex workers. There have been fewer issues where women in sex work have been assaulted, fewer issues where they have reported rapes. There have been more cases in which the lesser violence has been prosecuted and the people responsible have been held accountable for those actions, as well as lower rates of STIs, lower rates of underage sex trafficking. Unfortunately, there is still an issue in New Zealand where people cannot get visas to do sex work in New Zealand. So, it hasn't completely removed the underground problem there, but it has significantly decreased many of the greatest harms typically associated with sex work.
All right, cool. And now, Confluence, same question to you. Can you give any examples, pro or con, specific examples or any sort of evidence that supports the negative effects to safety that you were referring to? Go ahead.
Sure, and I don't know if this is below the belt, but I just want to say again, New Zealand did not legalize sex work, so I don't know why we're bringing up a country that didn't legalize it. I will bring up one that did, which is Germany, and this is from the German Institute of Economic Research. Again, I mentioned this, it used 20 years, Germany legalized sex work in 2002, and it saw an increase in sex trafficking. That is a specific example of harm. They legalized it. They thought, like my opponent did, that, hey, this is a way to solve it. This is a way to make it safer. We saw sex trafficking go up, and there's a whole study that talks about minors and stuff. I could link it if you want. I mean, I don't have enough time to, but I will send it to anyone who wants to see it. They did a whole deep dive on this. It has not produced positive outcomes. It's resulted in more minors being trafficked, more sex trafficking in general, less agency, and it hasn't done any of the things that the German government thought it would back in 2002.
Okay, fantastic. And for what it's worth, yeah, anytime you want, you can drop it into the Twitch chat, or if you want, you can also drop it into the chat room chat, and we can move it onto the chat for the viewers as well. So, with that said, that brings us to the end of our first debate, everybody. Everybody out there in the audience, please, this vote right here, go ahead and vote for us. And I don't know if you're able to grab that confluence and put it into your own chat, because that would be that's the only downside to you being on YouTube and not over here.
Yeah, sorry. So, where'd you send it?
It's you know what? Actually, here's what I can do. I will put it into the conversation chat for you. Boom, that bottom.
Oh, perfect.
And that way we can go ahead and get that vote in. Now, once again, just so everybody knows, this is going to go based on percentage sway. It's not based on popularity or like who has the most votes. It's about which side had the most persuasive arguments. And so with that said, that was a great debate, gentlemen. I enjoyed the hell out of that. I'm sure everybody out there did. This one's going to be a little bit tough, I think, but I don't know, maybe not. I'm going to go ahead and throw this one to Let's Chief first, if that is all right, Chief. Do you think you're ready to go ahead and judge?
Yeah, unless Doomer wants to go real quick, if he knows.
You know what, Doomer, are you ready?
I'm still kind of mulling it over.
Yeah, no, like I said, this one's kind of a tough one. So I'm going to babble for a
little
few
girl
seconds.
from Ethan,
Yep.
please.
Yeah, I was about to say I can babble for just a few minutes, and I will actually go ahead and weigh in on my own, which is just to say that my position going into this was pretty solid, right? For what it's worth, my significant other did a dissertation on this particular subject, and it was a pretty goddamn persuasive paper. But this debate actually kind of swayed me a little bit, so I'm eager to see some of those details and some of those facts, because what I was hearing didn't line up with my own research. This is a debate.
This dude's
so again,
audience
I'm
and
looking forward
judges
to
are
seeing
also
some examples of
like you don't win with right-wing arguments here.
But one thing
and they
that
pull
I
me
did,
on
that
just to
did
do
stand
right-wing
out to me
arguments. So.
was the legalization versus decriminalization. This is my own personal question to the two of y'all. And this one I'm not even going to bother putting on the clock, but I'm going to throw this to Confluence first. Can you, just for my own edification, give me a quick synopsis of what you believe or how you perceive the difference between the two? Like, I know what I think it is, but I'm curious if you guys both agree the same. Go ahead.
I would. So my opponent brought up the Nordic model. I actually agree with that. I don't think we should be like throwing sex workers in jail. I think that we should be punishing Johns, and I think that is the most effective way to do it. And so that type of decriminalization, I think, is good. And legalization then would be, right, obviously everything is like fine, you know, you're in a brothel, the John is doing everything, he's like not legally responsible, neither is the prostitute. I don't want to see sex workers get punished, because again, I think they're already probably down bad for most of them. I agree there's hypothetical people that just like want to do sex work and stuff and want to work at a brothel, but I think ultimately there's a lot of like harm that is probably going on in your life if you're doing this. And so so I don't want to see them thrown in jail, so that's why I prefer the Nordic model, because I would rather the Johns are probably the ones with the money that are taking advantage, and I feel like it's definitionally, I think, exploitative in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. So that's why I don't want to see them punished.
Fair enough. Ancom, if you could do me a favor, same thing. Can you just kind of explain to me, in your perception or in your view, what is the difference between decriminalization and legalization?
All right, let's get amped up.
So when I'm talking about legalization, and I was using New Zealand as my example there, so in 2003, they fully decriminalized sex work, making it a legal form of employment, And so the research conducted since then, including a 5-year review by their Ministry of Justice, showed that the long-term effects of that were, as I said, better screening.
Argument, I wouldn't have swayed from whatever stats that you had on hand, and then you just have to bridge the gap between decriminalization and legalization, saying like, if we got this effect from one, then we could assume a similar, effect from the other, and that they're not deciding a place that is decriminalized doesn't fully disqualify, what you're bringing to the table there, and just be confident about that. I feel like the word, voluntary was added to the prompt, but really, like, the biggest detractor for ANCOM, it felt like, and the first major punch that hit was that the prompt should have been more about, like, decriminalization than legalization. So I feel like that kind of was the first time where, ANCOM's, knees got a little shaky, underneath them, just not being able to kind of bridge that gap when it wasn't really that big of a deal to begin with. I do feel like he did a good job explaining how Confluence maybe misunderstood the moral neutrality point. Just because, when we're talking about moral neutrality, if you think of an exception to the rule where someone found a way of doing something bad, that doesn't make the entire act not morally neutral. So I think that was just a misunderstanding there and how that was used. Confluence also didn't need to use the 100% magical consent argument, because I feel like he had done solid work up until to that point. Whether or not the data either side used was accurate, Confluence definitely waded through the arguments with kind of the power to remain upright. The second time I saw ANCOM really kind of shaken was when Confluence brought up that legality means that the job would be more likely to be chosen. It seemed like ANCOM didn't really have think about that or have a prepared answer for that. So we just kind of left a little bit reeling there. And overall, I give the victory to Confluence today.
One vote for Confluence. All right, so real quick reminder, audience, I'm going to drop this in here one more time. Please go ahead and secure your votes. They do matter if it comes down to a tie between the judges. So let's see how that happens. Mr. Doomer, you ready to go?
This is good.
Yeah.
All right, lay it on us.
It was close. Like a coin flip. Pretty much came down to right before you guys started answering Horse's questions. So yeah, I thought ANCOM opened really strong, and I think Confluence hit on most of everything that ANCOM brought up in his opening and addressed it really well. And then, I kind of like what Let's Chief said. I thought the little check on decriminalization versus legalization threw ANCOM a little bit. And I do think the whole if voluntary wasn't in the prompt, it could have been a much different debate. But yeah, beyond that, I barely eked it out to ANCOM. Just kind of over the main points that Confluence brought up, I thought were more moral than kind of like objective versus like good and bad. Not that you can really separate those two. But yeah, the overall like question of like, is more of this bad? In like a general sense, I don't really think tracks like on that reasoning. And yeah, outside of that, yeah, I just think the more objective reasoning was in ANCOM's corner.
Have we ever disagreed on a decision before?
No, that's a brand new
one. I think we have one
Actually,
time.
I don't remember it. I'd have to go back to the tapes. But this is interesting.
might be right.
So this means that it comes down to the audience vote. So, with that said, hopefully everybody go ahead and get that last vote secured if you haven't already. We're going to go ahead and go up here. We're going to look at our previous debates. Vote. Let me look. Voluntary sex work should be legalized. All right, so the first one. Show me the results. Looks like it was. Oh, well, this could be interesting. So the original vote was 100% in the affirmative favor. So if literally even one person voted for the negative, it is going to the negative. That was a 100% in favor of the affirmative. Let's go back and look at the second one.
Let's tabulate the delta.
Tabulate the delta. Is that what that's called?
Does that mean all I need is a single vote, or all he needs is a single vote?
No, you. And you got two.
Okay.
Yeah, so 22%. You went up. You got a 22% of the vote there, which means that the audience was persuaded by the negative. The win is going to go to Confluence. Good job, sir. Yeah, I need to get like applause or something like that going.
I will say, if it's 100%, that's almost like impossible to lose the because like there's got to be someone that's changed their mind. So I feel like
yeah.
You know,
So and that's
I feel like that's a
exactly
technical
right.
win, but like
Yeah.
Was
You
there
know
more
what?
votes?
Every win's a win. Well, it was 3 votes more this time. So yeah. So
I will grant that my argumentation was not my best work. So
that's okay.
I thought you did a good. I had a good time. I thought you did a good job. You know.
I enjoyed the hell out of it. But I would also err towards Confluence on the actual presentation. And mostly for me, it was just because of the fact that you had 3 very well-articulated points of contention, which, as you said, ANCOM sort of kind of engaged with 2 of them, but he didn't even touch on that 3rd one. And I feel like you.
What was the 3rd one that I missed? Because I'm sure I meant to
you
say
just
something.
you just missed it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that was the thing was, like I said,
The 3rd
fact
is
that
the
you
black
brought it
market
back-
won't stop?
Yeah, the black market doesn't
Yeah.
it doesn't impact the black market, correct? So, just the fact that he brought that back up in his closing like he did, it was very well executed in my opinion. So,
Let's be
but
real,
yeah.
it has nothing to do with the arguments. Confluence looks like he's about to start a cult, and I'm just ready to join it.
I've always wanted to start a cult, brother. So you could be my first member.
Let's
yeah.
Chiefs down to drink your Kool-Aid, man. All right, so
Easy.
Out
of a wine bottle.
I would love for you to stick around. Say you guys are more than welcome, as always, and I'd love to have y'all. But we're going to go ahead and roll straight into this because I know Mr. Tyler here is on a timeline. And Castle, am I saying, is it Castle or Cassell? How do you say it? You're muted, yeah.
Yeah, you can say Castle. It works.
Castle, very, very cool. All right, so Castle, this is your first time debating with us, but it's super cool that you got in here in the time that you did, so you were able to see sort of the format. It's going to be a 3-minute open, followed by a 2-minute cross-examination. That is your time. Well, it starts with affirmative, then the negative gets 2 minutes. That is their time to do as they see fit, which is to say some people have actually used that just to make their opening longer because they had too much opening. Ideally, it is your opportunity to be able to ask questions and or set yourself up for success for your opening, or poke holes in the argument of their opening. Either way, it's your choice. And again, you do not have to use all of the time for it. After that, then you goes to the 3 minutes opening for the negative, and then followed by a 2-minute cross-examination from the affirmative. Now, that one's going to roll straight into a 10 to 15 minute open conversation. I kind of add the 5 minutes if I feel like the conversation is still going. But if I feel like you guys are just beating a dead horse, there's a whole lot of him and Han, or you guys are just like circling around, then I'm just going to cut it at the 10 minutes. Followed after that by each of you going with a 3-minute closing. Once again, you do not feel obligated to use the whole thing, but if the judges have any questions, they're able to feed me those questions in DMs, which I will then pose to you guys to just kind of clarify or put some finer points on it. As I have said before, we're going to go ahead and give the vote to the audience before and after the debate. I'm going to be honest with you. You guys were supposed to go first. I know you had life, and that's fine. It's no problem. But I was excited about this debate, and primarily because I didn't have to do shit for it. So that said, this is also probably going to be the most controversial of the night. And this is a topic that I have been kind of thinking about putting out there. We have not had this particular debate before, so I'm eager to see how this plays out. Now,
Jet, you hear me farting?
Give me 1 second. I'm going to drop the... Castle, are you streaming by chance?
I am not right now.
You are not. That is fine. Okay. Do you generally stream on Twitch or on YouTube?
On Twitch, if I do.
Okay, very cool. Well, just so you know, in the future, anytime you do this, we tend to share chat just so that way everybody can see, first of all, if the debaters are getting fed prompts fed information by their audience, but also so that we can kind of get a bigger spread of exposure. We can kind of get to talk to audiences and chats that we wouldn't normally be able to. So just so you know, if you decide you want to come back and play with us again, that is always an option. We also don't mind if you're streaming in any channel or anything. Do whatever you do. It's not a competition. So we're all here to help each other. Now, in the chat, everybody, I just dropped a link, and I'm going to go ahead and put it in here. So if Castle's going to stick around, he can give it to his chatters as well. This is the link to the first vote. This is the opening vote, and just so everybody knows, it is free. It costs you absolutely nothing. Just go ahead and quickly go in there and click yes or no, or undecided if that's what you are. And this next prompt, it's a doozy. So...
And if you don't vote, it's a vote for the whatever one you don't like. So
that's so
be bullied.
Yes, be bullied. Be persuaded. Peer pressure counts. So our next prompt, give me a second, is boom. Let's make sure it's not too long-winded. Nope, looks like it's going to fit just fine.
Boom. That's what she said.
That is what she said. The Republican
Go
Party
there
of
and
America
vote
is
yes.
more prone to violence than the Democratic Party.
Vote yes
Now,
for the first poll,
arguing the
and then no for the
affirmative
second.
For this is going to be Castle on the top row. Arguing in the negative is going to be to my that side. Tyler, the average debate enjoyer. So one more time, I'm going to read that again. The prompt is: the Republican Party of America is more prone to violence than the Democratic Party. So everybody go ahead and lock in your votes on this, see where you're standing now. And with that said, is everybody ready to go? Affirmative, that is going to be you, Mr. Castle. Are you ready with your 3-minute opening, sir?
Yeah, just to clarify too, and I know it's not part of the question.
No, go ahead.
It might have just been what Tyler and I discussed before, but in terms of like time frame of this question,
so you guys can establish that. So there's a lot of stuff like that. Welcome in, Dizzle. There's a bunch of stuff like that where I have a tendency in my prompts. Some people think that it's an oversight, but it's not. I intentionally leave some wiggle room for the debaters to be able to define their own terms, right? Or I try to. But what I've found is then we end up getting bogged down in bullshit. So anytime, if I have a more vague prompt, I will do what I can to make clarifying statements. But in this case, what y'all said works for me, and I will actually tell the audience. We are specifically, for the purposes of this debate, referring to both of the American political parties, or the main political parties, since 2000, since the year 2000. So this is only within the last 25 years that we are going to be discussing that the Republican Party of America is more prone to violence than the Democratic Party. Does that work? And both debaters agree with that term, right? All right, fantastic. Well, then in that case, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Mr. Castle. Are you ready for your opening?
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, ready when you are.
Everybody secure those votes. I'll start the clock when you start talking.
Awesome. Well, thanks for inviting me to this, and also thanks, Tyler. I know I owe you this debate too, so excited to get into it. But I'm Castle. I'm going to argue for the affirmative of why the Republican Party has seen a rise in violence since the year 2000 more than the Democratic Party. And when you look from the year 2000 to today, the U.S. has witnessed a measurable rise in domestic political violence, intimidation, extremism. And when we assess the political violence we're seeing, and when I talk about political violence, I mean violence or threats used to influence elections or public policy or any type of government authority, a clear pattern emerges. And the modern Republican Party and its rhetoric, I believe, it's aligned movements that have been more closely associated with this kind of violence than the Democratic Party. And this debate is not about labeling individual voters or claiming that Republicans are inherently violent. It's about analyzing which party in the last 25 years has been more prone to creating, normalizing, or benefiting from environments in which political violence becomes more likely. And on that measure, the evidence overwhelmingly supports the affirmative. And I mention that specifically because I know my opponent will bring up groups like Antifa or BLM. And again, I want to label that this is about the parties themselves, Republican versus Democratic Party. And I think that's important for the topic at hand. So point number one, patterns in political violence since 2000 is important to kind of brand ourselves in this time frame. And the most serious and deadly acts of extremist violence in the U.S. has come disproportionately from actors aligned with the right-wing ideology, not left-wing or democratic movements. And when we list the most infamous and politically motivated attacks, you can talk about the Charleston Church Massacre, Tree of Life, synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, El Paso, Walmart shooting targeting Hispanic Americans, and the Buffalo supermarket attack against Black Americans. They share common traits, which is white supremacy, anti-immigration sentiments, or anti-government narratives that align with far-right ideological ecosystems, not within the Democratic Party. These attackers weren't quoting Democratic platforms, they were echoing replacement theories, invasion rhetoric that we have seen from top officials in the Republican Party, especially the President of the United States, and anti-government paranoia that mostly circulate primarily in Republican-aligned media spheres. And this is not an anecdote, it's a clear pattern that we're seeing. As for my second point, January 6th as a unique event in U.S. history, there's only been one time in American history that a violent mob has attempted to overturn a certified presidential election by force, and that event was January 6th on the U.S. Capitol, which was carried out explicitly in support of the Republican candidate and justified through claims of Republican officials and media that was supporting this claim that the president had espoused. There's no Democratic equivalent that I can think of in history or had seen throughout history, and no Democratic-aligned mob has ever stormed Congress to stop a peaceful transfer of power. If being prone to violence means being closer to the possibility of force entering our democratic process, this point alone makes my case. And lastly, legislation and political culture that heightens violence and risk Republican. All right, cool.
I'm sorry. I tried to let you finish your sentence whenever you went over, but yeah.
End, but yeah,
nope, you're good. You're good. All right, 2 minutes is on the clock for you there, Tyler. Are you ready for your cross-examination time, sir?
All right, I got two questions for you. So when you're talking about the parties, you're defining this as normalizing, benefiting from, condoning these actions that correlate, but then you turn around and invalidate Antifa and the Black Lives Matter message when we see the Democratic Party was pandering to them. They were repeating their messages, they were bailing out protesters, they were downplaying, they called the Summer of Love a 6-week insurrection that took over city property and turned it into an autonomous zone, backing their rhetoric, and repeating their diagnosis of a cure, which is systemic racism and defunding the police. I just wonder how you can decouple those two things.
Well, when we're talking about Black Lives Matter, for example, one of my points that in my intro that you mentioned too is how we're determining the prompt is between political parties, right? Black Lives Matter isn't a political party, and that's basically my point here, is that you could assume or associate BLM with the people who were part of those protests, people who may have even thrown Molotov cocktail or burned down whatever building as being on the left, but there's no way that you can make the claim that the Democratic Party was in support of any of that type of violence and rhetoric. Now,
Yeah, and support, they were downplaying it, benefiting from it. I'm just wondering, because I only got so much time here, so reclaiming my time. But my question is then how the January 6thers aren't a political party. They were a very small percentage of Trump's movement. They just like Trump repeating the rhetoric that they use as a go-ahead with the same thing that these other organizations were doing. They were mirroring the same exact rhetoric as Black Lives Matter and Antifa, and actually putting into policy action as well. So why is one invalid and the other one's the crux of your argument?
So I agree with you that a large majority of Republicans are not who I'm talking about, and I think I mentioned that too. And I'm not talking about them, but if you mention a small amount of Trump voters, I think it still fits the case, because January 6th was very unique in that you could argue, and I will argue this, that Trump had led them specifically to endanger the Capitol Police and the Capitol and the inhabitants of the Capitol themselves that day. This wasn't something that they had even done themselves. This was a president of the United States calling for them to attend a speech at the Capitol in which he encouraged them to take their country back. Now, I know there are a lot of different ways you can interpret that, but I think it's pretty unique that the President of the United States was there and encouraged them to take their country back, whatever that means. So I think that's where the difference lies.
Okay, good. Just so you know, I let you finish your question there, or finish your answer there. That was a really long sentence with no punctuation. Well done. All right, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Tyler. Are you ready to go, sir? Go ahead.
All right, tonight we're going to talk about political violence in the party. I think this is kind of a two-pronged thing. First, I want to talk about political violence generally, and we pretty much agree somewhat on the terms. I just think we disagree on how they're being applied. And second, I want to talk about the tactics being used to make them even seem close. It is downplay violence from some of the most violent groups in our country that have done some of the most violent things, and always blame X, which is Christians, which is people that don't like Islamophobia after 9/11, or Islamophobes after 9/11, or the police. It's the police and the systemic systems that's actually the reason why certain demographics are more prone to violent crime. The Democratic Party has been doing this for 25 years, and I'm going to go through each one of these examples. At the end of the day, like, we're at a more extreme version of it where everyone's called fascist, traitor, things of that nature are being thrown around, but there is a history of this, and it started with, again, Islamophobia. After 9/11, we saw if you didn't want a mosque in New York City right next to where there was an Islamic terror attack, you were actually engaging in Islamophobia, and you're the real problem. The real problem is we need to lie. The Obama administration went through all these different instances, like the Pulse nightclub, San Bernardino, where they lied about radical extremism, and that was the only good thing they actually got out of Benghazi as well, were them lying about Islamic extremism to protect Islam or Muslims in the United States, because it's really the U.S. that's bigoted, that needs to be lied to in order to get them to not be violent. It's always displacing it to the most peaceful people in the country. I think that at the end of the day here, we're going to kind of get down to the brass tacks on that, because again, we pretty much agree on what political terrorism or political violence is. The parties themselves aren't going out and doing violence. You don't see Republicans and Democrats out there committing violence, save a handful of Democrats that have been arrested for committing violent acts against ICE. Besides that, though, you don't see a lot of them going out there. What we see is groups that parrot the same messages, that move for the same causes, like, again, Black Lives Matter wanting to defund the police. That's directly correlated to the Democratic Party then moving to defund the police in something like 60 different cities. We can see the correlation there. So if you're going to use the January 6th protesters believing Trump's rhetoric on this, I don't know how you can decouple that from Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and these things being played down by the Democratic Party, who say, at the end of the day, they don't endorse violence. Trump says in January 6th, be peaceful, I don't endorse violence, etc. That doesn't necessarily mean much if you're actually benefiting off of it like we agree to. So I'm going to go through a lot of examples here, but what we see here is it's always somebody else. It's the U.S. voter, it's the school boards, it's the Christians, it's the bigoted people angry about 9/11, it's the police doing their job, it's the criminal justice system. But at the same time, these people are ignoring criminals. If you look at a lot of state policy down the line, they are decriminalizing things, letting people out same day with no bail for doing armed robbery. That's something that would destroy somebody's life. And I don't know, at the end of the day, it's just kind of being covered up, ignored, and blamed on other root causes. So
that's time. All right. You brought it home right at the wire. 2 minutes is on the clock for you, Mr. Castle. Go ahead and use any or all of that to poke holes or question as you see fit.
Sure. So I think when you mentioned some of the policies that Democrats have used from these protests, for example, BLM, I know had an effect of some Democratic cities and policymakers talk about defunding the police. Whether or not that happened the way that a lot on the right had said it would is another argument. But do you think that those policies were actually violence on people that the Democratic Party enacted, or were they stupid? Because I would argue, like, I'm not somebody who's for defunding the police, but I don't think that would be enacting violence or type of violent behavior.
Well, the argument was that the systemic racism in our society is causing police to focus non-white people more often, and the only way to solve this is to get rid of, abolish, or defund the police and bring in other government workers that are trained in more social sciences and social studies. They were anti-police movements saying that the police were the problem causing escalation. They weren't de-escalating, they were actually causing more violence because they wanted to target these communities. So, vaguely yes, but once you actually start to get into the epistemology behind defund the police, absolutely not.
I guess to follow up on that too is like the way that Democratic lawmakers in these cities had approached that was actually kind of pushing back against that, because I think you could argue a lot of people who believed in defunding the police, literally taking the police budget away, was kind of counteracted by a lot of Democrats saying, well, we can maybe put police budget towards kind of like social welfare or checking up on the mentally ill, but we're not going to literally take money away from the police. At least in the larger police departments like LA or New York City, I know that the police budgets are billions of dollars. They've only increased since then. So wouldn't that prove that the Democratic Party kind of pushed back on saying, we hear you, but we're not going to defund the police. Maybe we can spend resources towards other places.
Yeah, I could address that even though we're out of time here real quickly. So they did. Most of the LA...
The 10 minutes.
Okay, that's
Go ahead
fine.
and answer it in the regular time. Yep.
LA and New York did defund the police, as well as I think 33 other cities did as well. And then they, about a year and a half later, after crime spiked, which it did, the largest year-over-year crime spike was after what's called the George Floyd effect, where we saw these defunding in particular cities. They raised their budget back and tried to rehire a lot of these police officers, and they've been understaffed since. On top of that, we see that because they're understaffed, arrest rates are going down because police just can't get to everything. So people are saying that there's actually less violent crime, but when we compare it to victimization data, we're seeing that because there's less police, there's more victims that just aren't even reporting crime, or are reporting crime without any recourse to it. So the defund the police movement actually made the most victimized people even larger victims.
Are you saying, Horseradish, let me know, like, is this time part of just regular discussion now?
Yeah.
It's
We're
an
back
open
and forth.
discussion time. Yeah, go at it.
Okay, cool. So in terms of the budgets themselves, I don't know, and I could be wrong on this, but when you talk about actually defunding the police and taking budget away, are you talking about 2020, 2021? Because I know because COVID, a lot of budgets were just naturally decreased because of the decrease in funds that were coming into the city at that point. But even if your argument is that they still decrease, you just mentioned they increased a year later. So if the argument is that, well, a police budget went down for a year and then increased the next year, I think it's clear that the Democrats increased police budgeting after that. So
after an election. Yeah, you're right. After they got crushed in an election on it, and Joe Biden was the first president in over 100 years that didn't win the Senate with his presidency, Democrats were coming out saying in purple districts that the defund movement hurt them. They hurt them bad in elections. Some lost because of it. 33 cities, major cities, defunded the police in 5 different states.
I think the rhetoric definitely hurt them, but to my point, Democrats federally got crushed on a statewide level or citywide level. New York and LA still re-elected Democrats to their city, so I don't think it was like, we're seeing Republicans become elected. But again, I think to get back to the point of the prompt, about which party is beginning violence, I still don't see how Democrats are responsible for BLM, even after we've seen now record level city police budgets now in 2025 for major cities in America, and that hasn't done anything but help limit violence, and you've seen crime in these cities go down. So I think if your argument is that it's hurt people, this rhetoric from BLM, the Democratic Party has shown that, hey, we don't really care what you think. We're going to increase city budgets, and we're going to keep working on decreasing crime in these cities.
Well, that was because of future activism and elections didn't show up. The fact that when these movements were in their full swing, they substantially swayed the Democratic Party's platform to their favor. The Democratic Party was pushing everything that was being demanded by them. It's a much closer tie than trying to say some Aryan Brotherhood prison gang is the fault of the GOP, which is what that most of the data tries to do. It takes Aryans that were involved in drug murders with other Aryans and tries to say that is a form of political violence that should be blamed on the right wing, when it has nothing to do with right-wing politics besides what their personal politics were. It was a drug deal gone wrong. I think there was multiple instances of 4 or 5 of instances of that in that study being used to say the right wing is more violent. So if we're going to say that Black Lives Matter can't be attached to the Democratic Party, even though they're prescriptions of how to handle these issues that they agreed were both problems, lines up perfectly, that I don't know how we can associate somebody like the shooter in Buffalo with the right wing, because that's significantly further off from what Donald Trump is proposing and what the Republicans have been proposing.
Well, I think that when you look back at Aryan Brotherhood, white nationalist sentiment, that definitely goes back further than Trump. But to my point about Republicans using this type of rhetoric, when you look at the victims of these crimes, especially in Buffalo, where a majority of these people, or the supermarket that I mentioned, where a majority of them were either Hispanic or Black, I think it's pretty clear that a lot of the rhetoric that is coming from anti-immigration sentiment is helping confirm to these folks that something has to be done. I mean, for the shooting in Pittsburgh with the Tree of Life, I think anti-Semitism has been on the rise on the right as well. I know that people on the left have been accused of this, but I think when the party in power, the president specifically, when that attack happened, and then we're seeing that emerge again while he's in power, and I can't think of any anti-Semitic shooting that happened under Biden, I think it's kind of evident that there's something that isn't being done at the top level that should be, to tamper down on this type of rhetoric and violence that's going on. So I think that when you talk about white supremacy and Aryan Brotherhood, yes, these have existed before, but I think the amount of attacks that are happening and the patterns that we're seeing since the year 2000 becomes more than just a, what's the word here? Not conspiracy, but just a kind of one of those things where it's not, just a coincidence. That's the word. Just a coincidence.
I would say,
something that we're seeing.
For how rare that these mass shootings are, Mother Jones' database goes back to the 1970s and doesn't even have 200 mass shootings. So for how rare these are, to correlate them with, there's 1 or 2 more when this president's in office, seems like you're really grasping at straws there for this really scant data to make generalizations that aren't there. Like, using that same data, I could say, well, transgender people are 4 times more likely to commit a mass shooting. So, it's such scant data. You're looking at 170 examples over almost 60 years. Like, the average doesn't really, it skews maybe 1 or 2 in the direction, but I don't think you can blame that on the Trump administration being in office for 9 months, especially when one of Trump's few polling positives is crime, what he's doing with crime in cities, cracking down on it, putting the National Guard in. That's one of the few things he's over water with right now in polling, is his handling of crime and cracking down.
Well, I think to get back to kind of the back and forth between the events that happened, and I think that's one of the points I wanted to bring up was, you can go back between, a Democrat did this crime, a Republican did this, or Republican adjacent person. So let me bring it back to the actual legislature, the people in power in the Republican Party. The Republican-controlled legislature have championed policies that expand and broaden certain gun laws, stand-your-ground laws, firearms that allowed at polling places, demonstrations, even protecting drivers who strike protesters. And these aren't laws that explicitly call for violence, but they are there to reduce safeguards and increase our intimidation. Wouldn't you agree that having a law that says, if you strike a person with your car at a protest, that they're more likely to see people taking advantage of that or exploiting these loopholes or bringing a gun to a polling place. Like, why would you need a gun at a polling place? I don't know.
If you're saying that there's an epidemic of people skirting around gun laws so they can kill people, I think that's such a minuscule, microscopic point. I don't even know if I should address it. But we do have only 2 minutes left in Cross, and I got a few things I want to get to. So going back to... again, the Obama administration, what we saw was them lying about several instances of radical Islamic terror, from Benghazi to the Pulse nightclub shooter, who wasn't even targeting a gay club. It was his second choice. He was trying to get into Disney World, and they tried to make it seem like he had a Grindr account, and then San Bernardino. All these things were talked down. The Democratic Party, when Ilhan Omar was saying all these things about the Jews, they couldn't even get a censure vote on if being anti-Semitic was bad without also including Islamophobia. It's always the constant playdown. When we look at actual deaths from terrorism, we see 87% come from Islamic radical terror. If you're worried about dying from terror, that's the thing you should be worried about because of just one event in 2021. But we have one party constantly saying, no, that's not them, it's actually you, the bigoted U.S. citizen. We also have these same instances with, like, Mike Brown. Mike Brown, hands up, don't shoot, completely fabricated narrative. The Obama administration did 2 different investigations and found the police officer was cleared. Democratic Party still repeats Mike Brown as an example of police injustice. At this point, they are just repeating the narratives of Black Lives Matter and blaming the system, blaming the police who did nothing wrong in that instance, in most instances, blaming systemic racism. At the end of the day, it's always deflect, and then we find out that the person was actually being violent, like Mike Brown, who charged a police officer and tried to grab his gun.
Well, I think both parties are very much should be ashamed for what they do when events happen. I see it all the time now, where it's like a shooting happens and everybody's like, "Oh, I hope it's a Republican," or "Oh, I hope it's a liberal," or whatever, just so they can win points. I think that's disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely.
When anybody does that, but I don't know how you can make the argument that is Democrats either downplaying or saying that the Pulse nightclub shooting, like downplaying that violence means that they're more violent. I think that you could say that they're naive, but I think that Republicans as a party are more explicitly making lives and laws easier for people to commit violence. Like I just mentioned, from a legislation standpoint, I'm not talking about individuals. The party itself is making it easier for you to shoot someone and say, "Oh, it's self-defense. I just struck that protester because I was fearing for my life." And, that's for the court to decide. But I think just making those laws even easier, because the right sees that more people on the left are protesting in the streets and taking action publicly, and they're giving credence to people who disagree with them to attack them, essentially. And I think that's more a gross negligence than somebody saying on the Democratic Party saying, like, well, the Pulse nightclub shooting was bad, but we shouldn't judge, all Muslim people or whatever. That's another argument, but I don't think it means that the Republican Party is less violent.
Well, you're saying that the Republican Party is more violent because we made hitting somebody with your car a use of lethal force that could be met with lethal force in self-defense in a particular situation. I think that argument's really weak, personally, especially when, again, we have all these instances on the world stage of the most violent groups in our country. I gave you the political terror numbers for murders and homicides, and that group is being covered up by the Democratic Party. The Republicans, when they have violence on their side, always denounce it. It's always denounced by the Proud Boys are denounced. Trump was asked about that on the stage. Now, he didn't personally denounce it because he's an idiot, but the entire party did. They were not behind. They didn't even endorse Trump when he ran for president in 2016. He won that without the Republican endorsement. So the party itself has generally been always against violence on their side, but there's all sorts of violence that gets played down, mostly peaceful protests. When you have the most destructive riots in U.S. history for almost a year, mostly peaceful protests were how they were described by the entire party, then we have one riot from the other side, and it's still being used as the main example of right-wing violence years later. You could easily see, if you're looking at instances of violence, millions of people, hundreds of thousands at least, participating nationwide for months, destroying hundreds of buildings in cities. Minnesota had damage to 700 buildings, including federal property. Federal property is being destroyed in Portland, in California, all sorts of places, and nobody cared. It was always played down because that got them votes. They got them votes to say, we're on your side, we're defending you at every instance, we're going to say this is just peaceful protest. protesting. What you're even describing is doing that. You're saying if somebody hits you with your car, you're allowed to use deadly force back to them. And these are just protesters, and protesters are going to be in harm's way. Don't hit somebody with your car, because then you're not a protester anymore. You're a violent attacker.
Yeah, so to that point, Tyler, I think that when you talk about BLM burning down buildings, a lot of people think that nobody went to jail or
no.
for that. They absolutely were, and there were people to this day who are still in jail for, I think they were not in Minnesota, but in either New York City or some city. I remember there were two lawyers who threw a Molotov cocktail at a cop car, and they went to jail for that. Nobody is saying that the Democratic Party is asking for them to be released, whereas January 6th people are being pardoned every other week from the Trump administration for their crime of going to the Capitol and trying to overturn an election. And I think that just goes to show you that the Republican Party and their priorities are so misaligned and are okay with people committing violence. There's no Democrat in the Democratic Party, whether it's a leader of the Democrats or anybody in the party, asking today for somebody who committed a crime in Minnesota during these riots and Black Lives Matter riots to be released from prison. And I think that's a clear example of the parties being in two totally different directions when it comes to crime.
I don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole, but you're mischaracterizing that. Trump said most of these people got punished, and because of the terrorist upcharges to all their charges, he disagreed with the enhanced charges. A lot of these people were locked up for trespassing plus enhanced charges. Those are the majority of the people. He absolutely shouldn't have pardoned the handful of violent people, but it was only a handful. I think it was like 150 people out of the 1,000 that went in, potentially 2,000 that went in, were violent. And Kash Patel flat out said that was a dumb move. Most Republicans disagree with it.
There were people that Trump also pardoned and released that went on to recommit crimes too, and have ended up back in jail or have I think one of them even committed suicide by cop or something of that fact. But I think that also goes to show you that a lot of the people, or at least some of these people that he's releasing, should not have been released based on their own recognizance, whether or not he thought January 6th was justified. So Donald Trump's the leader of the party. He has to take responsibility. I think it's evident, even if you say Kash Patel disagreed with it, well, he didn't really have much say in that at the end of the day. So I think Trump being the leader of the Republicans and him showing that type of leadership goes to show that he's okay with you committing some type of treason against the U.S. as long as it's on the Republican side.
Again, I think labeling it as treason is a little wild. But at the end of the day, Joe Biden was also letting tons of people out. You're framing all the January 6th criminals as violent, and that was only like 150 people.
All right, we're going to go ahead and call it there. So once again, I was enjoying that. I gave you guys the extra 5 minutes. But it has come to a close. Judges, if you guys have any questions or any clarifying probes, go ahead and send them my way. But until I get those from you, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. It's time for our closing arguments. Castle, are you ready to go ahead and put a cherry on it?
Sure, I don't have too much, but I'll go ahead whenever you're ready.
Go as long as you can. I'll start it whenever you talk.
Cool. So when we look at the period from 2000 to today, I think the attacks and rhetoric and attempted overturning of an election, the alignment of an armed extremist group and legislative environment show that the Republican Party has been more prone to political violence than the Democratic Party. And this is not about demonizing individuals. I think it's more about recognizing those patterns that matter for democratic stability, and those patterns support the affirmative. I think some of the examples that Tyler brought up when we were talking about denouncing certain folks or acts or people who are involved in protests or mobs, that's something that the Democratic Party could have done a better job at the time. But I think that we've seen since then they aren't still looking back at those instances as a positive for the American public and for the people. I think that we've seen that one party still focuses back on instances of violence, especially when we talk about January 6th in a more positive tone, and the Democrats have not taken that stance today and have denounced the defund the police rhetoric. We've seen that in New York City, even with Mamdani saying that he disavows that and we're not going to defund the police. So the Democratic Party, you could argue, has maybe downplayed certain events in the past, but they've certainly acted on it in the future. to fund these initiatives and to look back at them with disgust. And the Republican Party has done the opposite, where they look back at an event like January 6th and said, you know what, we can pardon these folks. They did what they thought was right for the Republicans, and so that's okay. And I think that's a clear difference between the two. That's important.
Good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put the 3 minutes back on there for you, Tyler. You ready for your closing, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead and start it up.
All right. Again, I always enjoy hanging out with Castle. We have a good time. He's in my Discord, so we've been talking about this for a while, trying to get this going. It's a little overdue, but all right. So a lot of his points go back to 2014, and what we see global or nationwide is a tit for tat. We see Antifa and Proud Boys, adjacent groups for both showing up and clashing with each other, and there's violence every time and blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't go back even further. Going back further, we see the most murderous group of people in the country. We have one political party lying on their behalf to pander for their votes and for their funding. Like, obviously they gain something out of it. They're pandering to this group. They're saying, we're going to protect you, we're going to protect this protected class, and we're going to rally against the status quo. It's all a political play. They're gaining things out of it. The same thing, fast forward into crime. We can fast forward into other instances as well to get the votes of this group that votes majority Democrat to keep them happy. You can't blame the group. You have to find something else to blame. So they blame the system. They blame everything else. They blame people that prop up the system. They blame the police, most of which are just doing their job. Since we've gotten body cams, a lot of claims of police malfeasance have been dispelled by the fact that we have those body cams to show more often than not it's the person in the car that's being pulled over lying and not the police officer. So I would say if we go and look at the radicals on the right, the Proud Boys, what policy of the Proud Boys changed in the Republican platform? What times have you seen the Proud Boys leaders meeting with and endorsing and campaigning with the GOP? It doesn't happen. They're not coordinated at all. This is a group that just supports them. Whereas you could see that with Black Lives Matter, showing up to events, getting people out to vote for one party, endorsing them, donating to them, campaigning with it. It's clear as day that they're linked, and that was invalidated. If you bring this in, just the riots that resulted from the Black Lives Matter protests are more political violence than the right wing has committed in 20 years. Just that one event. Oh shit. Just that one event. So at the end of the day, it's a lot about just cherry picking out. We're going to cherry pick out this type of violence and say this is okay and this isn't, and that's how we can get these unbalanced scales. But it really is clear. It's not even close. One side is excusing violence for large swaths of the most violent demographics and blaming the least violent demographics in the interim. So for people to think this is even close, it shows me the propaganda worked, and I really feel like it needed to be addressed. It's been a tactic going on my whole life. I was for it under Obama because I was a big Obama guy. So just again, I don't see any instances of right-wing violence even altogether combined even coming close to the damage done after George Floyd died. Like, that alone tells me hundreds of thousands of people committing billions of dollars in property violence for their political cause, a cause that was directly linked to the Democrats. There's just no getting around it. You could just label it something else and pretend it didn't happen.
All right. So, good stuff. Brought it all the way to the end. It looks like we do not have anything from the judges, so we do not have any clarifying questions or any further clarifications. So instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give them a couple of seconds once again to sort of collect their thoughts and feel, decide where they land. I just have a couple of things that I'm going to go ahead and put out there, and they shouldn't actually sway the judges at all. But I couldn't help but notice how the term violence didn't seem to get used nearly as much as I expected in this debate. I also thought it was really interesting how one of you, the two of you, was saying something about going back 60 years or more, when I thought that y'all had agreed to to keep it within the last 25 years. So that just stuck out as kind of an interesting thing for you to make references to older than 25 years.
Did I goof?
But beyond that, I actually. It
might have been me. I didn't do it intentionally. I was just in the heat of the moment.
I don't. Again, like I said, it was just something that stood out on me. Whenever you said it, I was like, but yeah. That said, welcome in Beach. So that said, I'm gonna go ahead and go over to Doomer this time first, since Chief took one for the team last time. Do you feel like you're ready to weigh judgment, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, lay it on us.
So again, this
by
one.
the
was
way, audience,
really
I'm
close.
sorry, real quick, audience, I'm sorry to interrupt. There's your vote. Please, everybody out there, vote. I'm going to go ahead and put that into the chat here in the room as well. I forgot I had it ready, but I didn't actually drop it, so that we can put it into everybody else who's streaming on YouTube. Go ahead and click on that, vote. It's free, and it helps if the judges disagree. So, as you were, Doomer, sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
Vote
this
no.
one was really close.
Vote
too.
no.
First off, kudos to Cassell. Is it Cassell or Castle?
Yeah, Castle works. I'm not.
Kudos.
Don't tell us what
kudos
works.
to
Tell us
Castle.
what your name is.
Yeah, right.
Who are you? Kudos to Castle for showing up for the first time and being like an absolute ringer. Like, fuck.
Absolute.
Came out throwing swings, putting out the specific examples, which Tyler does address, and kind of, I might have missed when he brought up Pulse, but I think Tyler brought up Pulse and then kind of dispelled it on his own. Felt like a slight red herring, but outside of that, Tyler, kudos to you for literally like gunning down each and every one of the points in opening on your first questioning, with two simple questions. Yeah, with two simple questions too. I think the prompt was a little bit lost because I think what was more debated was like which party's legislation leads to like more crime, which would have even been more close, like the winner in my eyes, if that was the prompt, because the prompt was more, what I think was the intent was like more which political party was more prone to violence in general, like on a party basis. I thought it was kind of hinted when you guys brought up the time limit from like 2000, thinking of like the Brooks Brothers riot or something like that, which I felt was kind of missed if that was going to be brought up. Outside of that, I think Castle in the opening brought up January 6th and it wasn't touched on until the end, which I thought was like the biggest like gaping wound in Tyler's like defense. I think if you had more time to kind of spell that off, I think it could have went more in your favor. I barely gave it to Castle on this one. I will note I gave Tyler 2 bonus points for no ad homs in this debate. But yeah, outside of that, I think if the prompt was more just based off of like what the legislation would have led to, like more violence, more crime, whatnot, definitely probably would have eked out more for Tyler. Outside of that, just more party basis. I think January 6th alone was just kind of brought up and not really addressed adequately enough to give him the win on that.
All right, so from Doomer, it looks like Castle gets the Doomer vote. All right, and Chief, are you also ready, sir?
Yeah, mine's going to be pretty quick and pithy.
All right. Audience, make sure you're voting. Vote, vote, vote. It's free, and it matters. Go ahead, Chief.
I feel like Tyler is really quick on his feet and a creative debater. I have to give you props for being a creative debater. I feel like you're gonna find something to say, even if it doesn't always like necessarily like sway me in the end. I feel like there's always something in your bag of tricks that you could throw out some pocket sand and make something happen. Totally agree. Castle came out really swinging, laid out some good arguments. I feel like, again, yeah, you could have went harder on January 6th, obviously. And when, Tyler will say things like the right always denounces their side. Don't let him get away with shit like that. You know it's not true. So definitely focus in so you could call out those moments when they happen. I think another interesting thing you could have harped on was that maybe like what he said about Pulse nightclub is, he was saying that the Democrats were lying and trying to hide it, but maybe they were just, that was just what the initial reporting was. So, the initial reporting isn't necessarily downplaying or hiding the truth. It just, when facts are kind of trickling out of a story, they could you could often get ahead of yourself. And so you could have downplayed what happened there. Back to Tyler's creativity. property violence. Boy, that's a new one for me. I like how you tried to make that really work.
It's violence.
In the end, I think that was just silly, and I'm gonna just eke it out to Castle on this one. Good job.
Hey, there you go. So it looks like that is 2 votes for Castle. So unfortunately, just like our democracy, the votes don't actually matter. But I am still going to go ahead and take a look just to see for, for bragging rights and such. Either way, looks like Castle got the win. Congratulations on that, sir. I would like to, again, I wasn't going to say this one way or the other. I have to sort of give a shout out to Tyler for the shout out I'm about to give, which is that Tyler was the one who gave me access to, or who introduced me to, or whatever, both Confluence and Castle, as well as Indian Jesus. And I'm going to be honest with you, all 3 of you guys have been absolute fucking bangers, and I am so glad to have had you guys here. It is super nice to see solid debaters coming in here. The more of those we can get, the better. So, that said, thank you very much for putting on a hell of a fucking show for us. I actually am going to go ahead and put my 2 cents in before I look at the votes.
Wait, really quick before you do that,
yeah,
can I just point out how funny it is that the person arguing on the right has this beautiful floral background, and the person arguing from the left looks like he's about to go to the shooting range, like he's like your guys look like hearing protection.
I thought the same thing. Okay, so and it's funny because I was going to make a Timothy McVeigh joke actually. So I honestly thought whenever you guys decided that the 2000 line was there, I thought it was specifically to rule out the Timothy McVeigh part, right? That said, I thought that it was kind of interesting how it seemed like you were arguing that the Democrats had more crime protection, and so it was criminal violence. And I was surprised, Castle, that you didn't hone in more on the Republican type of violence being more legislative and or like warfare. Like generally the Republican Party is the party of war, and what's more violent than fucking war? We did not specifically say that it was that like the citizenry or the Republican constituents who were violent. It was the Republican Party, and the Republican Party is historically pretty responsible. So I was surprised you kind of touched on it, but you didn't really drill in on it. Turns out you didn't have to, but I kind of expected more on that. With that said, yeah, again, the whole thing was an absolute banger, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. Both of y'all put on a performance, and I appreciate you. Let's see what the audience thought, just because, again, like I said, for bragging rights, we'll see. First vote says... Ooh, we got lots of votes for this one. Dope. So the first one was 66% on the AF. I gotta write this shit down now so that Ancom doesn't have to do my fucking math for me every time. And 20% on the negative, with 13% on the undecided. And then we'll go back, and the new one says... Show results. We now have 52% for the no and 47% for the yes. So the no, the negative, was the one who actually won the audience vote. Good job, Tyler. So it was not a unanimous vote. The power of the people, they have spoken, and you get to at least put that flower in your hat as well as the ones behind you. Yeah, there you go. All right, great stuff. Thank you both, gentlemen. And we will go ahead and roll straight into this while I get a few things set up. I will say once again, as I said to Mr. Confluence and to Mr. Ancom, I know you've got some. You've already got a date after this, Tyler. So I understand if you need to dip. Castle, if you need to go, you're welcome to. It's also, like I said, it's more fun after the debates are over. That's when we open it up and we let people come in and kind of yell at each other and discuss the things that didn't get said in the debate. Plus, we just talk about whatever the fuck's on our mind. So again, you're welcome to stick around. You don't have to, though, so don't feel obligated. I definitely appreciate you showing up, though. That's for sure. So, yeah, apparently, just so you know, Tyler, Gorps in chat feels that you are, I believe, retarded. Is the word that he is using. So, that word is not spelt approved, everybody. So, just so you know. You're welcome. That was for you, Lethy. All right. And
Gorp,
speaking
you look
of
great
Lethy,
today.
Oh, he looks great every day. So, speaking of Lethe, we're going to go ahead and roll straight into Lethe's debate. No, everybody in chat, he is not just here to look pretty and eat dinner. He is also here to debate. And I need to, just like I did a caveat earlier for the ANCOM and the Confluence debate, where I changed the prompt up on them, these two are coming through fucking clutch for me. Literally, both of them thought they had the night off on me.
To the store, but I'll come play.
All right.
So I'll be right back.
Pick me, dim grifter. That sounds like an
Gotta be
anthem.
Anson.
No, that's Tyler. Why is your camera not working?
I was just out of the debate. I lost.
Of course you did.
You know what? One of the communist judges said, "You tried to say property violence is violence." I just couldn't believe it. He won. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me?
I told you.
Yeah.
This is a disapproving dad voice of
No,
you
it's
wasting an hour and 45 minutes of your time for nothing.
It's all in good fun. I just like bouncing. I get to argue as a right winger over there, then come over here and I'm a lefty to you guys. So
You're not a lefty. We don't treat you like a lefty. So you don't get to play that card here.
Cecil.
I was thinking the same thing. Cecil.
But yeah, Pentuple's being a little bitch. He went out with
Pointed
his
right at
despite saying he'd be here, yeah.
Quintuple is not living the streamer lifestyle.
Oh my god.
Well, Beth will be here in a minute. We can have her judge, I guess, one or two. I just asked Gibbs if he's sober enough to moderate. He has not answered. He's been watching college football all day, so that's what's up. What's up, Mo Rebuttal? Didn't somebody just debate Mo Rebuttal? Oh, it's what's his name? Marte.
Oh man.
How did that go?
I don't know. Probably poorly, but Mo, hit the link and come on up, man. Past your bedtime?
Friends are yawning, just yours. I don't know.
Now your computer's yawning too.
The robot went.
Y'all keep me up. I swear, y'all. The only the good,
Y'all?
all the good stuff comes on at night, and I'm up. Everyone comes on at night, and I'm up to like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning every night. I don't know how. I don't know. I don't like
Good
it.
girl. Good girl.
We've got Confluence in the house. He's late.
Oh, he won his debate at least.
Confluence, how are you?
I did win. Good to see you all. Good to see you, Grid. Good to see you, Marilyn. Good to see you, Marilyn. Good Cleaner. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Cecil, I saw you like 2 minutes ago.
Confluence, how are you upright right now? How much alcohol have you had?
No, a very small amount, actually. A very small amount.
He started early.
He was drunk yesterday, really bad. He looked good today.
Yeah, I yeah.
What's going on with that?
It was bad.
What bet did you lose?
What is on your head?
What are you talking about? Me? What, are you guys like mocking my hair? I'm sorry,
dude.
Look, it's a little.
Look, I wasn't mocking it,
bro.
I was not mocking it.
You have to wash your hair at least once a week.
I wash it every day, brother. What are you talking about?
Well, what's happening, everybody?
I was
hey, what's up,
openly
Mo?
making
How are
fun
you?
of it.
We're just
Pretty good.
I'm abusing Confluence because of his hair. He needs a haircut. He's
Oh,
gone
yeah.
full Canadian, folks. Just look at him. He's gone full Canadian.
Looks like it needs a wash. It's a little on the greasier
said the
side.
same thing.
It's
Yeah.
not, brother. It's not. It's great. Take off your hat. Take off your hat right now. I want to see. I want to see that hair.
Please tell me you're laying off the wine tonight. Last night you were really something else.
Look, okay. Look, last night I got a bit wild. I got a bit wild.
Grid one. Do you remember in my
I'm drinking
debate
beer
against-
right now, not
Do you
wine.
remember in my debate against Confluence when he could not define the word patriarchy?
Don't
He
Beth.
tried to
Don't
say
even
he
get me.
could.
Beth, I asked
Why'd
you
go
for a
find
clip.
it?
You didn't give me a clip. I
I
asked you.
did. I
Beth.
gave you the timestamp.
Anything past this morning, I don't fucking.
Led by the father, bitch.
I used to remember.
That is a terrible definition of patriarchy.
Gentlemen,
I am not. A
patriarchy
fucking
means led by the
awful,
father.
awful definition of patriarchy.
Now,
I think that's
now
like
we
what
have
that
enough.
literally means.
Well,
We have enough.
I think the older definition was of the father. But yeah, you're right.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, but I heard you mentioning
Someone
grid.
use a dictionary. Just like pull up any dictionary. See if that's like the main definition.
$10 from Keep On Trucking.
Confluence, get back in the.
It's not.
Drinking Bud Light.
This is not. I would. I'm on the boycott. I'm on the boycott. I would not be drinking Bud Light. Okay.
I have no idea what
Bud Light.
Blue Dry
No.
is.
Blue Dry. It's the Timu version of Bud Light.
I feel like that's like a Canadian malt liquor.
It is.
It's like gas station
it's a
beer.
Canadian beer. Yeah, I mean,
look.
it's pretty cheap.
Look, I mean, if you want to boycott Bud Light, it's not bad for like saying "fuck you, Bud Light." I'm not gonna drink you. I'm buying this cheap shit. Like I get it. I get it.
Well,
I get it.
the problem if you're gonna boycott Bud Light, you gotta boycott the parent company, and they actually have SWAT
Anheuser-Busch.
if you.
I do
beers.
boycott Anheuser-Busch, and this, what
Yeah.
I'm drinking, is not Anheuser-Busch. Brother, I'm like so in touch with the
That's like
boycott.
gas
You don't
station
even know.
beer.
He's in touch.
Yeah, it
with
is, but it's not like the queer beer. You know what I'm saying?
Come on up,
Sure.
unapologetic preacher.
Sure.
Come on
Keep
up.
telling yourself that. Maybe it'll be true.
Yeah, Grid. I did just have a debate with Marte. It was my first ever official debate. So
Oh,
I
how was
really had
that this week?
How did that go?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought it. I mean, I watching it back. There's a lot I can improve on, obviously. But according to the chat, I won. So I guess that means something.
All right.
Nice.
All right.
What was the prompt?
Does the red pill / manosphere cause more harm than good? I was the affirmative.
It does cause more harm than good. I should have had that one. Anyway, what's up, Uncle Fatty? I see you out there. K2, keep on trucking, man. I really appreciate the 10. I can't really mute Confluence because, you know, he's
Don't listen to
Vader
K2.
Could use the honor system. He could just mute himself.
Yeah, I mean, no, I can mute him. I just, it's, you know, we're gonna do a debate, so it you know,
Yeah.
kind of defeats the purpose. So
I can't stay long. I just jumped up to say hi and chill for a little bit. By the way.
I've seen you
Oh,
hosting
so let him
debates.
debate first. If he can't stay long, let him debate first.
I've seen you hosting debates and shit. I was watching when you were doing, man. If you ever want someone on, hit me up. I'm like a left to center dude.
Okay. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Left of center. Okay. How far left of center?
The last honest left winger out there.
He's actually right of center.
Slightly
Yeah,
on
he's-
some things.
He's actually somewhere in the middle on the right side, somewhere between like radical and not quite sure what the right is, you know? Like, he's definitely in the middle on the
Clinton
right.
Democrat.
But
Left
voting
of
Democrat,
center,
yeah.
right of, kind of right.
Yeah,
Left.
I voted Trump and Kemp, but Clinton Democrat, General. I just don't like leftists. So we could all find common ground. Leftists are fucking retarded. Am I right,
He
team?
tries to think of himself as a classic liberal.
Oh, I see.
So, but yeah, no, I like to throw down. I just like to get on places. And
All right, somebody go abuse Abe and tell him to get on here. We need Abe.
I
You
feel
need
like
a tyrant.
Ralph's booth did that quite good.
I went and smoked.
I keep waiting. I got to be honest. I keep waiting for somebody to pop on stream when Abe's on as John Wilkes Booth. Like, I can't believe that has not happened yet.
Yeah, that would be
I'm
pretty
a
good.
little surprised myself. I've been waiting to see that too.
I'd love to have a conversation with Abe about the real Abraham Lincoln being America's first dictator based on his
Well,
policies.
he says tyrant. He fully admits he's America's.
Oh,
first
okay. So we'd probably find common ground on that then. He'd probably
I'm
disagree with me.
positive you will find common ground.
Okay, well.
Yeah, that's everybody thinks Lincoln was a good guy.
Yeah.
Not a good
He
guy.
was. I mean, like, if man, I hate to say it, if you're getting shot at, you probably done something to piss somebody off. And it sounds shitty, but
No,
well, hold on.
If you can't go enjoy a movie, then maybe you've made some bad life choices.
possibly,
We
yeah.
have something
Yeah, at least you gotta
evil.
look at it.
That was the chick that was
All right.
Oh, thumping. 07.
What's up, Weevil?
How's it going?
All right. So,
See you, homegirl.
message sent to Abe. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Tell Abe to wake up and get in here. All right. So I am down a. Wait. Who dropped? Who dropped and what did they drop?
I don't know. Oh,
The
Maryland.
person-
Oh, Maryland dropped. Yeah.
God damn it. It's cold. It is cold in New York, people. I don't
Great,
like
if you need me to like
wish
spot
I
judge till someone comes up, I can do that too.
We may need a spot judge. I want to just because we got a lot of new people here,
Oh shit, we've only.
and we'll have probably do Beth and Confluence. Although man,
I won't bring up ancient history, I promise.
I will bring up ancient history. I absolutely will.
Who cares?
I will not bring up ancient history. That's so funny.
I know your preferences. It's all good.
Your preference, my preferences. That's right.
Look,
Well,
look, you can't hate me for being a nerd about the specific things. I'm
I
sorry.
can hate people for anything I
You're
want.
bad. Yeah, my bad.
Again, as I mentioned earlier, there are only two things I have to do in this life, and that is be white and die. Everything else is optional.
And pay taxes.
No, I don't have to pay taxes. I can go to prison.
Say be
That's
white,
true. I
be
guess
white
yeah,
and die.
technically.
I can go to prison.
I'll send
I mean,
you care packages.
You don't even
I'm not
necessarily
gonna go to prison, but I
either.
could.
I will write
I-
you letters, Fred.
There are plenty of people who literally owe thousands of dollars to the U.S. government, or supposedly not the U.S. government, right? But the IRS for back taxes. Don't go to jail. Still running around working and doing all kinds of shit, and never gone to jail. Have never paid a tax in their life.
But well, we like to hope that it catches up with people who are.
I don't. I don't.
Oh,
I do not
okay.
hope that. I actually, this is going to sound really crazy. Here's a hot take for you guys, all right? I hope everybody finds a way to evade paying taxes and never fucking pays them. There you go.
Okay. Is that lower class or who is this?
No way. I wish.
Lower class? Oh my gosh, I've missed you. Where you been?
You hope so. I miss that motherfucker.
Me too.
Hi, I'm not who you think I am.
Okay, who's the I
I'm
care?
not who you think I am.
I can vouch for him.
How's it going?
The guy who joined, he's a good guy. I
You
vouch.
Yeah,
sound,
good
hang
guy.
on, you sound like a robot. Talk again.
I do not I am sound like a Evil's Lunch. robot. I don't know
No,
what
not,
you are
not
looking
you,
at.
Bradley. Not you, Bradley. Lower.
Yo, how's it going? I am Eva Zonch, and I'm a friend of Confluence, and I've been talking. I think this is the third time that I'm talking on a panel with Confluence. And how's it going, everyone?
That could
Please forgive my disappointment. I was hoping
Okay.
you
what
were.
Trump already had.
All right,
was
um,
enough
Yeah.
for him
I'm
to
from
be
Germany.
found guilty
It's
of
very early here, so I might be
Hey
a little
Tom, want
quiet.
to come to
Yeah.
debate
Oh well, this is a
elimination
debate
show?
competition.
So
Yeah.
might
Tom,
be
did
loud.
you tell him what we're doing, or did you just say,
Oh
"Hey,
no,
come on over"?
no, he's this guy's a good debater. I will say
Is
that.
he a good debater? Okay.
He's formidable, and he's on the left, so I'm trying to bring more like left.
Yeah, we
Oh,
appreciate the lefties.
Confluence.
Let me get my
Okay.
notebook.
Is
I might not be taking enough initiative to talk, but
okay.
if I if people hear me out, I might be making some points. To talk.
Perfect.
Okay.
If
It's a debate competition.
Yeah, tell him to send me the link.
You have to be
like if people hear
You
me
cut out a
out,
little bit there, Grid. To
Can you
me,
send
for me at
Tom?
least.
Perfect.
Send
Okay,
Tom
it's a debate
Foolery link.
competition, and fix your camera. What's going on with
You
you?
cut out a little bit there, Grid. To
Can
me,
you
for
send
me at least.
Tom? Send
Okay.
Tom Foolery the link.
Hey, fix your camera. What's going on with you? Okay, so Confluence, explain to your friend while I'm doing
They
this
said they
really
wanted me to
quick
be a
act.
judge.
That we have
so
to. You have
Confluence,
cam
explain
up.
to
your friend while I'm doing this.
I'm sorry, pick me, Dem Grifter. He's not cammed up.
That we have. Well, he's needs to fix his damn camera.
I'm sorry, pick me,
Oh.
Dem Grifter. He's not
Yeah,
cammed.
unfortunately,
Cam
I'm not
up.
going to be able to
Well,
use my
he's
camera.
needs to fix his damn
Ivor, look, Grid, Ivor is not. He's not going to chat GPT you. Like I promise you.
Was
He's Ivor, look, Grid.
It's
Ivor
more
is
than
not,
just that,
he's
you
not
know.
gonna chat GPT. I know, but I don't know if he can cam up. But like he's a good
You have
left
to
wing
see him.
debater. Like I swear to Christ.
Well,
Okay,
that's
he's
whole
not
Fritz,
gonna.
that's Fritz's thing is like you have to be
I have
cammed
very
up.
little debating experience, but you know, if camera is
It's his
if
thing.
camera is
It doesn't
required,
matter.
I'm
It's,
just
there's
gonna
no ands, if, or buts. You have to be cammed up to debate on his channel.
Right, yeah, I mean, the rules are-
being cammed up or not.
Two things, gentlemen and ladies.
Yeah, if camera is required,
Grid, if you
unfortunately,
have Tom,
I'm not
Tom
be able
Foolery
to
on Discord.
participate.
I'm sorry. I can only listen to one person
Yeah,
at a
give me
time.
1 second, Ivor. If you have Tom Foolery on Discord, could you send him a link? He would.
I've sent him the link.
Perfect, thank you. And Beth, somebody wants to say hi to you. She wave to her.
Hi, Scott. We can't see your camera. Your camera's
Your
fucked.
camera is not working.
But I assume it's your wonderful wife. Hi.
Hi.
Fix your camera.
His wife is
More.
awesome. She is so cool. She's absolutely gorgeous. She's an awesome cook. She's a lot of fun to talk to. Like, I'm so glad I got to meet her. Good friend.
Nice.
So is
Yes,
Chris.
Cunt Crab is. Guys, it is, and actually, I don't apologize. It's my rules, and unfortunately, because we're debating, people need to see your face. They need to see your facial expressions. They need to know that there's only one person in the room with you, and not a
Grid,
team.
I'm trying to bring
We all get to
left-leaning
look ugly
people, and
together.
there's
I understand. I understand.
I identify as two people.
We all get to look ugly together. It's all good.
I love
I
how
thought
I'm
he was
blocked out.
beautiful.
I'm the only one that sees that I'm blocked out by the
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
hat over here.
Yeah. Screw you, Weevil.
Yeah, you're behind
Oh.
all the all the stuff.
I know. I'm not cammed up.
Tyler, I almost got that exact same plant stand.
All right, so where did we had? Let me find it again. We had the first. We'll do this as kind of like a mock debate, test, example debate. Made by Jim Bob said, "I'm ready for totalitarianism." Why not?
Welcome to New York, Jim Bob. It sucks here. And it's cold.
Hey, it's Tom Foolery
Oh.
in the house.
Good to see you.
Hi.
Totalitarianism Rex. That's what I like.
All right, where did that? There it is. So, Smoking Spaceman request: Beth versus Confluence. Who suffers more under patriarchy? Round 2.
Men.
It's a joke. We're having fun.
Men
Confluence.
suffer more under patriarchy.
How's that?
I'll
Well, you're
explain
gonna
it.
get to
right
hear.
away.
You're gonna get to hear that. Unfortunately, you don't have a camera. I understand. They asked you to be a judge. Awesome. Tom Foolery will be our judge. All right. So the way this works, so everybody knows, please, everyone, listen, because I will only say this 10 more times.
Okay.
The way it's going to work is, for example, we have our two debaters, Beth and Confluence. I'm going to put everybody else back in the back. Don't leave and listen to what's going on and interact some, because it's going to be important later. Our judges tonight are Tyler, Tom Foolery, and Cleaner409, who for some reason is using his avatar right now. He's probably getting more alcohol. So I'm going to put everybody in the back except for Confluence, Beth, and myself. We're going to do the debate. You get to watch how it works.
and we're gonna make this first round happen. We are getting started very, very late tonight, so we will be trying to move through these very quickly, and let's go have some fun. Let's make some magic happen. So in the back you go. In the back.
Beth, are you ready to make magic happen? I'm ready.
It sounds creepy when you say it.
No, but yeah, especially when Beth like doesn't answer me. So yeah, then it sounds like super creepy.
Like I'm not gonna lie, that was a little off-putting.
I know, but like if Beth like played along, if she like yes anded me, then it would have been like totally normal.
Get back in your closet with your box of wine. I'm gonna send you there.
I'm drinking non-Bud Light beer right now.
Dude, we all know you're secretly a soccer mom. It's okay.
Ooh, ow.
Look, I'll accept the wine mom allegations, not the.
Have you seen my clip yet proving that you are not right-leaning and you're actually a fucking communist?
He's a communist, really?
He's a communist.
I've
he
seen
wants to give up everything. and
the
go
only
live in a
person in my
communist.
life
That's
who has
right.
ever said that has been Beth. So I mean, take
All
that.
right.
He said it himself, Grid. I got the clip.
Oh.
Okay. $5 from Fuck It Button. His name is Coomfluence.
No.
07 FR.
Don't
brother.
listen. No, don't listen to Fucking Button. Absolutely.
Fuck It Button is on point. All right,
Not
so
on point. He's absolutely not Grid.
Beth is the affirmative. You are the negative. Beth goes first. 1 minute is on the clock. Start speaking when you're ready to go.
Okay, so it's my position that men suffer more under patriarchy because ultimately they do carry more responsibility, including being put in positions of having to give their own lives in order to protect and provide for their families. Not only that, they have no say over the bodies of their wives and their children, for that matter. A woman can go and abort their child, and there's not a damn thing he can do about it. The family courts are coming along, and things are changing that way, but none of it negates the fact that ultimately men are the ones on the front lines in war, and therefore more likely to die than women are in those kinds of situations.
All right, you had 16 seconds left. When you are ready, Mr. Confluence.
Okay, I think the prompt, again, I will follow the technical prompt, which is how this show works. Again, we're not talking about the US or Canada. We're talking about patriarchy in general. And if you look at any Islamic country, if you look at most countries in Africa, if you look at any underdeveloped country, women obviously suffer more. They're victims of SA. They're victims of all kinds of nonsense. They have to wear hijabs. They have to wear niqabs. They're absolutely not. To isolate it to a specific point in history in the modern U.S., this is where me and Beth, we clashed swords before. It's just absolutely not the case. If you look at the span of history, and in the prompt, there's nothing to talk about modern day U.S. If you look at the span of history, you look at the span of cultures, obviously women are treated less equally, and Beth, you would even agree, in all of the countries I named, they are treated less. So if you want to punt to like modern day US, that's cool. That's not what the prompt says.
That's fine. Let's go.
Oh, all right. So a couple of things. First of all, I would, even though the prompt did not specify the US, I would have made the assumption that we were talking about US, not necessarily Canada, but the US. But so fair.
Grid, you lost me a debate between Lutch because I didn't read the prompt correctly.
That's why I'm
reading it correctly.
This is why I'm making sure that you're both on the same page, because I just had the same thing happen to me in the debate where Rob and I were debating the two foreigners. And as nice as Craig is, he's a foreigner, and you know, we asked for clarification that yes, it was the United States. I'm gonna go ahead and clarify this, that we are speaking about the United States. That still gives you plenty of room.
After I've accepted the prompt, after I said my opener, you're gonna change the prompt on me?
I'm not. I'm
That's
clarifying.
crazy.
Not changing.
You absolutely are changing it.
Okay, don't worry.
All right, hold on. I'm willing to listen.
It's not a clarification. It is a change. Like bring up the prompt again on screen if you can. The prompt was women.
Well, we can ask the guy who proposed the prompt.
Yeah, but then I would have to like make a new opening. I don't even know if I would have accepted that. This is what me and Beth went through.
We were forced into this anyways. You don't get to deny it. Welcome to the game, sir.
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I guess if I'm like forced into it, but then my opener is
then what
like.
are you complaining about?
I'm complaining that my opener was not based in the U.S. because that wasn't what the prompt was.
Hold on,
I'm
I'll
sorry,
give you
I
another
responded
minute
to
to
the
make
prompt.
another opener, right? Like I wanted to make. That's why I clarified it before we started the actual debate, because if we should have clarified that before we started the openers. However, I'm willing to say, and I can't find it. I mean, it's so far back now. I'm trying to find it.
It just said that the confluence
Yeah.
who suffers more under patriarchy. That's all
Yeah.
it said.
So,
We had this problem in our long form.
right. The prompt was who suffers more under patriarchy round 2. We have one of
Look, Grit, I'll do my best, but I would not willingly take the prompt. But
Alright, so
I'll
who-
steel man the other side. I will.
right. Oh, hold on. So, I forgot who made the prompt. If it was Smoking Space,
Yeah.
I think it was Smoking Spaceman. I'm trying to find Smoking Spaceman. If you could clarify your prompt. He's not Canadian. He's U.S. living in Canada.
Thank you, Grit. Thank you. Finally. Gets that wrong.
So,
But I just
I
want.
would be
I'll steel man it, but I want a different opener, I guess.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
look, I mean, I could make. I think that Beth can make the argument. I would probably do it worldwide, but I don't think he was meaning worldwide, because that's too long an argument to make in 5 minutes. Because
I made a pretty good opener in 1 minute.
I think that even if we shrink it down to North America, it's so that he can still have his Canadian influence. It's still not going to bother things. But if we do worldwide, I don't care either way. I'll take the prompt as it is.
Okay, well, hey.
But
well, I'm waiting.
She'll take it as it is.
Smoking Spaceman says, "In America, does anything else matter?" Kind of
we have to go by who picked the prompt. Confluence.
Okay,
It's
so-
not our decision.
All right, so hold on.
I just read the prompt as it's written.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
So, right, I understand.
He's on his period.
I'm okay. Look, if Beth, if you feel like you need to redo your prompt to do the entire world, Confluence, are you okay with your prompt doing the entire world? We'll just launch into this. I think that I think you guys are. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
My prompt is applicable globally, so I'm not worried about it either way.
So-
I knew he was going to bring the same.
Also, I
people
gotta
he brought
I
last
gotta
time.
rein this in early. There's nothing about historical patriarchy. This is about modern times.
Sure. I'll agree to that. I'll agree.
All right.
I got you. We're not going there. Don't worry. I promise.
All right. So I've got 5 minutes on the clock. You're both clear. I'm not going to redo this.
Yes.
All right. Ready? Start talking.
So about ancient history. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so modern times again, from a global point of view, do you agree, or is your stance only in Western countries? Well, Beth.
Sorry, my kid is calling me, and I can ignore him. Look.
So, do you just to clarify? Do you at least agree with me on a global scale? Women have it worse under patriarchy.
No, not at all. Not
Okay,
at all.
say more.
Because
Say more
ultimately-
then.
Listen, first of all, the things that you are citing, those are not that's not patriarchy. Okay.
How is that?
not-
Are you saying you don't think the Islamic world is patriarchal? Are you committing to that?
What you are citing are things that happen.
Well, I want an answer to that question.
You keep going to things in the Congo. Ultimately, it does not matter.
I don't.
Ultimately, it does
no,
not
I,
matter.
No, I didn't. I didn't go there.
You didn't go there this time. You went down to SA and all of that stuff. Listen, ultimately,
I don't know why you're bringing up the Congo. I'm talking about the Islamic world.
I'm trying to answer you. when it comes down to it, it does not matter. Men are the ones who are on the front lines. Men are the ones risking their lives. When somebody breaks into the house, they are the first ones to go running for it. Their jobs under patriarchy, like true patriarchy, are providing, protecting, and producing. Okay? And there are things.
How does that stack up? How does that stack up to things like female genital mutilation and getting acid tossed in your face? And in India, when a husband dies, his wife is burned on the same pyre, and that is a part of patriarchy. So
Pause
again,
a
if we're
second.
talking
Pause a
globally,
second. You guys need to define patriarchy because you guys are talking past each other as we speak right now, and you have 5 minutes to make this very. Now that you've widened it to the world, you need to define what patriarchy is, so you're not consistently talking past each other. I
think okay.
What's the definition?
I
that
think
you're working
patriarchy is when men rule society. That's what
with? Beth, your definition?
Patriarchy is traditionally, from a religious standpoint, where it's led by the father under traditionally religious structure. Okay, that without those standards.
Okay. I'm looking for a definition, not an argument. Okay, so you guys are in fact talking past each other. So patriarchal is led by men. That's it. You can argue if it's religious. You can argue if it's any whatever. It's simply led by, not ruled.
Gotcha.
Okay. Right.
Led by men still.
And that would apply to the Islamic world, Beth.
There are bad men in the world who do bad things.
Not bad men.
They
the
are
system,
not.
The system of the Islamic world is negative against women. How? Because again, they do female genital mutilation.
Oh, wait a second. That's a completely different societal structure. You said you weren't.
No, it's not. That's a patriarchal system that exists. That is, in fact, probably the largest patriarchal system that exists. It is led by men. I'm using Grid's definition. That is led by men. The Islamic world is led by men. And so if you want to defend that, and there's more Islamists than there are Christians, right? Like it's a massive group of countries, massive group of people, and they treat women horrifically, right? You deny that?
Again, there are bad men who do bad things.
No, it's not bad men. No, it's not bad men. No, I'm talking about the societal structure.
The societal structure has no. Show me right now where any society has it in their structural form that we're going to mutilate women's genitals and throw acid in their faces.
Sudan, Afghanistan, Iraq. Like I could go on. I don't know. Like that's not a hard question for me to answer. There's like a whole bunch of countries that do this.
It's a practice there to throw acid in the faces of women.
Yes, if they break morality laws, like if we look at Iran, they have morality police. Yes, it is. Have you heard of honor killings? I will establish. If you want me to establish it, I will. Have you heard of honor killings? That is a thing in Islamic societies, which again are led by men. Okay. So yes, if some woman does something that you think is untoward, yes, you have acid attacks and you kill them.
Dude, you are
unalive them.
You are citing extremism, which is not the standard.
I'm citing the normal. That is the normal. That is the normal standard in the Islamic world.
It's not true patriarchy, and it's not the fucking standard to throw acid in faces of women. You're out of your fucking mind, Confluence.
How?
Now let's get back to what it is.
In what sense? Patriarchy was defined as led by men.
So we're not going there. We are talking about what is expected of women compared to what is expected of men.
That's not that was emphatically, Beth, with all due respect, that's not the debate prompt. The debate prompt was like who
has it worse under patriarchy?
Right, who has it worse? And I think having your clitoris cut off at a young age, and I think having acid thrown in your face, and I think again in India being burned on a pyre if your husband dies, to me that's worse.
Like a straw line. Listen, we are talking about the standards of what is expected of men.
That's not the prompt, Beth. That's not the prompt.
Yes,
the prompt wasn't about It's not. I mean, Grid can pull up the prompt. It's not about the expectations. You want to add that? I don't want to add that because that's not the prompt.
led by
Like
men.
it's just not right.
We are
Led by the man,
discussing
and who has
structure.
it worse.
There
So
is
not
no,
about
There
expectation.
is not a fucking law that says makes it a practice in a a common law. Okay, what you are citing is extremism. That is
not-
outliers. Even
It's
Islam.
not outliers.
Even
It's
Islam
not.
denies
It
these
is. It's
people.
just. It's absolutely
Islam
not an
denies
outlier.
these
Look up
people.
any laws in these Sharia
Okay,
countries.
okay.
Look up
It's
Sharia
time.
law.
It's time. It's time.
Sharia law requires the
Nah,
throwing
that's
of acid in
fine.
women's faces. You're out of your mind.
Just killing them and burying them in
Okay.
sand and stoning them to death.
Okay,
Yeah,
kid.
I'm sorry, Beth.
All right. Cleaner. Start with you.
This was an absolutely horrible example of how someone takes a general prompt and shifts it away from anything that has anything to do with generalities and makes it hyper specific about a specific area and culture that they think will prove their point that is literally the minority.
Literally
now,
not the
aside-
minority.
It is.
Not supposed to interrupt. Not the minority.
It is the minority. There's 1.8 billion Islamics. There's 2.4 billion Christians worldwide. So Islamics would be the minority in that case. So onto the debate itself, though. Both had strong opening arguments. They followed a really good structure. They had claim, they had evidence, and impact within the evidence on both openers. I think during the meat and potatoes, it was fairly tit for tat for the most part, while Confluence was being a little over controlling at times, and not letting Beth answer the questions fully. She was getting the answers in there still, and I think the audience could hear a lot of that. So there were answers that were coming through. Overall,
Love you.
tit for tat,
It's back
but
on.
Beth had a little more control because she was able to answer the questions without
I love
losing
you.
her cool when Confluence was being a little overbearing. Good tactic on Confluence's part, but Beth held out on it, so I'm giving it to her.
Fair enough.
Okay. Dim Grifter.
All right, so watching this, it totally felt like this is an argument you guys have had 100 times, and you're also a married couple. So Beth was correct that you were using hyperbole. If you look at like Indonesia, Turkey, some of the more advanced Muslim countries, you do see very similar rights for women and protections for women than you see in Western Christian nations, some of the more advanced ones. She is right to give the Reza Aslan argument that these are problems with the culture in those nations. Factually, she was correct under those. That being said, Beth, you also you felt like you weren't bringing your points home in this. You were saying things that I get what you're saying because I've heard your argument multiple times before, but in the context of the 5-minute debate, you weren't linking things together. You kept going to these standards that you wanted to talk about of what a patriarchy should be, but you had to make the point first to the audience and the listeners that anything can be done poorly and anything can be done good. You just never said that. You never brought it all together under that narrative that bad and good actors. You were throwing out the right arguments for it. I feel like you guys were in the weeds so far that because you've done this before in the past. But I gave it to Beth. She stayed more on the prompt. You really relied on your anecdotes, Confluence, and then appeals to emotion. And she just stayed calm enough and said anecdote, and it sufficiently repelled your negative detractions and left her affirmation untouched.
Tom. You're muted.
Oh. Yeah, it's this program. You got to unmute and remute on the screen.
No, he's not muted on our end. He's muted on his end.
You're good. You're good now. Oh no, he's still muted.
Can't hear you, homie.
There you go. No, still muted.
Nope.
Still muted.
Try going out and coming back in.
The little arrow next to the microphone, make sure it's set on the right mic.
Okay, I think I got it now.
Yes,
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Hey, welcome
Hi,
back.
Tom.
Okay.
See you, sir.
All right, so yeah, this was a little complicated. I do think that
you guys should have defined patriarchy pretty early on, first thing, because by the way that Beth was talking about patriarchy and the way that Confluence was talking about patriarchy, it seemed as though you guys were talking about different things. I think Beth, like, you probably would have been best off asking pretty quickly if America was patriarchal, because if America is a patriarchy but doesn't have any of the examples that he's talking about, then it wouldn't include, then none of his examples would matter all that much. And what most European countries, he probably would consider those to be patriarchal, but also would not have any of those examples. So I definitely would have asked that pretty early on. And then you didn't really make a whole lot of points for why men would have it worse in a patriarchy. So the idea of your arguments being pushed at all in this debate wasn't a lot of time. So I understand you were kind of hurt there. But then Confluence, you also didn't ask for a definition, which would have been really good. You gave examples that only include like a minority of countries, where you're talking about countries with Sharia law. It's about a dozen countries. Not she is correct that you're talking about a minority versus, like, if you think that the majority of the world lives in patriarchy, then yeah, those aren't great examples. On top of that, like, men have genital mutilation. If you include things like being circumcised and things like that, it's a much more well accepted tradition for men to have circumcision. But I, just based off the fact that Confluence is the only one who actually made any arguments towards his point, I would give it to Confluence.
Fair enough.
Well, I was trying to bring it back, man. He doesn't stop talking.
Well,
before
go ahead.
Yeah, before I weigh in, does anybody else would anybody else like to make comments to the debaters?
Just one small one about the debate itself when people are having one. You have two debaters. One side is the affirmative. Their job is to stand like a stone fucking statue that no one can defeat and hold their position. The other person's job is to take grenades and lob them at them and try and destroy the statue, right? So Beth was on the affirmative here. Her job wasn't to provide new evidence.
No, both sides were the affirmative. In their opening statements, they both made affirmative statements. One said men, the other said women. They both had positive statements.
One side, right, but one side will always
I'm going to
be
get
on
into
the
that.
affirmative,
Just
and one side will always be on the refutation, no matter what you do. Like, that's how debate structure works.
I appreciate.
I have a comment if Claire's done.
And I don't.
No, that's not a true patriarchy. Whatever Confluence is fucking using, you're gonna use sand people as an example.
Okay, all right.
Brother.
The patriarchy is benevolent. We take care of women because we love women.
Your mic is low, Cecil.
Your mic is low. Mo, go ahead.
I think you're on the mic.
So listening to the debate, Beth, I would have just granted his example, and then I would have asked him, okay, in the example of all where these horrific things are asking, if you ask these Muslims what gives them the right to do this, would they say it's because of the patriarchy, or would they say it's because of their religion? And then if he's good faith, he'll answer, in good faith, but if he isn't, then the audience would see the contradiction there, and then point out that Christianity is patriarchal in nature, and do you see the same thing in Christianity? So you can use kind of the Socratic method to kind of pick it apart by just granting it. And then at the end of that, you could pull it all back and say, but anyway, that's completely bad faith because that's just an extreme example you're cherry picking. And then you can make it land a little harder at the end.
I guess
that's what I would have done.
More for cleaner, I would say that because she mentioned her argument about why men had it rough and it never got addressed at all by Confluence, I feel like she got the last word on that statement, and that's why she won it for me. But they were both technically having their own affirmative statements. It was an or,
yeah.
So.
All right, so I'm gonna hurt feelings here.
I have
great, not my feelings. Not my
fifis.
Neither of you really addressed the actual prompt, which was society. Not men, not women. Society suffers under patriarchy.
Was that the prompt?
That was the prompt. I read it 3 times. I asked you, did you understand the prompt? I said, I even.
Wait, so I'm sorry. Okay, what was society? No, that wasn't the
What was
prompt.
the exact question?
Men
What was the exact question?
suffers
Read it.
under patriarchy.
Who has
Right.
Was it a yes or
That
no?
was. Am I insane? That
Hold
was
on.
not the fucking
Hold
prompt.
on. Hold
that
on.
actually
That's
was
the
not
final
the prompt.
You guys
Men-
kept writing this down. Smoking space.
So wait,
your
Grid,
prompting.
is it a yes or no to that? The one.
It is
person
a
would
yes
say
or no.
Y'all
Okay.
can go back. That honestly, like Grid, that was not the prompt.
I'm looking. I'm having. I'll have
wasn't.
Smoking Spaceman. Will post it right up again. But you guys have to start writing the prompts down, and then you guys went
That wasn't the
into.
prompt,
you
Grid.
guys,
I
here's
swear
the
to you,
problem.
that
You
was
guys
not
have.
the
Hold on.
prompt.
Hold on. The problem is you guys have had more or less the same argument so many times that you fall into making the same fucking arguments every single time. You're not listening to the prompt. You're just repeating canned statements. I
Grid.
heard the exact same thing from Confluence and the exact same thing from Beth that I've heard the last 3 times you
I know.
guys have discussed this.
Grid, please go back to like the original. The
I'm
prompt
looking
was-
for. I'm waiting.
Confluence, what,
Okay.
Confluence, what did you believe the prompt was?
The
What did
prompt
you believe?
was I think it was like that women suffer. It was
No.
about women. It wasn't society.
Who has
men
it
or
worse?
women? Who has it worse?
Who has it
Women.
worse under patriarchy? And I thought this was an
Okay,
end
yeah,
to
yeah, actually, yeah. No, I
Who
think
has
I'm
it worse?
Beth-pilled. Yeah, it's not society. That's what I'm trying to say. That was not the
That's
prompt.
what I thought I heard too. Who suffers more under patriarchy,
That's what I
men or
thought
women?
it was as well.
I
Thank
I
you,
will look,
thank
but
you.
I
That's
believe
not the
it was
prompt.
society
Mhm.
suffering.
But it's late and my brain is mush, so don't go
I mean,
by
and
me.
I am drinking, but I swear to God, it wasn't society.
Yeah, no,
I-
Grid.
I
It's who has
typed-
it worse
I
under
typed
patriarchy?
up
men
at
or
the
women?
top. Yeah, I literally typed in my notes who has it worse under patriarchy.
Same. That's what I have as well.
And
Well, let's make sure because I could be wrong, but I'm 90% sure. Spaceman, do you have the? Let me know when you've got the prompt back up.
I actually was trying to correct my mistake last time and get that clear distinction
Yeah.
between not all men are
even if that's so, you still didn't argue that men have it worse under patriarchy, women have it worse under patriarchy.
How did I not
was
argue
trying
that
to
women
be
have it
clear.
worse? I
Let's
brought up
say
so many
something
examples of
that
how
can
women have it
Quite
worse.
a minute.
I said multiple times about how men need to provide, protect, produce. They end up on the front lines. It's their lives that are at risk, not women's.
I know,
Again,
I know.
For the safety
Look, I
of
get
the
it.
provisions
I want
of their
to go
society.
Remember,
against
these are
Tyler,
5
who
minutes.
is Tyler is
Remember, it's 5
cherry-acting right
minutes.
now. But Tyler, he said that my examples were
Oh, okay. He
anecdotal.
says he didn't write anything about
Not anecdotal.
men, women, or society. What was it? Just
Open to any angle.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it was who
Okay,
has
well,
it
maybe
worse.
that's
I think I agree with Beth. I think that was the problem.
I'll have to scroll.
I was
Just
trying
go,
to
how
correct.
how is the Muslim world an anecdote? Like an anecdote is like a
Can I-
hyper specific
It's
thing.
not
The
an
Muslim
anecdote,
world
it's a
is
minority.
massive.
But
How
it's
is
it's
that?
not a
minority.
minority.
It's
It's not an
anecdotal, but it
anecdote,
was
but
your
it's a
whole
minority.
argument.
We're
It's
talking about like
I know,
12
but that's
countries
okay.
out
But
of over 40
okay,
countries.
Tyler,
Hang on,
that's
hang on.
Wait, one at a time,
not-
guys.
Please.
Guys.
Can
One
we
at a
get
time.
Here's the
can we
other
get
problem.
Cleaner to say something? Because Cleaner had his hand up for a while. Can
Yeah.
we get him to say something?
Okay, I'm after Cleaner, please.
So, what you specified for the prompt after you both gave an opening was globally. Beth made arguments globally. You picked a specific place to argue because you didn't like America. That's fine. That's
what
fine.
argument
But
did
hold
Beth
on,
make that was
just listen to what I'm
globally?
saying before you interrupt.
Fucking
You're
kill
really
me.
you're really good at interrupting people when they're trying to answer you so that they can't give you an answer or explain something, but you'll never learn anything that way, okay? I'm trying to give you
Okay.
some honest
Okay,
feedback
Cleaner.
here. That'll help you, bro.
Okay.
Just listen for a second. All right. You specified the prompt was global. When you do that, if you take it to a specific region, all your opponent ever has to do is say, you didn't approach my global claim. Or since they're on the affirmative, let you spew your bullshit and just say, well, I mean, that's that one little region, and we're talking about globally. So globally, all countries on the fucking planet require men to do XXXXXXX. That one little region does this thing, and that's fine. But we're talking about the whole globe. You made it global, and when you did that, you have to attack with global arguments, not hyper-specific arguments, because those defeat yourself.
He's right. If he would have used that as the bad example and then piggybacked off of that to say this is the bad example without women having the fundamental say that they do in Western nations that gave them other different situations.
That's fine. If you all think the Islamic world is a small niche example, that's cool.
Hold on.
Cool.
Once I have the prompt as I read it, who suffers more under patriarchy round 2?
Right.
That was the exact prompt.
Right. So not society.
Sorry. All right. So, all right.
You don't think the
That was
world
my
is
mistake.
society?
I put society in there. That's okay. I'll apologize for that. Okay. So even then, neither one of you said men suffer more, women suffer more.
Beth had that.
Yes, I did.
Beth did.
Well,
Beth
Beth did the one that
I said women suffer. What? Are you guys fucking insane?
The whole debate
said
was about women. No one talked about men, is what he said. Besides Beth said one line.
I was trying to talk about men, but if I may, here's your other problem.
I talked about women.
Shut up for a
suffering.
second. Please shut up for a second. The example that you were fucking holding on to with a death grip is it's not the standard. It is a minority. It's a minority within a minority.
Yeah, you're right. The Islamic world is so niche. That's what I guess all of this panel agrees. The Islamic world is so niche. It's like an anecdote. It's an
Shut up
anecdote.
for a second. What you were specifically talking about was a form of extremism that is, by all means, very small when you're talking about the global population.
Right.
Yeah, I just
Also,
disagree
Tom
with
was
that.
right on that, by the way.
I disagree
Lose
with
on
that.
that.
Right. Stop arguing with each other. The argument's over. Stop arguing with each other.
Well,
Tom
hey,
was
Confluence,
correct.
can I
Tom
Confluence,
was
can I ask you a
correct
question?
that both of you guys were technically the affirmative. You both made affirmative openings. So he was absolutely correct on that. Confluence, I just didn't really get a lot out of your argument other than the one, and I do believe it's niche, right? When you say this is the extremist thing, and this is why it's bad, but you're not addressing the entire, and we did clarify that it was global. You guys, I tried to keep it to the United States, and you guys went global, and that was fine. And then later we made a clear definition of patriarchy, right? We did that. Men lead. You were still, I believe, Confluence, you were still looking at or coming at it from the men rule point of view instead of leadership. I don't know. I think this is a tough subject for you two guys. You guys are going to have a round 3 at some point and have on a much longer, more organized.
Yeah, I don't know who said we were like the married couple. That probably is like low.
I wanted to say one more thing, just real quick.
It was a funny
Confluence,
joke.
That it's incorrect to say that it's an anecdote, but it is true that when you're talking about that region, you are talking about countries with Sharia law, and at most we could say that there's maybe about 14 with some implementation of Sharia law out of almost 300
Sure, but if we look at,
countries.
but
total,
I mentioned
14 countries, and so it is it's not anecdotal, but it's a minority. It's a
okay.
If
I can say this, Tom Fuller, I like you. I'm a fan of yours, but like I mentioned Sharia law at the end, but broadly I was mentioning in my whole argument the Islamic world, which is a large amount of countries, right? Like, and I think, and all of those countries treat women poorly. Do we not?
Sure,
I know I lost the
examples that you
debate, but
gave-
I'm just trying to.
The examples that you gave were all
Men still
examples
suffer
of
more.
Sharia law. So when you're talking about like genital mutilation, that is a Sharia law thing that comes from like Islamic implementation into the law. That is.
Well, but then, okay, but if you concede that, then it's way more than 12 countries. It's absolutely, it's way more than 12 countries that do female genital mutilation.
Extremism is not the outlier.
Well, hold on. All right. Hold on. Female genital mutilation in Africa is not because of patriarchy. That's because of their customs. It's nothing to do with patriarchy.
And I said that.
You don't think that has to do with grid? You don't think that has to do with men ruling? You don't think men are cutting off?
When the women are the ones doing it, when the women are the ones doing it to the other women, I would seriously doubt that men are involved in that.
What government structure in the past has been been led by men?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean none of them except like retard fucking
So I think technically
Yeah.
the definition of patriarchy is that men are at the top of the hierarchy, and I think when he, as Confluence said numerous times, that like it's about like a systemic structure. So if there is a systemic structure, women would be part of that. Like it doesn't mean that like men are forcing this upon you. It means that the men are at the top of the hierarchy where there is a systemic structure from top down to where women would participate in it, and women would also participate in female genital mutilation just the same as anybody else.
Yeah, can we pretend that I said what Tom Furley said in my debate?
No, you're still off.
Can we like add him into like
You could, but he proved your point wrong.
And I did in fact
How?
actually throw
How?
in. Grid, I was trying to get in as many points as I could as far as
I don't have any problem with the lack of you getting points. I do think that it's very bad form in a debate to put your hands over your head and look very frustrated. So don't do that.
I personally, I think it's really harsh to give dual affirmatives in any kind of debate, because a typical debate structure will have one person on the affirmative with the worldview they believe in, the other person trying to say you're stupid because X. And
that's
so,
a
like,
formal debate structure, but like on the internet, we don't do formal debate structures because the person with the positive claim has a harder time, and the person with the negative claim has a much easier time. So on the internet, we generally do two positives because it makes it more even, where both people have to prove a claim.
I get what you're saying, but I don't ever look at it like that, because the person who starts first is the affirmative claim. What they say is the first claim that's made. They are the one that will be refuted when the other person gives their opening. So if you have two openings, you have one person saying their piece, they're now the affirmative, no matter what, because they started. So they are the affirmative. The second person that goes will always be the refutation. Even if they're holding a separate affirmative claim, they still have to refute the other person and then prove their own claim. You see what I'm saying? And
yeah,
yes, I understand.
And you still have cross-examination afterwards too. So
right, yeah. And I understand how the internet works. I've been around here for a while.
Okay, so that was great. Confluence, I'm sorry, man. You've been voted off the island once again.
7.
You'll beat me someday. Don't worry. Keep trying.
Well, you guys should do this on a long form and like prep and not yell at each other for 5 minutes.
Yes.
Grid, we've done. It's always yelling between me and Ben.
No. I should have used more restraint. You frustrate the hell out of me. I'm sorry.
Hey, I'll moderate.
Okay, God bless y'all. Yeah, actually, no, for real.
I'm very pro-authority. I'm very pro-government. You know,
Tyler, moderate. Me and Beth.
Public institutions.
Set that up, okay? I will leave, though. I will leave, okay? God bless all y'all. Take
Thank
care.
you very much, Confluence. Have a great
Thank
rest
you,
of your
Grid.
night.
Thank you for hosting.
All right.
Hey, Grid, I apologize. I gotta bounce, man. I gotta get on this earlier. Yeah, I gotta get on this more like earlier than now.
Yeah. Well,
I got an early bedtime with the kids and everything.
I understand.
Stay safe, Mo.
Yeah,
all right, guys. Take care. Later.
Good night, Mo.
Bye.
Thanks, man. All right.
I'm not going to be. I gotta go check my fire. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's fine. All right. So I need to know who's going to be the next two victims in the octagon.
Tag me in, brother Bear. Let's go.
You want to go?
If you would like to do I would love to just tear somebody up.
You want?
Cleaner wood.
Yeah, cleaners got some angst or something.
That's
funny. It's too bad Beth isn't here to see this. Is yelling love language? Probably.
I mean, it depends. Is your relationship S&M related? It could be.
Probably.
What do you want to debate, Cleaner?
I don't care.
Yeah, Cleaner. What do you want to debate?
Pick something.
You're stepping
Like,
down as a judge.
Off of your head. What do you want to debate? What do you want to fight someone over?
I don't care.
What about what about some judge on judge violence? You can go at Tyler.
Ooh.
What are you feeling feisty about today, Tyler?
He's already lost one debate, so
Yeah, I already lost one. I'm pretty feisty in general. Just throw something. We'll throw something out there. Let somebody pick. Any ideas from the side panel?
Is Trump in the wrong for his tweet about
Dude, you're gonna Like he
Sedition.
has a
What
lot of
tweet?
tweets.
That was pretty big.
The tweet about sedition, saying that the Dems put out that video and it was seditious, punishable by death.
All right, I got both arguments ready. What side do
mean-
you want?
I don't know what tweet he's talking about. I can look it up real quick.
Sedition equals. He was saying that there was a video made, a bunch of Democrats telling the troops not to follow illegal orders. He's saying that is sedition and it's punishable by death, and then retweeted somebody saying they should all be hanged.
I just threw it out because it's like a hot button issue right now.
That seems like a cleaner Tyler issue.
Pick your side. I got the other one.
He said he wasn't threatening Democrats. He accused of seditious behavior punishable by death. What's his original fucking tweet? Why is Google so bad when you type in what was
If
Trump's
you need someone
seditious
for
tweet,
that one, I would
it won't
happily
pull that
do
up.
it.
Because Google has diversity on Google.
No, it doesn't have diversity. They correlate the data that you get.
Oh no, it picks and chooses what they want you to see.
Yeah, because it's all about growth. The more times that you do the search, the more times they get ad
Exactly.
revenue from the shit that comes up.
So
I'm just trying to
go on do you have Truth Social?
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull up the tweet itself.
Go on Truth or
I have
go on
Truth
X and just search up his tweets.
I'm just trying to look at the
It
tweet
said
itself.
seditious behavior punishable by death. Just 5 words.
Yeah,
This
that's
is really
that's all
bad,
it said.
dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors. Lock them up.
That's the next. That's a follow up.
Yeah.
That was a follow up after it exploded.
Seditious behavior punishable by death.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, cool.
What side do you want?
I'm guessing that this would be considered a right side view, so I'll take the radical right.
Okay. All right. It's
All right, I'm gonna put everybody in the back. You guys don't go away mad. Just go away. All right, look at you guys. Angst versus anger. All right, gentlemen, I want a nice clean fight. I don't want any punches below the belt, and I keep those ad homs. I mean, at least funny. Who's the affirmative on this?
Tyler's choice. Would you like to be affirmative or
what's
reputation?
what's the exact? I'll be the
If
affirmative.
you're taking the right,
I'll say it was a
what
bridge too
position you
far.
taking?
It was absolutely too far, and he should be at least publicly excoriated for it. At a minimum.
Okay. He should be publicly admonished for his statement.
At a
is what you're
minimum, yeah,
saying.
absolutely, yeah. It was not a good.
Okay.
thing.
I could take refutation on that. That sounds good.
Okay. So, Tyler, you will be the affirmative. You think
yep.
that? All right. Whenever you're ready, sir.
All right, so what we see here is an example of escalation, and usually escalation's a tit for tat, but eventually somebody crosses a line, and in this one Trump did. This isn't like suggesting he may have committed treason, which is what Democrats did to him, which is something punishable by death. This is sedition, punishable by death, retweeting somebody saying they should all be hanged. This is a bridge too far. This is a prescription that the people that oppose him politically, their interpretation of an illegal law or an illegal order means they should be hanged, whereas Trump was the person whose interpretation of an act tried to get him to overthrow an election. I think it's completely hypocritical and a bridge too far.
All right. You had 20 seconds left. Cleaner, whenever you're ready.
Sure. All right. So many people within the political spectrum often say things hyperbolic to grab attention to a problem that's there within what they view as a problem. So it doesn't necessarily mean they're actually saying that that thing should happen that way, much like Biden saying that Trump should have a target on his back. I'm sure Biden didn't mean that specifically. He was being hyperbolic. This is something that happens within the media and within our political system. I mean, it's all over the place. So like trying to demonize someone for being a little hyperbolic to raise attention to a problem within a society, I don't think you necessarily need to destroy someone for that or admonish them.
All right. Well, we got 5 minutes on the clock to start talking when you're ready to go.
All right, you must have brooms for hands with all that fucking sweeping you're doing right now, because to say that this is a slight escalation and just a little bit of hyperbole ignores the fact that he retweeted somebody making a prescriptive statement about them being killed. It wasn't just hyperbole. He was saying this is punishable by death. That's a factual statement. It's not hyperbole at all. It's true. And then retweeting somebody saying that they should be killed for these actions. That, to me, is beyond hyperbole. That is saying that is what you want done.
Sure, but I mean, like in his follow-on comments, he was explaining what he meant, and that he meant, we should do something about this. This shouldn't be something that we just allow to happen within society. And so when I say he's being hyperbolic and bringing attention to it, we all know that the media grasps onto things that are the most extreme and the worst things. He's doing the same thing that Democrats and Republicans have literally done throughout the whole time that there have been Democrats and Republicans. He goes, here's the neon thing. Look at this problem. I think we should fix it, guys. And while yes, death might be extreme end of hyperbole, it does bring awareness to a thing, which was the intent of what he did. And so I don't necessarily think we need to admonish him for that. I think that he was just trying to point out we have a problem we need to pay a whole lot of attention to, and that's people saying that killing people is okay, or that people,
Yeah,
and
I think
fair enough.
The fundamental pillar for your argument right here that I feel like you're resting a lot of weight on is the term hyperbole and hyperbolic. It doesn't matter if it's hyperbole. Hyperbole doesn't excuse the comment he actually said, what actually came from his mouth. You can say what Trump said is actually around the corner and down the street from a good point, or he really didn't mean it like that, he said it like that. But the actual words that came out of his mouth, regardless of if they're hyperbole or not, will get him into trouble. And if you look throughout history, some of the worst things Hitler said, most of those were hyperbole as well. It doesn't excuse them. Hyperbole doesn't absolve him of what he actually said. It's more displacing responsibility onto the voters because they tolerated it, or onto other people. He is the one that said those words. He is the one that retweeted somebody making a prescriptive statement that was not hyperbole. He is the one at fault, and it's a bridge too far.
Well, so let me test that logic a little bit there, okay? So do you think that we should lock up somewhere between 70 and 80% of our current political climate people, like the people who are in politics? Do you think we should lock up 70 to 80% of them?
No, I don't even know if Trump should be locked up. He should just be publicly admonished at the very least. He definitely saw he did something wrong. He walked back his statements with the clarification.
Okay, well, that kind of clarifies it a little. Do you think that we should be publicly admonishing and shaming 70 to 80% of our political officials?
If they acted in this way, I'd say shame 100% of them. If that's the way they acted, they all acted in this way. Absolutely. There's no personal animus toward Trump. He just is in the highest office. Per capita, he has the most power per head in the government. So if anyone should be shamed, he should be the one as an example.
Do you think that should extend to the people as well?
To some degree, but not to the same level of responsibility because they're private citizens and not public figures. But yeah, to some degree, absolutely. We should shame people, random people that are saying things about Charlie Kirk. Absolutely.
Well, at least your logic follows within a reasonable stance. I'll give you that. However, I do think that bringing, like a politician's job is to bring light to problems within the system. And making a claim like that literally gets a ton of eyes on the issue, way more eyes than would be there if he just said, this is bad. Like if he said sedition is bad, what do you think people would say? Okay, fuck off, Trump, who cares? But he didn't. Instead, he said something that was a hot take that would make people look at it and pay attention to it, and got way more eyes on it, which is his job.
I agree. You're absolutely right. But what he actually said with those words...
You just conceded the point.
No. What he actually said with those words is being left out of your equation. You're right. He got more eyes on it by saying something absolutely crazy. But at the end of the day, what came out of his mouth was something absolutely crazy that is not publicly acceptable, that should be shamed in the United States. It's antithetical to the American way. You're right. Absolutely. You say something absolutely batshit crazy, people love watching a train wreck in slow motion. Jerry Springer was a very popular show. 100% agree. Does not make it good. Does not make it a good tactic. Doesn't make it right. It actually furthers the escalation that I said in the beginning was going going on, a bad escalation, ramping things up. He's the one that crossed an uncrossable line where we should say, this is too much. We need to reel
This
it
is
back.
a differential, though. Hold on, though. This is a differential. You're talking about public feelings and emotions versus Trump's job. His job, whether or not people like what the fuck he says, is to bring light to issues. He brought light by a lot of people's eyes.
That's a very small part of his job. His
No,
job as
that's
the
a large
executive
part
is
of his
to
job.
execute the law. And to go out and say things about somebody before even a trial actually taints the jury pool, makes it harder for people to get convictions. He's the chief executive. His job is to get convictions, not to say things on Twitter.
His job is to support or defend the Constitution of the United States. And if somebody is doing something that he feels is not doing that, he needs to bring light to it so the people are aware, because the people need to be aware of that kind of thing. And I think he did his job here. I don't see any reason to admonish a man for doing his job, even if people don't like it.
Okay, that was time. All right, so and I let each of you finish your last thoughts.
Thank you, sir.
JS, what did you think?
I feel like your name's Tyler.
Yes, sir.
I feel like he won. I don't agree with you, but Cleaner, you honed in on the hyperbolic thing, which is a good point, but you kind of stayed there too long. Towards the end, you got onto some other things about justifying what he said. But yeah, I feel like Tyler just argued it a little better.
Okay. All right. What do you think, Tom?
Fair.
Just got to remember which button to push.
I don't like judging.
Yeah, I got it this time. Okay, so for Tyler, I was like kind of looking for some sort of like negative outcome that I didn't hear like what the actual negative outcome is. So you did talk about the fact that like they're being very hyperbolic or something like that, but I was looking for like what is the negative outcome from that? How does it hurt us? Like, is it making the country more divisive? Is it normalizing violent rhetoric? Is it like, what is the negative outcome that comes from that? That was like kind of the sticking point that I'm looking for, is what is it that actually hurts us in this scenario, or why is hyperbole a negative? From Chaos, I was generally looking for what it is, because you didn't mention a number of times.
Hey, it's fine, Alaska.
Sorry?
Beth thought she was muted.
Okay. From Chaos, I was looking, you said that he was getting more eyes on it. I was looking for why you thought that was a good thing, but you did mention right at the end that you think that like this is about the Constitution and him standing up for the Constitution. You got it in right as like the last word, actually making the point that like this is something that you think that that makes it beneficial for him, and without there being any sort of negative outcome that was mentioned. And you said it with the last thing that made it to where there wasn't any sort of rebuttal. I would give it to Chaos.
So, Cleaner, you did really well. You didn't say the most important thing, and that is acknowledging the fact that the behavior carries the death penalty is not endorsing the death penalty for those people. It's just acknowledging that is the law of our land. You should have started with that. Tyler, you made a great rhetorical case, but you completely ran away from the fact that everything Trump stated were facts. There was no, he kept saying hyperbole, and you kept saying, I don't mind you using hyperbole, probably because you understand that it's actually fact that sedition carries the death penalty in the United States. And to acknowledge that simply loses you the battle right out of the gate. You did a very good job of avoiding that. Good job. I still would have given it to Cleaner, just because he did have his logic trained there, that you had to admit every step of the way that his logic was sound. And when you concede ground consistently, you lose. in a debate, right? So I would have gone. So I think it was great. It was a wonderful debate. Really enjoyed it. But Tyler, you did an excellent job of not admitting that nothing Trump did violated any law whatsoever.
Yeah, Tom's right. I needed to demonstrate. I do that. I bait people in with like kind of a provocative statement. Cleaner didn't bite it, and that made it so like we just passed by without me being able to elaborate more on the statement. So yeah, you kind of just not biting on my bait there really was why we went a different direction. I didn't get that really needed point out. Tom's 100%.
Yeah.
I sidestepped it, and Grid is right. I had a base rate fallacy in there when I didn't. I made the assumption it's hyperbolic, so we know he's not really saying let's go kill these people necessarily. And I could have made that a little more clear just by saying it once. So I'm 100%.
At one point, Tyler said something like, "Well, Trump's saying let's go out there and kill him." And I would have liked if you would have just jumped on that and said, no, that's not what he's
acknowledging the law.
Yeah, I kind of made the assumption that people would get that by saying it's speaking in hyperbole.
We're idiots.
But you're right. No, but I mean that's the thing though, is like it's our job as debaters to make sure the clarity is there between this point and what we are trying to say. And so missing a little bit can sometimes diffuse that or make it very clouded for people to understand correctly. And that's a fair enough point. So
when
I appreciate the criticism.
You forget that everybody listening to you isn't introduced. You need to build that path for them. I was saying the exact same thing to Beth. She never brought her points together with X. So if you never heard the argument, you were like, "What the fuck is she talking about?"
Yeah, and I don't know that it was your intention to not admit that what Trump said is perfectly legal and fine for him to say.
I agree. My wife Tyler agrees with you completely and totally. I had to frame it that way.
For taste, but I don't know that you purposefully ran from bringing that up and mentioning it. But Cleaner should have mentioned it. Cleaner should have been. Look, no matter what we want to talk about here, the fact is he's not wrong, right? You acknowledge that the law says they committed sedition. It's a death penalty offense. So
I was willing to take it a little bit more easy on Cleaner because he just found out about this and just read about it. So he didn't have all the context to it or what even he's responding to. He didn't see the video that he's responding to, and so I was willing to take all of that into context.
I just thought it was a great I don't know if it was a tactic on Tyler's part, but it was a great tactic if it was to just not acknowledge that little factoid. Beth, are you back?
Yes, I do apologize. I freaking did not realize I was unmuted and the dog was being a dipshit. So
what happens with dogs? All right, so who's next?
JS and Maryland. That's what the chat's calling.
JS and Maryland?
Oh, God.
What are they going to do?
You handled that Fed really well.
And thank you for that, Tyler. I really just wanted to get into it with somebody there, and that was fun, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I wouldn't miss a chance. That's our fourth one.
Yeah.
All right, so JS and Maryland, what shall they debate?
I don't know. Somebody else pick a topic. I'm going to teach you about how to submit, Marilyn.
Submission.
This is easy then.
Submission.
Here, I've got the perfect one for you then, JS. Here's your prompt, JS. Women should submit to their men.
Yes.
Go.
There's a lot of
I love it.
There.
I don't know. She might agree. I don't think she does though.
I don't think she's going
to. She will not.
She's a strong
Marilyn. Marilyn, I have to ask something. Did you make a comment somewhere that you are the God or the mother of God?
No, she is God.
Or you are
God. No.
We're all God.
No, we don't have
Mother God.
Don't get into
Hang on,
theology.
stop, please. Please stop for a minute. You're saying mother God, so God is female? Is that what you were saying, or?
I'm saying there's a mother and there's a father.
That.
I think we're all mother and father gods. I think we're all mother and father gods. We're idolizing words now.
I'm just looking for clarification because I don't want to listen to what other people say. I'd rather understand what you are saying. You know what I mean? I mean it respectfully. So there you go.
Yeah, there's a lot of context to it, I
Okay,
guess.
so do we have a prompt?
Marilyn, should women submit to their men?
I think they should both submit equally to each other.
So there we go. We got a problem.
No.
All right, so we got a debate.
JS is shaking his head. All right, well, good. Let's see if we can make this work. This will be interesting. Back to the back you go. You. And how did you say it? Oh, you're hiding right there. All right. There we go. All right. Can you guys define a prompt for me that's a little clearer than women should submit to their men, or is that going to be good enough for you to cover?
I mean, that works for me, but I'm going to say, but I mean, does that work for you? Because you're saying they should submit equally. That doesn't even make sense, but.
Well, that's for that. Okay, then we're okay. We'll do that in the debate. All right. So you guys understand the rules. You've seen how this is done. You're going to each get 1 minute. JS, I'm assuming that you are the affirmative and believe that women should submit, and so we'll let you go first and allow you to make your affirmative argument. You get 1 minute on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start speaking, so you can organize your thoughts and then just start when you're ready.
All right. I would say whether we're talking religiously or secularly, it's in the woman's nature to follow and it's in the man's nature to lead. We're stronger. We wield the stick, no pun intended. We're the providers. We're the protectors. And the woman is the nurturer. She takes care of the children. There's a hierarchy. It's man, woman, children. And if we're both submitting equally, then nobody's submitting. There can't be. There's a president and there's a vice president. They can't be two masters. There has to be somebody's the dominant, somebody's the leader, and then the other one is the follower. And that's why women should submit to their men.
All right, you had 15 seconds left. Good job. Marilyn, are you ready?
I guess so.
Okay, just start talking when you're ready.
Okay, I think they should both submit to each other because the Bible says that men submit to your wives, wives submit to your husbands. Like, Christ loved the church. You should love each other, with everything you have. And I don't believe in hierarchy. I think it's an agenda that it's saying once, higher than the other when men can do things women can't do, and women can do things men can't do. They're different. They're different altogether. They're not, just because they're people doesn't mean they're like have the same strong points or whatever in the relationship. So I believe that we should love each other like equally. I don't really understand what he would do, what she would do to submit more to him than him submitting to her. So
Okay, that's time for the opening. Let me put the 5 minutes on the clock and we'll go. That was used every second of that minute. Okay.
Rambling on.
Yeah, 5 minutes on the clock. Let's just start speaking when you're ready.
So you brought the Bible into it. So what does it say about every man is the head of his wife? The man is the head of the spouse. So how can the man be the head if he's submitting?
But what would you think he would be submitting to exactly?
Well, he provides. He takes care of her. He loves her, but we can't both submit to each other. There has to be one leader, one head, and then the follower.
I need more of a tangible example of.
You said you don't believe in hierarchies.
What you mean by submitting, though? Like what would you feel he would submit to, or
So,
what? Yeah, what would
in a
she
relationship,
submit
if
to?
there's a disagreement, Both people are solid in their disagreements. Who's gonna take the L and bow out and say, you know what?
Bow out.
Yeah, and there's an argument. There's a disagreement. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna buy this new car? Are we gonna buy this new house or whatever? And one of them says, yeah, let's do it. One of them says no, and it's an argument. It's back and forth. Who is going to come out on top, or somebody's gonna have to submit. Somebody's gonna have to say, okay, I'll follow your lead. No?
I feel like it's just that because you could have plenty of arguments and she could win or you could win. You know, he doesn't have to win every single time. It just depends on the family, how it's constructed, how it's organized, so what's going on at the time, and they should join heads together and find out the best solution that will help them both and not one more than the other one.
But that doesn't. Eventually, somebody's going to have to submit, and somebody's going to have to lose the argument. So it's an important family decision. You know, are we going to homeschool our kid, or are we going to put him in public school? And let's say the wife says, I don't want to homeschool, and the guy says, but I want our kid to be homeschooled, and it becomes an argument. Eventually, somebody's going to have to give. Who ought to give?
Well, see, I feel like that is, you know, for that specific family, because there's most women, that's their field. They're with the kids the most. They're dealing with the kids the most while the man's at work. So it would really be her, you know, knowing whether it's more beneficial for them to homeschool the kids or not. So it depends on the family. I really don't think it's a man's
So it's a
prerogative most of the time, and it's a partnership. Truly.
Because you don't believe in hierarchies, but they're natural. We see them everywhere.
You see how that's working out for us, right? Men and women hate each other right now. It's not working.
That's because
not
we're
working.
moving toward your ideal. We're moving toward the partnership.
I win.
And the equality. No, you don't win. We're moving toward that, and relationships are. The divorce rates are high. The birth rate is down. It's becoming more degenerate as we move towards egalitarianism and equal partnership. That's not the natural order of things. That's not God's order of things. God's order is God, Christ, man, woman, children. The man leads.
So we're all called to be Christ-like. Do you think Christ, if he was married and had a bride, you know, he would be like, I'm making all the decisions. You're wrong about everything. Just sit there and listen to what I got to say. But no, he'd be very loving. He, you know, being Christ-like is treating others above ourselves and to others' interests above our own. So I really don't think we're doing it correctly right now. I feel like it is a partnership, and the submitting is it goes both ways. The woman will be very unhappy. She's never has a say in the matter.
Why is leading in a relationship and being the head and the wife submitting to the husband not loving? Wouldn't it be more loving for a woman not to be quarrelsome, like a leaky roof, and submit to her husband?
Well, see, that's what we do now, and I'm more than
That's
willing
not what we do now.
in this time and place to let the man have opinions and options and make his decision, and him being right about everything. But I don't feel like that's the way it should be, even though that's the way I would normally do things. I feel like women should have more of a power in the relationship, not more than him, of course, but equally balanced.
Equal.
Okay. All right. That was a good one. Tom, I'm going to let you go first this time.
Whew. Okay. So, JS, you initially said a number of times that the man provides You didn't say why it's the man that provides at any point instead of the woman. Didn't give like a reason for why it would be a man over a woman that would be the provider. You also said you never at any point like argued why hierarchies would be natural. That seems to be her sticking point. So when she gave her opening statement, it seems as though her like the main disagreement between the two of you is that you believe in hierarchies and you believe that these are natural. She doesn't believe in hierarchies. That would have been the first point I would have gone after. That is like the major sticking point for her, is to try to go over whether or not those are natural, get into the fact that like all apes seem to be well, I guess if you don't believe in evolution, I get into the fact that like all of nature seem to be hierarchical, that that throughout every human civilization there have always been hierarchies. The you know,
Tyler,
you
your
want to kind of
keyboard.
like
Sorry.
yeah, you kind of want to pinpoint the hierarchical part first, because once you can actually get her to agree that hierarchies can be good, now you can actually argue who is at the top of that hierarchy. But you would want to hit that first. For Maryland, he argued that it's natural for women to follow. I would have expected you to ask why that would be natural, or where the nature comes from, especially like push him on the nature aspect of this, because again, that seems to be the sticking point for both of you. The big disagreement is he thinks it's natural, you think it's not. So I would have gone after the nature part first. When you said hierarchies aren't natural, and when he said they are, you said, well, we see how that's working out. That's not really like a disagreement on whether or not they are natural, right? So you want to actually disagree on whether or not they're natural, whereas you're just saying, well, even if they are natural, it's not working out great for us. But if he thinks it's natural, this is like a thing that we can't really get away from. We will always just naturally end up within those hierarchies. And then you also said that both should put their heads together and compromise. That was kind of like the best argument given against what it was that he was saying through the whole thing. But you want to give a like a benefit from this, that like somebody could be hurt or somebody could like end up worse off. You want to have some sort of negative outcome from that. And so you want to try to like include like why this is better and where like the benefits are from your argument versus his argument. His argument would hurt people, your argument would benefit people. You want to give those outcomes at the end. And then yeah, you also didn't explain why someone wouldn't have to bow out. So like you did, he says somebody has to lead, you know, somebody has to have a last say. If both of you just get stuck bickering and arguing over who's right and who's wrong, if you're trying to buy a house and he wants this house, they want that house, and you're both stuck arguing for your house in his house, like he's saying somebody has to have a final word. And at no point did we really get a reason for why somebody wouldn't have to have a final word or anything like that.
Well, it
We
depends
got
on
just
the household.
Sorry?
I thought because it depends on the household. It depends on what that particular house needs and at the time, rather than a specific out like this is laying in the sand. Well, this is what it is for everybody, because every household's different. I guess I was trying to point on
Well,
that.
I do. So because he never actually gave a reason for why it would be the man who would be in charge, I suppose you're not really losing on that point.
I did say we wield the
but-
stick in the beginning. We have the force and the dominance. We're stronger.
But that doesn't necessarily have to
I
do
said
with
it in my
decision
opening.
making, right? Like I've run a bunch of businesses, and there's been other guys who worked for me who were my employees who were much bigger and stronger and taller than me. Didn't mean that they were better at leading than me. Didn't mean that they were better at making decisions than me. So I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but yeah, I don't really have a winner here. I don't feel like either side really engaged with the main disagreement, and I don't feel like either side really made an argument for why their thing would be better.
We kind of have to pick one, but I'll give you another minute to figure it out.
I'll go with Maryland.
Go with Maryland. All right, Cleaner. You're muted, sir.
I don't know if JS planned for it to go this way, but throughout the entire debate, Marilyn allowed him to lead the conversation wherever he wanted it to go.
Yeah.
That literally is showing her submitting to a man. And I like tit for tat on everything else. Not all of it was on point. There was no answers to some of it, but that right there, just for
That's
when the
not fair.
viewers are seeing it, when the viewers are seeing it though, they're seeing what's going on. And in this argument, he was able to use the argument itself to show that women naturally submit to their men, and fighting nature is never a good thing. I gotta say, on this one, I give it to JS just off the top.
Bullcrap. I'm
All
in
right.
charge, so he gets to ask the
All right,
questions,
all
and
right. Hold on, Tyler.
All right, so this is mostly going to be directed towards you, Marilyn, because you seem like you're newer. He seems like he knows his way around a debate a little more. So this is just maybe my style of judgment, but your opening statement felt like it was in a completely different world versus almost all of your argument. You made a biblical statement at the beginning. He completely smashed it in his first opening statement, and you pivoted to other arguments. Those other arguments, actually, instinctually, you picked up two really good arguments along the way. So I will say during the flow of the argument, especially toward the latter half, you had two. It was the situational case-by-case argument you just brought up a second ago. That was the perfect argument to address his point there. And the other one was when he brought up schools, you said women are in charge of childcare. They're better at care generally. Why would they not be better equipped to generally make the decision about a kid in the school? I felt like you naturally, instinctively tapped into two really good arguments without intending to. Unfortunately, it's just my judgment style to look at things like Command of the Debate, where he seemed like he was dog walking you, even though you had a couple good points. He seemed like he was just in complete control. In terms of flow of the debate, he won it tonally. I think he got it. And in terms of also, he had a couple points he just didn't address early on, as well as completely smashing your intro. I'm a big intro guy. I feel like it sets up your whole argument for you. So if you make an interjunction that's just not even close to what you said in the debate, like I feel like you just wasted that whole minute essentially. And to piggyback off Cleaner's point, JS, all you had to do was shut down her intro and then just go turn to a stone and let her talk. You could have done that the whole time. Because you started throwing questions at her to kind of internal critique her internal critique, you actually opened the door for her. When you brought up schools, that compelled her mind to work and instinctively bring up a fantastic counter argument. If you hadn't brought up schools, she probably wouldn't have been able to make the argument that women are better at childcare, better with kids, and should probably be making the schooling decisions in her merit-based system. And I think that you maybe should have just shut down. After you debunked her intro, just completely shut down. But you still got the win in my mind just for all the reasons I said.
I don't have anything to add. Sorry, Marilyn. You've been voted off.
It's okay. Not a good debater,
Go
but
hang
I'll
out in
work on
chat
it.
and just rage at the judge.
Well, if I can add one more thing, because of the prompt is like a position that JS would have the positive position in. So when they ask, the statement is like men should lead or women should follow, right? So Marilyn, I would always say if they have the positive position, I would always come out pushing them on their position, because for the most part, if that's the prompt, all you have to do is just say that their position is wrong. You don't have to prove your position or prove another position. And so I would keep just digging into his position, asking a bunch of questions. But why men? But how are they better? What if it's a dumb guy with a rich, smart wife? Like, what about that? And just keep giving them hypotheticals that'll kind of break down their logic and give some, extreme circumstances to where it shows that the rule that they think applies to everything may not apply all the time. And if it doesn't apply all the time, then it's just not really a great rule.
Right. Control the debate better. Yes. All right. Thanks for the advice.
Well,
Appreciate that. All
one
right,
one
guys.
last thing before you go, Marilyn. Listen, you and I have gone tit for tat and argued in chat before about theology and the God thing and all. But I'll tell you something. When you step away from that, you actually have really good points about a lot of topics. You just need to learn to structure your arguments and make it so that it impacts people, so the chat can kind of feel what it is you're saying. I mean, you actually made really good points. The big thing about that was just, how does it affect chat? How does it affect the people that are out there so that they'll be on your side so you win them over? You know, because that's what we're all trying to do with debates is win over as many people as we can. Change the views of the viewers, you know? But I think you have really good points. You just have to structure them a little better. You did good, though.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank
Marilyn's
you
not a
guys.
debater, so that's why I kind of
I'm
started
not.
asking her questions, and I knew it wasn't my job to cross-examine, but I know she's not a debater, so I was just trying to get
Yeah,
the
you were being a
conversation to
dude.
flow.
You were just being a good dude. All
He
right,
was
so we
being
got
respectful.
Leading like a man.
yeah. So we have 3 left: Beth, JS, and Cecil. Cecil has not had a debate yet. So which one of you two want to debate? Poor
Tag me in,
Cecil.
brother Bear.
Oh, you're getting
Cecil and
tagged in.
Beth.
Who do you want, Cecil?
Cecil and Beth. That would be perfect.
Oh, boy.
I'm good with that.
There's a couple
All
of
right.
things they'll disagree on, and they're
Start throwing it
real-
out, Cleaner. Like what?
Yeah, like what?
the religion that would produce the best positive outcome for the whole world.
No.
That's
that
easy.
could-
Orthodox Christianity. What are you talking about?
Would you agree with that, Beth?
Would you disagree with it?
I don't know. I don't know how to.
Uh-huh.
Do you think? Yeah. Would you think there's anything
I
better
can't.
than Orthodox?
I don't think I can't even argue that point for the simple fact of like
You don't have a morality?
I have a morality.
You get my point,
I
though,
tend
right,
to-
Beth?
I tend to lean more towards Orthodox Christianity. I'm still kind of working within my own ideologies, right? And this is something that, like, even I ask this is something even I consider frequently. But
So the questions
Not-
you would pose against it would be the arguments you would make in the debate.
Right. Yeah. If whatever questions it is that make you question it, that's the
Yeah.
thing that would
Yeah.
you
Right.
use in the debate.
I'm going to bring
to
up
argue.
due diligence here for a minute. He's very late to the party, but we'll talk to him for a minute. Just give me 1 second while you guys are thinking.
I gotta think of how to even argue this.
But
Yeah.
that's kind of why I think this is one point where you two could actually go tit for tat. If you give it just a little thought, I think you
I
could
don't-
come up with some really good arguments against
don't
it based
think-
off of your current state and where you're going with things, right?
I don't think so, because when he and I talk religion, we are really closely aligned on our principles within it, right?
Boys, we're winning. Beth's almost on our side. Hell yeah!
Yeah, you know this, dog. You know this.
All right. So, all right. What about
Yeah, give us another.
what is something that you two guys will disagree on? You guys are going to agree on a lot.
I don't even mind. I'll take the opposite side sometimes just to argue.
Yeah, I do
Let me go through my stuff here. What's up, due diligence? How are you?
If you want me to debate so that you have one, I would be happy to just do one. But...
Yeah,
I'll
maybe.
want
Well, we
it.
got to do. We've.
I would love to go against Beth though. That would be fun.
Well, we're gonna be. Let's start throwing out some ideas. What do you want to debate about? I'd prefer to keep religion out of it, just because of how the conversations you
Yeah.
and I have had with it.
That's difficult with religion.
Yeah.
Hi,
Pentuple. Nice to see you again.
That's
I
not.
met
How do you
him
guys
in
feel
Nashville.
about-
It was really cool.
That's not.
Oh, it's not.
Beth, are you more in favor of like legal immigration and like having people come in as long as they do it the right way and just making sure that they follow the laws when they come in?
Yeah, I do believe
Yeah?
that we should be deporting most, if not all, of the people who have come into the country illegally.
All right, well, what
I
if-
do
Sure,
think
I'm more
it's
so talking
against
about.
immigration?
I'm more so
Can I
talking about the
argue
way that they
for
come in.
against immigration?
And then Cecil, what are you in favor of people as long as they come in legally? Are
No.
you No? Okay, so yeah, so that's that. I think that would be like a good debate. Is like he doesn't care if they come
Yeah?
illegally. He would
Take
like
me
the
on
laws
that,
to
Beth?
change to where
You
they
want
would.
all of them in? Okay.
No,
He wants way less immigration. He thinks that the laws allow too much
I want to
immigration.
make
Whether
as
or not
many
they come
laws
in
as we
legally doesn't
can.
matter to him.
We should try to make it as difficult as you can to come into the state.
Would
Beth,
you do have a
defend my
moratorium?
wife. Defend my wife, Beth.
I do think that it's something that needs to be very stringently
Let's go on it.
regulated, right down to the point of like, I'm kind of strict with it as well. Like, I want background checks. I want fucking like the whole nine. Your wife is a good woman, and
But they currently do that.
would have gotten in on her own merit.
Okay.
No, but
let
I
me
care
ask you-
about more than that. I
let me
want
They
throw this
currently
out
do
there.
that. They currently everything
Hang
that
on.
you just mentioned is what they're currently doing, and so he's saying that he doesn't want what they're currently doing. He
Yeah.
wants something.
It's
way
like
stricter.
even if these people can come in, I don't want mass immigration. I want to keep.
I don't
like,
either.
America
What
a
Grid want?
Christian
Grid's trying to ask us something.
Well, I was just listening to you guys, but I do have a couple of different topics
Throw some at
that
us.
maybe you guys might be able to work
But
out.
can I ask one more follow-up question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure.
Beth, do you care about where they come from, what country they come from?
I do think that that is something that would have a very strong impact when you're looking at doing it even the right
Hello.
way. And I
Okay.
don't
All
think
right.
that we should
Okay.
have this mass immigration that we've
All right.
got.
What about this? Should federal laws be expanded, or should we keep state laws where they're at?
I think I wrote this prompt.
Similar.
Federal laws be expanded.
Yeah, should the federal should federal authority be expanded, or should the way the states' rights
Okay.
laws work now continue?
I
Like
think
on a
that
broad
there are.
spectrum?
Hang
Like
on, hear
more
me out
government
real
or
quick,
less
Cecil.
government?
Cecil, hear me out. I think there, like, number one, I am all for more smaller government, but I think there are some crimes and some standards that should be like nationwide. Like, you can go to New Jersey and a DUI is a ticket, and like, I just watched a woman get her 5th DUI in less than 5 months and was not arrested until she put her hands on police officers. It was just going to be another ticket.
So is the
So,
prompt for
That's
more
crazy.
government?
Yeah.
Not more government, but expanding authority so that if a federal law so like we could use this with the example of Trump sending in the troops, right?
Sure.
So you get Trump sending in the National Guard to protect federal buildings is one thing. Trump sending them in without state approval has been a big bone of contention. So should the federal authority be expanded, or is the current states' rights system, should it be expanded?
Oh, this is hard. Okay, so I think that if
You can
the
refine it.
states-
I mean, you can. I mean, it's just an idea for a prompt. You guys.
Yeah. I think that if the states are failing to protect themselves and to rectify a situation that's detrimental to the people, then the federal government kind of has no choice but to step in.
Yeah, who cares about the states? We have a federal government.
Exactly. And again, I think there are some standards, some laws that should apply nationwide. We shouldn't have a different,
Okay.
right
All
down
right.
to punishment.
We don't need
progressive
to,
guys.
we don't need to litigate.
Do you
it.
think
Just
that
need to-
do
trying to
you
find
think
a
there should
prompt.
be a education department, a federal education department?
Fuck no.
I am against
Cancel that
school.
Okay.
All right.
That's
How
what
about
he's- that's what you're
all right.
saying is good.
So, is our current healthcare system
Not for everything.
defined for this purpose as the mechanism by which people are provided access to doctors and treatment, a net positive, or is it a massive burden on the country, ending in ever increasing socialism? That is a well-defined prompt right there.
It is, but I think they're both going to agree on this one as well. This is why I offered to debate, because I feel like they're going to agree.
Okay,
on
having worked in healthcare, oh shit, how would I put this?
It's a bit of socialism. You need that,
It is-
but
It is
look what happens
socialism.
when you have it. Look what they do with it. They just capitalize on it, and then everyone ends up with no Medicare.
It is socialism, but I think that doctors make it impossible for some people to get treatment, and I think that some of what they charge is absolutely bullshit, and they shouldn't be allowed to do what they do sometimes with the way they gouge people.
Okay, how about this? How about this for what y'all are talking about? All right, how about this for a prompt? America should have universal health care if we have a way of doing it without it costing the taxpayers more money.
What are you talking out your ass? What are you talking about?
No,
Nope.
no.
Single
There's
payer,
a way
baby. Single payer Medicaid buy-in.
There is a way of doing it, but you kind of have to know some of it. But if you just assume that the cost is taken care of and there's no cost involved, everything else is still arguable. But would you be in opposition of whether or not we should have universal health care if there's no extra cost for the taxpayers?
Would you be for that, Beth?
I've seen it in other countries, and I think, again, this kind of plays into the response to the way the system works. Do you think that capitalism is going too far, becoming detrimental to the population?
Well, you're kind of taking that out of the whole equation because it's
For that
already
one,
paid
yeah.
for without taxpayers having to pay for it at all. The assumption is it's just paid for mystically. Would you be okay with universal health care in that situation with our current climate, infrastructure, sociological, whatever? You know, if the money is taken care of, everything else that's involved, would you be on opposition of that?
Oh.
I would say, I hate socialism, but I can argue yes. I can argue for it.
You guys are. This is a good tough one here.
Where'd you
Good
go?
one. It's good.
The crazy thing is that we actually could afford universal health care. Our current infrastructure could not support it. Even within 10 years of us trying to build up, we could not support it because of the medical demand that would happen on the doctors. We do not have enough medical professionals. It would take us 5 to 10 years to produce enough medical professionals to actually support universal health care.
10 years to get 7% more of the nation onto healthcare? I don't know. If it's
Five
that much.
5 to 10, because it's more than 7%.
That
though.
sounds like a good economic equation to me. In 5 years, we're
well,
going to
no,
have 5% more doctors. Hell yeah.
Cecil, do you think they
no,
make
Tyler,
it
they,
easier to get driver's licenses?
Ooh,
Do you think they should make it harder to get a driver's license?
Of course.
How about divorce? Are you no fault? Are you in favor of no fault?
What about mandatory military service?
Yes.
Take no, Cecil. You've got good ones for this. I've heard you
Yeah,
before.
I'm against mandatory. I'll take
Take no.
mandatory. I'm against.
I can argue yes.
All right,
This
perfect.
will be a good one. This will be a good one.
Mandatory service buys citizenship. That's not the prompt. I'm just.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say don't go throwing that in there.
Yeah.
Wait,
All
can I throw one out there?
Go ahead.
Like Beth, how would you feel about what about abortion? Would you be for women abortion?
Pro-life.
Incest?
I'm pro-life.
What about incest or rape?
Grape.
Yeah, it's great.
No, I'm still pro-life there.
Okay, maybe we should take the last.
Do you think
prompt.
women should go to jail if they get an abortion somehow?
If it's
Are
illegal,
abolition-
absolutely.
Are you more pro-life or more abolitionist?
I'm far more pro-life.
Okay. All right. So I like the.
That was a good
I
prompt,
like
yeah.
where we were at with
Let's
the
do military.
mandatory military service required.
I'll take the
military.
opposition. Yeah.
All right.
All right. You guys get in the back. Pick me, Dim. You go away. Beth, you stay. JS, you go. Here you go. And then it's just the three. All right. So, any clarification of the topic needed?
What's the word?
Yes. What is the prompt?
Mandatory military service for all citizens.
Excellent. Who starts us?
I do.
Beth says yes. You say no. So Beth will start. Got to get the timer back up. Sorry about that. I do have the timer just about worked out to where to work on my OBS. So we'll get to that pretty soon. All right. So again, you've done this before. We're almost to the end of this rope. Beth, you will be starting. I've got 1 minute on the clock to start speaking when you're ready.
Okay. I am in favor of mandatory military service in the sense that I do think that it is beneficial to our population if all citizens serve 2 years of some kind of military service. It builds up good community and patriotism. Young people learn better responsibility, and it gives them the opportunity to develop skills, as well as, always ready, right? And they may end up finding a path that they decide they want to stay with for the rest of their lives.
That's great. That's beautiful.
All right,
That's
25.
perfect.
All right, it was 25 seconds. So that was a quick opening. When
Now
you're
you're-
ready, Cecil, go right
That's
ahead.
great. That's great. That's perfect. That's beautiful. Everything you said, but it really doesn't matter shit because there is no such thing as women serving in the military. When women do serve in the military, it's only background servicing extensions. Like women cannot serve the front lines. Women do not die on the front lines. Women stand back while the men die on the front lines for them to do what they do. How are you going to make the argument for everyone to have full military excrement when men are the only one who actually have to serve this? Women will never have to serve this, even if they are enlisted. It's a false
ready.
premise, even beginning.
Okay, you done?
All right, let me get the time on the clock. Just for clarification before we start, Cecil,
Yes.
we're saying serve in the military. That means any kind of job in the military, mechanic, nurse, whatever. Okay, so just make sure we're all on the same page. All right, you guys ready? Start
Ready.
speaking when you're ready.
Cecil, I love you to death. You made a big mistake in your opening. I specifically said serving something as little as even 2 years. And again, there are so many more jobs than just the front line. In the military, you have cooks, you have nurses, you have supply. There's a lot of situations where we can have women serving 2 years in a supportive role where they may learn how to do things that they need to learn how to do just for the benefit of their own lives.
Yeah, what they do will never be the exemption that men do when they serve on the front line.
Correct, but we're not talking about women going to the front lines. We're talking about even if we put women into a mandatory service in the military. Again, I'm saying a cap. No benefits needed, none of that. Go learn some shit. Have it replace the community colleges that are sucking up all of our money and brainwashing our kids and sending them off none the wiser.
Listen,
This
all
is an
that is great,
excellent
but how can you
alternative
even
to that.
compare that to dying on the front lines as a man?
Not everyone goes to the front lines, okay?
No, you're right. The men go to the front lines to die.
Not all
As the
men
women
go to
sit
the
back.
front lines. Not all men go to the front lines. Plenty of work in communications and signal. in the supply unit. You got a lot of men working in the kitchen in the military. Why not have the women in those roles and during their little stint of mandatory service?
Women should not be conscripted at all. As a Christian, you want to preserve women, you love women, you want to keep them safe. We need to preserve them and keep them safe because we're men.
Here's another thing. Just because you serve in the military does not mean that you are necessarily going to be deployed into a combat zone. So therefore, there's no problem with women being conscripted, being forced to serve 2 years. All citizens serve 2 years in our military, even if, and that includes
Do you
staying.
think women will ever serve a military conscript than men do?
To the degree that men serve.
They will not.
No. However, what I am saying is that it is beneficial to our nation.
To who? The women? Because not the men. They're dying on the front line.
I'm not I agree with you, but I'm not specifically talking about the front lines. We're talking about.
So it's a false equivalency.
No,
what you're
because
arguing for, it's a false equivalency because the women will never, ever do what the men do on the front line.
However, I'm going to restate it again.
Go ahead.
There is a vast majority of our military that never sees the front lines or a combat zone at all.
And they won't have to see them. They won't. Because of the men that serve and die for them.
Even the men who enlist in our military, there's a vast number of them who never enter a combat zone. They never do. When I'm talking, hang on, I want to go back.
Face the first line.
We are talking about should all of our citizens have a mandatory time spent in the military.
It doesn't matter. It's a
This
false
is beneficial.
equivalency.
This is
the argument
beneficial.
you're making is a false equivalency because women will never ever have to face the fucking meat grinder of war that men face.
That's not what we're talking about. Okay.
Is that not the argument?
The argument is should it be required for all citizens
Yes.
to spend mandatory time in the military?
If women get the mandate, they will not serve the same time that men do. Men will
Not
be put
all
on the front
men.
line,
Not
they will
all men
die.
see a combat zone. Listen, I'm going to restate. Hear me. I am talking about a mandatory 2 years for all citizens in the military. This does not mean going to the front lines. This means supportive roles for
So what
women.
are we talking about? Just
hang
supportive?
on.
We're just talking about people who sit on the back line?
It can be just that. It can be sitting in the back lines making.
Well, that's not how wars are won. Wars are
Making-
won by men coming in with guns and pushing the other people out.
Those are going to be your career military service. All right.
No, these are how wars are won.
We're not talking about war right now. We're talking about mandatory military service. Not all military, everyone who goes into the military does not necessarily see a combat zone. This would be great to replace 2-year community college in our country.
Okay. All right.
Tom, you look very.
Tom obviously wants to go first.
Okay, so the whole debate was you guys talking past each other. So for Cecil, he is saying that if we have mandatory conscription for everybody, this is unfair for men because some percentage of those men will have to serve in combat roles. Women who have to go and be like women who have to serve, they will never have any fear that any percentage of them will ever have to serve in a combat role or be on the front line.
Cecil, let him finish me. We
Yes,
don't
they have no fear that they will ever have to do this. And so he's saying that this entire paradigm is horrifically unfair for men. So where Beth, you keep arguing like, yes, but not everybody has to do that. He understands not everybody has to do that, but yet only men will have to do that. And so this is just a really, really unfair situation for men. I think if you did catch that, it would have been easy to argue that only people who choose to enlist would have to would serve on the front lines. That like anybody who's conscripted, that they could work kitchens and support roles and things like that. Whereas the only people who choose to enlist would have to fight on the front lines or in combat positions. Though I don't know if that is realistic, but
Nope. That's
also
not how
Cecil,
it works at all.
yeah, it's fairly unrealistic, but that is like the only way I think that the argument against what it is he's saying could have been argued. Whereas for Cecil, I don't think that I think it was obvious that she was not understanding that you're making the argument that this is unfair, that any percentage of men will have to deal with this, and that no percentage of women will have to deal with this, and that you're just arguing that the idea of this is only unfair for men. It's not unfair for women. It is only unfair for men. And I think that you really should have pushed that a lot more so that she could understand what it was that you were arguing here.
It's already that way.
Okay,
Well,
let's not talk while the judge is talking.
That's not the prompt though, because the prompt currently is if you are going to force everybody into military, because already everybody who's in the military is only there because they choose to be there. The prompt is about you're not choosing. We're saying everybody has to do this. So the whole paradigm of who serves in the military would completely change. And it seems as though yes, that this is his argument. I would say that it's hard to say like who won because it was I feel like Cecil's entire argument wasn't really challenged at all, but I do think that Beth was the only one making arguments for her claim, so I will give it to Beth. It feels weird to give it to anybody, but yes, I will give it to Beth.
Okay, Cleaner, you look ready to go.
Yeah, I think Cecil was bringing up an important point of military service. All right, you don't necessarily have to, and the thing is, he didn't clarify this specifically. You don't have to necessarily be in a frontline combat position to fuck your body up royally, doing your job to make sure a jet gets off the ground or the Marines are ready to go on the boat because you prep the boat right. The military they don't employ forklifts. You end up picking up 200-pound weights and fuck your back up. Like, there's all kinds of things that the military trains people to do with their brainwashing technique of their initial upstart, which is basic training. So I think he could have made a really stronger argument there. Beth made a lot of really good arguments towards the generality of conscription itself, which is what the main topic was about. And so on this one, I'm giving it to Beth because she had all of the arguments that were laid out for what she believed in the generality. And Cecil on this one was getting into a fallacy of relative privation, which is where you just take that one thing that's really bad about it that might happen, which can also bridge on a slippery slope fallacy, and applying it to the whole comment of conscription. Yes, that can happen when you enter wartime. However, if you have conscription in general, you're not necessarily always in wartime. And so it's the generality. This is another conversation or another debate where they entered specifics to try and prove a generality that did not work out because it doesn't apply to the generality. So getting more to the generality, which is what the debate prompt was about, would be a stronger way to approach it, Cecil. I've got to give it to Beth on this one. I'm sorry.
Grifter.
Okay, so Beth, I'm going to do you first because it's shorter and sweeter. You were the affirmative here. What you did was rather risky. You went on the attack, and I felt like there were a couple really good holes he could have seized on that you opened yourself up to when you really didn't need to. I think you kind of just should have sat back there. But that brings me to Cecil. Listening to your argument, you gotta you're in a way when you're giving your argument, you have to like tell a story. You gotta put down the stepping stones. You were just throwing out factoids. Now in this, Beth was making an internal critique of your argument. She kind of didn't have to, but when she was doing it, you weren't throwing any counter punches back at her. You were just deflecting her critique. So I think Tom, from what I listened to of him and myself, understood what you were trying to say. I got what you were saying because I've heard your argument before. But I got a few examples on how you can kind of take your argument and relay it back to the prompt better. So the first one would be, she's saying that women can serve in supporting roles. So if you look at our military, only like 0.3% of our population is the military in the United States, and that's 40, 50 million people going into the military every year. At some point, you're not going to have roles for them. Women are either going to see combat roles because there's not enough supporting roles, or it's going to be a free handout. And that's where you come in with the lethality argument. You were setting down multiple good arguments to build up to the lethality argument, how we need men in the military because they're the most effective. Our military isn't there to give everybody discipline and social orders like their parents do. Leave that to the parents to raise their kids, not the government. The government is there to fill a role, and that role is to have the most lethal, deadly military. And you could have hammered down on that over and over. She's saying women would be conscripted. You need to say that men act differently when women are on the battlefield, even if they're in support roles. If there's fire going on, when there's a women medic around, men have been shown to act differently. They protect the women as opposed to fight with their brothers. That's another way you could have doubled down on lethality. And you could argue that women can't do the job. You were arguing women can't do the job to the same degree. They can only do certain roles. They can't do the entire job. But what you needed to tell Beth when she said some men don't do combat roles under your system, Beth, where you're making women take all the support roles, this puts men onto the front line more often because they're the only ones that could be there. You're pushing even more men. So this false equivalent that you're getting is actually worse for men because now they're more often in harm's way because they don't have access.
Argument,
yeah, but you just never really...
I don't think I actually dealt with the fucking prompt. I was like, just
let me know when you're done because I want to say something.
You just got to get those arguments out because I was waiting for that shoe to drop. I was listening like, okay, he's got all the points set up. Now just drop that shoe and you got it. And you just never, and I never came down in a way where I say you didn't refute Beth's internal critique and she kind of dog walked you a little bit there.
So everybody's done there. Tyler, I really wanted to point out to you that some MOS positions within some of the jobs take fucking well over a year to learn. So if we're talking about all citizens doing mandatory time in the military, what I'm saying is like this would be an awesome opportunity to replace what people are usually spending in community college, even if just for the schooling of learning how to do specific things.
But that would have been his
like
point to
developing communications.
You're kind of
women should not be on the front line.
Well,
You're supposed to
hold
protect women.
on, real quick.
Well, everything's
Tyler,
over with, so I was just kind of pointing out.
Tyler, I get. Hold on, real quick. Tyler, I get your point about the number of people, the percentage of people that are enlisting every year, or that have been conscripted in different situations and whatnot. The average of it. I would advise you in the future to remember that when they're enlisting, you need to take a 4-year differential into that because typically they are baseline minimum 4 years conscripted. If they're conscripted, if they're serving voluntarily, 4 to 6 years. So you have to multiply that by like 4 years because it's going to be during that whole 4 years that the people are, you know what I'm saying? So it's like every cycle would be like 1.6 or 1.7% of the population, which while it doesn't sound like a lot when you're talking about percentages, you're talking about like 6 million people. That's a lot of people in 4 years to go into the military and a lot of people in 4 years to come out. So
but I do want to say though that
just so
applies,
you apply the
that also-
differential, right?
That
That's
same
all.
argument applies to the same thought process applies to the way that you were saying that like his example of men only are the only ones who have to serve on the front lines. That would also apply in the fact that if we say like men and women are both being enlisted 50-50 at the same rate, the fact that only men are serving at the front lines changes that from 10 to 15% to 20-30% of
No, it
men
changes
and
nothing.
0%
Men would
of
still
women.
why would
And
you put
so
the women on the
it
front
becomes-
line to die?
No, yes, I understand.
Well,
that.
all right,
We're saying- I'm
guys.
defending your point, and I'm saying that it becomes a higher percentage of men, where it's 20 to 30% of
Right.
men and 0% of women. And so, yes, it makes it a big disproportionality.
But Mr. Israel down here should know already that in Israel, all citizens are required to serve 2 years in the military after high school.
And their
This is
military makes a ton of mistakes because it's not based off of lethality.
Hang on.
But
What I'm
that's
saying
Israel,
is,
not America.
this is
And they're
already
right.
something that we
They
can
don't have to
still
do much
practice.
because they have America.
And don't
backing
clip
them.
that. I did not say anything negative about Israel.
While I would love to litigate this whole
That was
thing,
anti-Semitic, bro.
this will make a great panel discussion at some point, but right now I just want to end the debate. Couple of things. First,
I'm getting tired.
I see where you were coming from, Cecil. I don't think you should have hammered. You should have made the point and moved on to a different point.
Yes.
Sticking on that point was futile.
It
Just
became
saying the same
circular.
thing over and over and over again was just bad. It's bad form in the debate to begin with. And all it really did was be very one dimensional. Tom is being extremely kind to you by saying that he understood, he actually like projected part of your argument that you didn't say onto it because he understood where you were going, right? So that's very kind of Tom to do, and you should remember that for next time when you make this argument. First, if we're talking about conscription, yes, every country in the world that has a mandatory service, a mandatory military service, I probably should have tweaked this slightly to mandatory government service because obviously military implies a wartime, a more wartime sort of footage where I think, even like Sweden and Switzerland and I forget who else has mandatory service right now, but other than Israel, they do everything from like, communications or government communications repair and things like that. So I think that Beth, you did a decent job. You still got frustrated. You can't get frustrated in a debate. Stop doing that. That's bad form. And Cecil, man, again, make the point. Move on to the next point. If you don't have a next point, just sit there and let her talk and look like she's just repeating herself until you have a point to counter. Because you could have.
I don't feel like he has to move
I like the
on.
constructive
He should at
criticism.
least
Thank you.
explain
You guys
it
gave me
in
a
a
lot of good
different.
Sure.
Yeah, I would say at least explain it further. Try to
Right.
make it, because it seems like if she's not understanding the point, if you're going to stick on it, you have to at least explain it in a new way and say it in a different way to get her to
Yeah,
understand.
that's
what
solid.
your
That's
point
solid.
is.
Also, the other thing is that just simply saying that men are dying on the front lines. We don't have front lines. We're not there yet. So, it's weird. Mr. Boulay is throwing out some money here. $5 comes from Department of Numismatics. According to Google, in 2022, there were approximately 708 frontline female combat pilots across all branches, either fixed or rotary wing, fly army. Yes, as a matter of fact, one of them just won her court case to be recognized for I believe, a CMH, I believe, because what's that?
Can I say one thing on that?
Yeah.
One thing, just one little point that listen, I
know where you're gonna
understand.
go.
I understand women in the military, and like I get that they want to be there. There are certain things that people do not understand have to happen. As prior service, I can tell you when a woman gets in an aircraft, 8 men have to reconfigure that aircraft so it will work specifically for a female.
And she'll still miss the stop sign.
Well, I think
what you're doing
Tyler
is
brought up the best counter argument of saying that like the complications of having women there, like the amount of sexual assault accusations, the men and women sleeping together, the fact that they act different around each other. I think that would have been
much better.
the best.
Yeah, I would have.
That would have been a really good direction.
Those are kind of extreme situations, though. The fact is, and like as much as I appreciate that women want to serve, the fact of the matter is, men have to support women in order for them to serve. Like for one woman to serve, you have a minimum of 2 to 10 men that have to change what they do in the military in order to make sure that one woman can serve. And so it puts an extra strain on the men, on the equipment, on the funding of it, all of it, because you have to get different parts for the aircraft. You have to get different M4s are issued instead of M16s because M16s are 0.7 pounds heavier than an M4. They don't have the same accuracy. Like the thing is, people do not understand the nuance of women being in that position. There are so many things that go into it that make it so that women can be there even though they are less combat effective. And it's been proven time and time again. And as much as I love women, it's just a fact of war. Men are built to kill other men. Women are not.
I want to point out real quick, hang on, my actual position on this is that women should not be anywhere beyond, like, if they really want to serve, put them in the supportive roles, you know, in fucking the kitchen, in the nursing, you know, doing physicals, supply, that kind of stuff. I do not believe women should be deployed to other countries under any circumstances. I think that doesn't set up a good opportunity for our people, you know, to use women against our own troops.
Listen, not even direct combat roles. Okay, look,
Yeah,
my secondary job in the military was a mechanic. The women that were there, we had to change everything about how we did things so that women could be there and do the job with us. They had to have 2 or 3 guys around to help them do the job.
Would you trust a broad fixing your car? Come on.
I think that women listen. I think that women.
People do not actually understand the nuance of it, and the nuance is very important when you're talking about military members because you only have a certain number of people to do the job. And if you take those people, if you have 10 people and one of them is a female and 6 people have to support her rather than doing their job, you're taking away from the military's effectiveness.
I absolutely think the military
does degrade the military. There's no way around it.
Go in, it needs to be segregated even because otherwise all they're going to do is fuck and get pregnant and STDs and everything up. Trust me, I have a lot of friends in the military. That's what fucking happens.
Beth, even if you take those extreme situations out of the case, the baseline that all women and all military members, even in support roles, men will have to help them more. Like a woman working in finance, a man will have to help her carry a box somewhere because she won't be able to lift it. It'll fuck her back up. There's just the nuance of it is so apparent everywhere in the military, and yet we keep letting women into the military. They shouldn't be there, period.
I agree with you.
No exceptions.
Okay. I'm gotta move on. $2 Australian. Yes, we take big money here. From John Burt. Woman and sandwiches on the front line. Fair enough.
Your mic is doing something.
Yeah, your
weird.
mic sounds funny.
My mic sounds funny.
Oh, now it's
good.
It's because when the TTS triggers, it goes off and it screws with Grid's mic.
Yeah,
that's all.
I don't have a TTS this time.
All right.
All right. So I've turned that off.
Thank you, Cecil.
Thank you, Ben.
I don't see you due diligence. He's not up here, so I don't know what he's talking about. He's in the back. All right, so that leaves Beth and JS.
Nervous.
Final round.
Good luck, yo.
You guys have fun. Cecil, man, it was great having you up, man. You got to come back Monday. Come back Monday.
God bless
I'm
y'all.
not streaming tomorrow. All right. What do you guys want to debate, JS, Beth?
I don't know.
Give me some suggestions. I've never debated with you before. I just freaking met you last weekend, so you know.
Did dinosaurs build the pyramids?
Yes.
No, you were the guy that did the debate before me, right?
No, I think this is perfect.
I don't know, Cleaner. I wasn't there. What did they?
You're the guy.
Go with the dinosaur thing. When Beth is really into the anthropology, this would be a great debate for you two.
Oh my God! Don't do that.
No, I promised
please
Grid,
do it.
No, I promised Grid. No, I promised Grid none of that.
Oh man!
No more half-hour long Etruscan or whatever it was.
Well,
that would have been fun, Grid. You know it would have been fun.
Trained dinosaurs are the best
like a half an hour.
explanation for the pyramids.
All right, what?
I don't know what we disagree on. I don't know. Just throw some. I mean, I'll play devil's
Oh,
advocate.
she's
or
very
whatever.
disagreeable.
Is it not a little unfair that JS had one debate and she's had two?
That's okay.
She got 3. I mean,
Yeah.
I can debate
Okay.
one of the judges if I have to. I'll debate you, Tom.
Well, the problem would be is that I guess if one of us won, then one of
You
us would
still-
have to
it-
debate
you end up
her,
in the
and
same
we would
place.
end up with one debate, so it wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, it still ends up in the same place.
Mm.
All right, so
Well, you guys know Beth better than me, so throw out some ideas.
I
I'm
know
pretty
both of you
authoritarian, theocrat. Let's see.
he believes that. Yeah, he's definitely an authoritarian.
Yeah.
Totalitarian almost.
What grounds me is that I'm pro 2A, so that's what keeps me from getting too crazy authoritarian.
Yeah.
So pretty much he's not far off of OG stances on things.
Probably.
I'm not sure who that is.
You don't know Orthodox guy?
Oh yes, yeah, I know him. Yeah, I haven't talked to him much, but
You should.
JS doesn't get out much.
You think Antifa should be classified as terrorists?
Yes. I also I would take it a step further. I think most of these gangs should be classified as terrorists. Even the domestic ones. Let's see.
Throw out some ideas.
Should firearm safety be taught in schools?
To kids?
Yep. I say
Okay,
yes.
let me propose a prompt. Recently, in the state of Tennessee, it is now mandatory. There's that word again, mandatory. That firearms education be taught in every public school from kindergarten to 12th grade every year.
Yeah, I'd say no.
You say no?
Yeah, I'd say no.
I'll take yes on this one.
Okay. See, that was so easy. Tom, we're going to put you in the back now. He's focused on his thing. All right.
So
This is
should
going to be
firearm safety be mandatory in public schools?
Okay.
okay.
Yep. So you're
We have
the
that.
affirmative.
We actually have that very law. People are arguing that as we speak. From kindergarten on up, baby. All right. So, and every year, and you can't opt out of it. It is absolutely mandatory.
Yeah,
So
I assume it's like a little section, like they spend 2-3 weeks covering.
yeah, I think it's like a week-long thing.
Week-long
and
thing. Yeah,
it's
perfect.
Handled
That's
by
perfect. That's awesome.
It's handled by the TWRA, our Wildlife Resource Agency.
Well,
and, go ahead.
Maybe this is something that we'll talk about in the debate, but are they using guns in the?
It can be any form of media, film strips, cartoons, all the way up to guns and live fire, depending on obviously the age and appropriateness.
Okay.
All right, Beth, you say you're affirmative. You think that it should be there. He says it shouldn't be there. So we'll let you go first. 1 minute on the clock.
Okay, I am pro firearm safety mandatory in schools because we have seen for decades and decades where kids get a hold of firearms and bad things happen. I think that it is useful for them to learn how to deal with it in case something happens in their home, in case their friend picks up a gun. I would absolutely advocate for it being age appropriate in high school. I myself shot on our high school rifle team. As a result, I mean, got to do some pretty fun
Andrew's
stuff.
here.
I know. I just panicked. Good evening, Andrew. Good to see you again. Broke my pen too. So I'm gonna leave it at that and let JS take over because I just went. Thanks, Andrew.
Andrew, give me just a couple of minutes and we can get into that. That's really interesting. All right. Okay, JS, when you're ready.
No, that's not what I didn't do that at all.
What?
I didn't do that at all.
Okay, all right, hold on.
I was writing. I didn't even read the message, so I don't know what's
All
going
right,
on.
let me put it back up there.
I didn't do that at all.
Andrew says,
No.
I got a debate prompt, asked Beth why she came out to a Crucible event, was so nice, and everybody was thankful to her. And then when she got back, she talked a ton of smack about the crew being a
Nothing but
cult.
good things about the Crucible. If you're just talking about my discussion with Mr. E yesterday, I was talking about general public leaders and how people, the public, tend to follow them and can go out of bounds with things. It's not the public leaders' fault, but how do we come up with a way for public leaders to deal with this? You and I spoke about this face to face as well. I didn't talk smack about the Crucible. I've said nothing but good things about you. I don't understand where that's coming off.
I give him a minute to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, no, I've not talked shit on the Crucible at all. In fact, I even told people, I was like, Andrew was awesome. Like, we had great conversations. He answered my questions and was cool about it. Like, wow.
Yeah, Tom, I believe that.
I'm sorry, JS.
That's okay. We can get back to the debate. It's okay. It gives him more time to get his notes together. Not that he needs more time, because he's a professional. I don't know whether to go ahead and
I don't know what to do with this.
or what. I want to give Andrew a chance to respond.
That's wild. I don't know if you're misunderstanding something, sir, but no, yeah, I've said nothing but good things about you guys.
Confirm prompt before openings, please. I thought we did.
Should firearm.
Well, you did, because I was in the middle of my opening statement. Now I'm kind of on this. By all means, let's talk this one out. I've never called the Crucible a cult.
Not trying to wreck the stream. Hang on, I'll get the clips that were sent to me. Fine. We'll go ahead and do this, and we will we'll solve the rest. All right. I'm sorry, JS. When you're ready to go with your opening, go right ahead.
All right. So one of the points you made was that we see when kids get hold of firearms, bad things happen. So why would we want to put firearms in schools and show the kids them and have them handling them? Once you're giving them these and they're teaching them about them, it gets it in the kids' head that they want to play with them more. They want to see them more. I don't trust the public school to teach kids about anything. When we start teaching kids about sex ed in public school, they want to have more sex. They go out and have more sex. Maybe they're doing safe sex, but they're still having sex at a younger age. So they're going to want to shoot guns at a younger age. That's not a problem necessarily, but that's up to the parents. The parents should be the ones teaching kids about firearm safety and, showing them those things if they want to. I mean, I guess you could say there's like an opt-out thing if the parents don't want their kids to be in it, but we're talking about mandatory firearm safety courses and potentially live ammo, maybe an elective thing in high school, but not mandatory for all schools and all kids in schools. All
right. Yeah, that's your minute.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I know it's easy to get going there. All right. So 10th man, you are not blocked. I am simply busy at the moment. Where was I? I got to get 5 minutes on the clock. You guys, I think you guys have the prompt pretty good, so let's roll through. Just start.
So what does this look like? What do these classes look like?
I would say
You're
that
a little
especially
befuddled
for
right now, huh?
elementary, I would say that especially for elementary school, you know, as it was stated before, you can show films and things, and generally give them a generalized teaching of the dangers of firearms, right? And build up to where in high school, I'm not saying it should be mandatory that every kid should be using firearms, you know, with live ammo in high schools. Okay, like the rifle team, that's something that should be absolutely optional. But I do think that general handling and safety is something that parents are failing to teach kids. So that's how kids get into these situations.
So
to
you'd
begin with.
rather government ran public schools to take over that
No,
rather
I
than
think-
encouraging parents to do it better.
I think that because parents are, you know, it's no different than like, I suck at math. I cannot teach my kids math. They would be very bad off in life if I did. However, the school is there, and I rely on the school to handle that, right? To teach him, you know, proper functions, how to do, you know, how to run through it, and actually do math. So this basic safety, because you do get a lot of parents that absolutely shy away from it and don't teach their kids. Like they tell them guns are dangerous, don't touch them, and that's that. But then kids get into situations where maybe it's one of their friends that gets their hand on a gun and not even the kid themselves.
But in the modern day, we're seeing young boys, especially. There's more and more mental illness in kids. They're putting more and more kids on pills and stuff. You start showing these kids videos of guns and saying this is very dangerous. You may get the opposite where they're like, "Ooh, I like dangerous stuff. I want to go play with one of those." And what are you? You're training them to shoot better. They're going to be more accurate.
No, because nobody said anything about necessarily training for accuracy.
Or how to handle it.
What
how
we
to-
are talking about, and here's the thing: that is already a problem that exists. It already exists that way. So more kids than not are going to want to stop someone or not, or you know, from being able to. I'm like losing my mind here.
I know you're
one of
thinking
their
about
friends.
other thing, but
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I am so sorry for that. So if like literally, I'm going right back to where if a kid, his friend gets his hands on a gun, and if this kid knows that his
no, stop.
friend,
That's not the way you hold it. This is the way you hold
no,
it.
no. It,
I learned in school.
no, what I'm saying, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that being able to disable a firearm is something that would be included in this teaching. Okay, there's been situations where it's like, yeah, if you know how to freaking disarm a firearm, that shit can be very, very helpful.
Yeah,
right?
this is the safety. This is how you turn it off, and this is how you turn it on.
Rather than fumbling with a firearm that, you know, it is somehow in your hands and not knowing how to handle it, it's certainly more helpful to know how to disarm it, correct?
Yeah, well, and then we don't have a sample size to like look at studies of how this is going to work out. We're going to find out in the future if Tennessee's doing it, like Grid said.
Tennessee's
So,
doing it right now.
so we're just going off of guessing right now. But I just don't trust the public school to teach. And that I'll go back to my sex ed example. Like, more kids started having sex younger because of sex ed. So, more kids. Go ahead.
We have rifle teams in lots of high schools across the country.
As an elective in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Or wait a second, most ROTC units. Okay, so high schools that have ROTC, those students typically, you know, they'll start off like for the most part they use pellet guns, but they do have units using 22s in the school range. That is a normal thing. And we do not see these kids, we do not see them doing the outrageous stuff where they're harming people or being careless with firearms.
But this is an elective program of the type of kids who were raised in a house with guns and have probably shot with their parents, and they're interested in guns. They want to go to the range. They want to shoot. So they sign up for this elective. There's a lot of kids in schools who probably should not be anywhere near a gun or know anything about guns, and they never would naturally.
Handling a
but now we're
firearm
putting
does
them-
not need to handling firearms does not need to actually be part of the program to teach them proper safety.
No, but you're putting the videos of the guns in these young kids' faces, and
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Time's up, guys. It's good.
Thank
It's
you
a good.
very much,
It's a good
Dale.
debate.
Thank you.
It's a good debate. We can talk about it
Sorry.
a little more. I'm going to start with Tom again.
Okay. So this was a much better debate, and I actually enjoyed listening to this one. So, Beth, you said that they can show them films. So one of JS's big points is that this could be encouraging the kids to handle firearms that he doesn't know that them handling firearms earlier in life would be a good idea. You saying that they could show them films or something like that was actually a really good rebuttal and made it to where his idea of them handling guns in schools was kind of completely thrown away. When he said that this could, there's a lot of mental illness and things like that, you gave a really good rebuttal again, saying that there's that kids are doing this anyways, and that like the kids with mental illnesses are going out and just shooting up places, so it's better for them to have some sort of training or even have other kids around them who have training and understand how dangerous guns can be, especially the idea that accidents are a really high point. And I think that would have been a really good thing to bring up, is one of the leading causes of kids dying today is gun accidents and them getting into their parents' bedrooms and things like this. And so having more gun awareness also probably would have been a good point to bring up. Let's see. And then I guess as far as like the gun culture idea, I do think that as part of what it was he was saying with gun encouragement, that like this could make it to where kids are more likely to like glorify guns and see them as like a normalized cool thing to engage with, or that it's like a more common than it actually is. And I do think that probably would have been a good thing to rebut as well. For JS, you said that you don't trust public schools. She didn't give much of a rebuttal to that. She seemed as though she agreed to an extent, but she also did say that the kids who are already going to public schools anyways, it's better for them to have something than nothing. I was hoping that you would eventually actually nail home like why you wouldn't trust them, or why they would be worse off with this in public schools. You started off to give me a point about sex ed, but she interrupted you halfway through that and you never finished that point. And so I never actually got any sort of like real negative outcome from the public school aspect of this. And then I think that your best point was probably the last one that you brought up, in the fact that there is no data to support this. And so there's no reason that we would think that this would be beneficial. But again, we also didn't have any real arguments to where real negative outcomes would come from this. She had a lot of arguments for how this would bring positive outcomes and how this would be better, and people having more information, more education, more awareness, whereas we didn't really get like anything to explain the negative outcomes that were the public schools, or the no data, the things like that. We didn't actually get like arguments explaining why those were negative outcomes. So I do think I would again give this one to Beth.
Okay, good. Tyler.
All right, so this was probably the closest best matchup. Anson would have loved it tonight. Sorry, Anson, for not being, but the power structure, who was kind of commanding the debate, shifted back and forth a lot. I feel like you guys were very well paired here. It's tough. I didn't have a winner until halfway through Tom was done talking. So whoever doesn't get the vote, don't feel too bad. It was pretty hard to do. You had a really even tit for tat. You guys were smacking down each other's points very well. I feel like Beth left a couple on the table, probably a little bit of distraction. JS was making good points, and he brought up how Dare Act is or how things act as a guide. I wish you would have brought up DARE there. We saw drug usage increase substantially. DARE was like a guide for me. I need to try that one and that one and that. Oh, these sound great.
They put them on the table in front of you, and you're like, oh.
All right.
Right.
Yeah, so absolutely. But then your sexual assault or your sexual problems, you did get interrupted through it, but I think you at least got the point out that more kids started having sex when they were younger. Beth needed to rebut with you that, yes, they were having more sex, but they were having more safe sex. Pregnancies went down despite the fact that sex went up, and we saw a massive uptick in reports of sexual assault because young kids were educated that bad things were happening to them, so we caught more pedos as a result. She left all those points on the table. So I just feel like in the tit for tat, you kind of came out slightly on top. You both had really good introductions and openers. You stuck to them the whole time. You both argued your points good. It was a squeaker. JS barely squeaked it out.
All right. I'm going to read this super chat and then I'll get the cleaner. $10 comes in from my new friend, Just Gerald. Hey, Grid, thanks for helping me improve my shooting. The recoil is far easier to manage with the new grip. Moving and shooting is far easier now, too. Thanks again for hosting the live debate. Absolutely, sir. I am happy to be of service. And I just can't not say something when people are doing things wrong. Okay, go ahead, cleaner. Sorry about that.
Well, I think both sides had really strong arguments. I think that JS came across a little bit stronger, a little bit more control, which, I mean, Beth has been really working on her control, her calmness, showing that she can just answer a question whenever she's under fire and not getting emotional, not getting angry, not having an outburst. So I give her kudos for that. That's a fucking skill that a lot of debaters don't have nowadays. Being able to be calm when you're under fire. And but I think that JS really had the stronger side of the arguments, especially when they were talking about the sex education, how everything goes into it, all of that. So I've got to give it to him on this one. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jess.
Yeah,
Right.
I'd never even heard of this, so I was kind of on the spot and just had to come up.
Yeah. So a couple of things. And I said this during my opening. I don't know, so the Tennessee program, which I believe is going to serve as a blueprint for other states, it doesn't use the public education system to teach this. It's taught by the TWRA, the Wildlife.
They come into the schools.
Yeah, they come into the schools, and it's the same people who do the hunter safety education courses. So the teachers aren't administering the course.
Okay.
And so that and Beth, that's why I said that in the beginning. I wanted to make sure you guys had the tools to, if you were listening, you had the tools to defend either side, right? And on your side, JS, you were absolutely right that with the sex ed and all of that, but fortunately, man, Tyler's been on it tonight, and he picked up and correctly said that, yeah, you're right. They did have more sex, or we assume that they had more sex. We think that because we don't, reporting on that's really bad, but there was a distinct drop in pregnancy, STDs, all of the negative avenues. So sure, maybe the behavior we didn't want happened, but it was safer, right? Which is, again, what we're looking for is we don't want to not have kids handle guns. We want kids, if they do handle guns, to be safe. Beth missed a couple of really critical key moments when you were talking about, young kids getting hands on guns. That's where she should have said, this is the problem. Kids are going to get their hands on guns, regardless of whether it's in school or at home or in a friend's house or whatever. And she kind of worked around it, but she should have really hammered home that it's better for the kid to know how to check to see if it's loaded, how to put the safety on, or how to, just leave it the fuck alone, because the mystery of the gun has been removed because they know what it is. That's actually a lot of the big problems with a lot of the problems where you see with kids and guns is is that they're never allowed to handle them. So there's this big sense of mystery about the gun, and they want to handle it. And when they look at it, and it's just like, it's just like Dad's hammer. Who cares?
I have that written in my notes, Beth. You should have said the good outweighs the bad. For every one mass shooter that maybe learns his way better to use a gun to kill people, there's probably 500 accidents that were prevented or something.
Yeah, I was a little distracted, but those are excellent points. I should have, and I, in my mind, I was kind of going off of that. I was really thinking about like how you have all these kids playing like Grand Theft Auto, right? And so, like, especially we see it with driving, where they get in the car and they want to freaking floor it and peel out and and drift and it's,
right. But that only happens with kids who haven't had driver's ed.
Exactly. My son, we put him in go-karts when he was young, and he's an excellent driver. Like, I am so proud of him. He's really good.
Also, yeah, actually, except that I could be totally wrong about that one. I made like that was just on the spot.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Think of some arguments.
Also, I'm throwing out my best arguments tonight because I'm trying to look good for Tom so that he lets me come to.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Let me on your show, Tom.
If you want to hang out with Lex Luthor, all you've got to do is just be Superman.
You know, I like this topic quite a bit because it's general enough. It can go in so many directions, and there are so many things about it that actually affect how our kids grow up. And I think that's really like for those of us and Grid, maybe you know a handful of guys that are kind of in the same boat where I'm at. I burned myself out the first 10 years when I was in the military. I ruined my fucking body. I got out into the civilian world. I tried to do it in the civilian world. I got to the point where I couldn't handle the pain anymore. And now I'm teaching and trying to get other people who are younger in their 20s to understand the job, teaching them old school tricks, things like that. That changes things. There are so many mentalities that are applied to how the school system works, how people interact with it, how our kids grow up. This is a topic that I think that no matter what we do throughout society in the future, this will actually always be talked about no matter what.
Yeah. I think that one thing, so like one of the things that I don't think that a lot of people realize, my son started shooting sporting clays with his school when he was 10 years old. Right? They have a range at the school.
My high school had one too.
And you know, so there's a perception that's a very narrow band throughout the country, right? And then there's reality, which is much larger, right? And I do agree. I agree with Cleaner. It's a big subject. So there it is. So due diligence. What's up, man? How are you? I let you up just because you were trying so hard, man. I felt bad for you. You're muted or your sound's not working. Go.
Right back.
He got it. There it is.
Chair.
I think he got it.
No, that was JS.
Oh, no.
He's got to go take a piss.
I'm sticking around to stand up for Beth in case it's needed. I was with her the next 2 days after that, so.
Yeah.
Hi, Dusty.
Well, I probably won't be able to stick around, but I did say in chat that like she only said positive things about the Crucible to me, and so I was while I was in Tennessee with her, she was definitely seemed to be a big fan of Andrew and Crucible.
Yeah,
and I said nothing. Look, man, I've stuck up for them again. I mean, like people who have been kind of their detractors. I've said nothing but good, and I was honest about my interactions with you guys, and they were good. So I don't understand where the fuck this is coming up.
Just calm down.
This goes into a whole drama realm that, like, Grid has never really taken this show in that direction. You know that maybe that's applicable for like another conversation, another show, something like that, but. That doesn't need to be here. That's drama and drama farming.
Yeah, we'll what I'm gonna do is Andrew said to give him a couple of minutes. He didn't want to like, just disrupt the show too much, and he was just gonna get together the clips and then we could talk about it. And that's fine. The show, basically, the debate show's over, right? we have a winner, and that is the man JS, who just knocked over his sign. So, you know,
This is my No Kings 2 sign. It says Antifa.
Wild.
Antifa are terrorists and gay, and they stuck a sticker over the gay part. And then on the back it says, "Please don't shoot me. I just want to talk."
I saw the video of you walking around with that.
Thank you, 10th man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if the debate show's over,
it's over, man. I really appreciate you coming out, Tom. Did you enjoy it? Do you have any observations, feedback, anything like that? What do you think?
Yeah, it was fun. I would maybe like try to make sure that there's like an even amount of people, because it did seem, I don't know, from my perspective, seemed a little unfair that
we had some people drop out
than JS did.
Yeah, we started out pretty even, but then we had people drop out, which happens. I can't,
Well, I did 2 and she did 3. Yeah.
Yeah. No, she did.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that technically you guys both have an even amount of wins right now, and that it seems, or sorry, you have 2 wins. She has 3. Or sorry, both you have 2 wins. Sorry, and so yes, I think that it seems
she got
like,
the play down on the. She bubbled out.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
That's
through.
That's something that you can't help a lot of times.
Did I miss a super chat?
I'm really glad I got to debate you, JS. You're a good. I'd like to do it again sometime.
Yeah, Tom, it's a
cool meeting you
single
too,
elimination, not a it's not like round robin or anything. So it's single elimination.
Of course, yeah, that's right. But that's why I'm saying it's a single in a round robin. You will like have so many that it doesn't matter if you debate like the same amount of times. Whereas like in a single elimination, it becomes like, you know, very slim odds, and so you want to try to like even it as much as possible. But the whole, I like the structure. I like the debates. I like that you have judges. This was a lot of fun, and I appreciate you guys inviting.
I'm glad
us.
you had fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Feel free to come back, man. We do it. We've been doing it Friday nights. I've switched to Saturday. Saturdays is it's tough. But I for some reason do not have a super chat from him. Did I miss one? Did it come through and I just didn't see it? I'm still looking. Raging Patriot. Don't rage at me. What do you think about the format, Tom?
Yeah, the last super chat you have is from just Gerald.
That's what I saw.
I don't see
Nope,
anything.
there it is. There's 5. Yeah, there it is. Women still hit curbs in jets. How is that possible? Also, still can't parallel park a jet to save their life. LOL. Sandwich makers at best. LOL. That's funny. I'm dropping a like on that one. That's $5 US he paid for that, and I found it. For some reason, it didn't show up in my one over here. It's on the. It's okay.
Sorry.
What do you think about the format of the opening, the 5 minutes, and then the judging? What do you think about that?
I would give closings as well.
Oh,
because there was a number of times where one of the things that like made it to where I gave the person the win was that they got like the main argument in right at the end, and the other person, then it was time, and the other person didn't get a chance to rebut that. Whereas if they both got closing statements, they would both have the ability to actually give their entire arguments and rebut everything that the other person was saying. So I think maybe a closing would be beneficial as well.
Okay.
But yeah, 1 minute openings, 1 minute closings, maybe change it to like 6 minutes to add, because it's already hard to have a debate within 4 minutes. Well, it's like 3 minutes, but yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll take that under advice. I mean, that's certainly something that potentially could happen.
It's hard to have it the add that though with as fast as they're moving and with.
We're trying to move really. We're trying to get through.
Yeah.
As many as we can and not be here till 4 o'clock in the morning. And so what, the idea is to start at 8, have about 10 debaters and be through by about 1 or 2. That's the idea. Never happens that way, by the way.
That would be the ideal way to do it, though. It just
With
doesn't
or
always
the
go
It
next
just
that
never
way.
after
happens.
the event.
Never
A
happens.
few
Never say
times
fucking
though, a
bad
few
words,
times,
so.
boss man, we have had it go that way, and it has
We've
been
been early a
awesome,
couple of
but-
times.
Yeah,
Well,
true.
and we also spent a lot of times with like judges with us just kind of giving them like arguments that they didn't make and things like that.
That's actually
and then
part
the
of the-
judges, we were arguing with each other on things, and so yeah, that ended up probably taking up more time.
One of the important parts of the show to me is giving the feedback to the debaters and telling them what they could have done better, where they, where they made the mistakes, where they, why they didn't win, because it's hard to get good feedback, and it's hard to get feedback from 2 or 3 different people that have just judged you, and then I open it up to let anybody who would say, this or that.
Sorry, I didn't have an issue with us giving them points that they didn't make. I'm saying that we start arguing with each other over like what points they
that was
should have
cool
made
though.
and
I
things
thought
like
that
that.
was
But
fun.
yeah, I'm sure
Yeah.
that that's still entertaining. It's just I'm talking about like if you have like a crunch on time, then like that would be a thing. But yeah, I think that that's probably still entertaining for people to hear the judges actually
absolutely
argue over which points they think were better.
Well, sure, and sometimes it gives the debaters a good example of like seeing 2 judges going at it that view what's going on from the outside can give them a different perspective to try and formulate arguments, which is a great thing, because I think people formulating new arguments, thinking outside the box of what, like a lot of the people who watch Andrew Wilson come up with the same arguments he does or try to use the same arguments. There's a handful of them though that come up with their own, and they're fantastic. So when you get the new arguments, the new outside the box thinking, somebody thinking of some new way to attack the issue, that's the beauty of it. But giving people the feedback allows them to learn something, take something away from it. Also, the format is in speed debate. Speed debate builds quick wit, which in long form debate helps you a fuck ton. Because when you're going through a long form debate, people will make like personal attacks in the middle of it. And if you can come back, like somebody says, oh, well, your mom did that shit. And you can be like, yeah, well, your mom fucking did it too. So who gives a shit? Like being able to do that quick wit type stuff helps a ton for debaters. That's why I support Grid and what he does so much here on the Signal Syndicate. It's so fucking important for people to get some positive feedback, something that they can rebuild, come back with better arguments, come back with a better structure, a better way to try and get their message out to the public, to the audience, people who will view it now live, but also the hundreds of thousands that might view it later as well. And I really support this structure because I think it's a very, very good way to help people learn. And that's what I really want, is for people to put their guns, their fists, their knives down, all that shit, sit down at a fucking table, talk about what it is that you believe in. Everybody try to come to some understanding so that the whole fucking world can all agree on something and start making a net positive, so we can do more for humanity rather than less. And I think this thing that Grid has made does a monumental amount of that, even though people don't always see it at first.
Well, thank you. That's all nice stuff. It's all good.
Yeah,
Bro,
I liked it. It was fun.
Grid, that's why I support you, bro. I mean, if you want to know, that is why I support you, because I see what